Part 2 Caves. Chapter 12. The Ganges, though flowing from the foot of Vishnu and through Siva's hair, is not an ancient stream. Geology, looking further than religion, knows of a time when neither the river nor the Himalayas that nourished it existed, and an ocean flowed over the holy places of Hindustan. The mountains rose, their debris silted up the ocean, the gods took their seats on them and contrived the river, and the India we call immemorial came into being. But India is really far older. In the days of the prehistoric ocean, the southern part of the peninsula already existed, and the high places of Dravidia have been land since land began, and have seen on the one side the sinking of a continent that joined them to Africa, and on the other, the upheaval of the Himalayas from a sea. They are older than anything in the world. No water has ever covered them, and the sun who has watched them for countless aeons may still discern in their outlines forms that were his before our globe was torn from his bosom. If flesh of the sun's flesh is to be touched anywhere, it is here among the incredible antiquity of these hills. Yet even they are altering. As Himalayan India rose, this India, the primal, has been depressed and is slowly re-entering the curve of the earth. It may be that in aeons to come an ocean will flow here too, and cover the sun-born rocks with slime. Meanwhile the plain of the Ganges encroaches on them with something of the sea's action. They are sinking beneath the newer lands. Their main mass is untouched, but at the edge their outposts have been cut off and stand knee-deep, throat-deep, in the advancing soil. There is something unspeakable in these outposts. They are like nothing else in the world, and a glimpse of them makes the breath catch. They rise abruptly, insanely, without the proportion that is kept by the wildest hills elsewhere. They bear no relation to anything dreamt or seen. To call them uncanny suggests ghosts, and they are older than all spirit. Hinduism has scratched and plastered a few rocks, but the shrines are unfrequented, as if pilgrims who generally seek the extraordinary had here found too much of it. Some sadhus did once settle in a cave, but they were smoked out, and even Buddha, who must have passed this way down to the bow tree of Jaya, shunned a renunciation more complete than his own, and has left no legend of struggle or victory in the Malabar. The caves are readily described. A tunnel 8 feet long, 5 feet high, 3 feet wide, leads to a circular chamber about 20 feet in diameter. This arrangement occurs again and again throughout the group of hills, and this is all. This is a Malabar cave. Having seen one such cave, having seen 2, having seen 3, 4, 14, 24, the visitor returns to Chandrapur uncertain whether he has had an interesting experience or a dull one, or any experience at all. He finds it difficult to discuss the caves, or to keep them apart in his mind, for the pattern never varies, and no carving, not even a bee's nest or a bat distinguishes one from another. Nothing attaches to them, and their reputation for they have one does not depend upon human speech. It is as if the surrounding plain or the passing birds have taken upon themselves to exclaim extraordinary, and the word has taken root in the air, and been inhaled by mankind. They are dark caves. Even when they open towards the sun, very little light penetrates down the entrance tunnel into the circular chamber. There is little to see, and no eye to see it, until the visitor arrives for his 5 minutes and strikes a match. Immediately another flame rises in the depths of the rock and moves towards the surface like an imprisoned spirit. The walls of the circular chamber have been most marvelously polished. The two flames approach and strive to unite, but cannot, because one of them breathes air, the other stone. A mirror inlaid with lovely colors divides the lovers. Delicate stars of pink and grey interpose, exquisite nebulae, shadings fainter than the tail of a comet or the midday moon, all the evanescent life of the granite, only here visible. Fists and fingers thrust above the advancing soil. Here at last is their skin, finer than any covering acquired by the animals, smoother than windless water, more voluptuous than love. The radiance increases, the flames touch one another, kiss, expire. The cave is dark again, like all the caves. Only the wall of the circular chamber has been polished thus. The sides of the tunnel are left rough, they impinge as an afterthought upon the internal perfection. An entrance was necessary, so mankind made one. But elsewhere, deeper in the granite, are there certain chambers that have no entrances, chambers never unsealed since the arrival of the gods. Local report declares that these exceed in number those that can be visited, as the dead exceed the living 400 of them, 4,000 or million. Nothing is inside them. They were sealed up before the creation of pestilence or treasure. If mankind grew curious and excavated, nothing, nothing would be added to the sum of good or evil. One of them is rumoured within the boulder that swings on the summit of the highest of the hills, a bubble-shaped cave that has neither ceiling nor floor, and mirrors its own darkness in every direction infinitely. If the boulder falls and smashes, the cave will smash too empty as an Easter egg. The boulder, because of its hollowness, sways in the wind, and even moves when a crow perches upon it, hence its name, and the name of its stupendous pedestal, the Kowa Dole. Chapter 13. These hills look romantic in certain lights and at suitable distances, and seen of an evening from the upper veranda of the club they caused Miss Quested to say conversationally to Miss Derrick that she should like to have gone. That Dr. Aziz at Mr. Fielding's had said he would arrange something, and that Indians seem rather forgetful. She was overheard by the servant who offered them vermouths. This servant understood English, and he was not exactly a spy, but he kept his ears open, and Mahmud Ali did not exactly bribe him, but did encourage him to come and squat with his own servants, and would happen to stroll their way when he was there. As the story travelled, it accreted emotion, and Aziz learnt with horror that the ladies were deeply offended with him, and had expected an invitation daily. He thought his facile remark had been forgotten. Endowed with two memories, a temporary and a permanent, he had hitherto relegated the caves to the former. Now he transferred them once for all, and pushed the matter through. They were to be a stupendous replica of the Tea Party. He began by securing Fielding, an old godbull, and then commissioned Fielding to approach Mrs. Moore and Miss Quested when they were alone. By this device Ronnie, their official protector, could be circumvented. Fielding didn't like the job much. He was busy, caves bored him, he foresaw friction and expense, but he would not refuse the first favour his friend had asked from him, and did as required. The ladies accepted. It was a little inconvenient in the present press of their engagements, still, they hoped to manage it after consulting Mr. Heaslop. Consulted, Ronnie raised no objection, provided Fielding undertook full responsibility for their comfort. He was not enthusiastic about the picnic, but, then, no more were the ladies. No one was enthusiastic, yet it took place. Aziz was terribly worried. It was not a long expedition. A train left Chandrapur just before dawn, another would bring them back for tiffin, but he was only a little official still, and feared to acquit himself dishonourably. He had to ask Major Calendar for half a day's leave, and be refused because of his recent malingering despair. Renewed approach of Major Calendar through Fielding, and contemptuous snarling permission. He had to borrow cutlery from Mahmud Ali, without inviting him. Then there was the question of alcohol. Mr. Fielding, and perhaps the ladies, were drinkers, so must he provide whisky, sodas and ports? There was the problem of transport from the wayside station of Marabar to the caves. There was the problem of Professor Godbull and his food, and of Professor Godbull and other people's food. Two problems, not one problem. The professor was not a very strict Hindu. He would take tea, fruit, soda water and sweets, whoever cooked them, and vegetables and rice if cooked by a Brahmin, but not meat, not cakes lest they contained eggs, and he would not allow anyone else to eat beef. A slice of beef upon a distant plate would wreck his happiness. Other people might eat mutton, they might eat ham. But over ham Aziz's own religion raised its voice. He did not fancy other people eating ham. Trouble after trouble encountered him, because he had challenged the spirit of the Indian earth, which tries to keep men in compartments. At last the moment arrived. His friends thought him most unwise to mix himself up with English ladies, and warned him to take every precaution against unpunctuality. Consequently, he spent the previous night at the station. The servants were huddled on the platform, enjoined not to stray. He himself walked up and down with old Muhammad Latif, who was to act as major domo. He felt insecure and also unreal. A car drove up and he hoped Fielding would get out of it, to lend him solidity. But it contained Mrs. Moore, Miss Quested, and their Goanese servant. He rushed to meet them, suddenly happy. "But you've come after all. Oh, how very, very kind of you," he cried. "This is the happiest moment in all my life." The ladies were civil. It was not the happiest moment in their lives. Still, they looked forward to enjoying themselves as soon as the bother of the early start was over. They had not seen him since the expedition was arranged, and they thanked him adequately. "You don't require tickets. Please stop your servant. There are no tickets on the Marabar branch line. It is its peculiarity. You come to the carriage and rest till Mr. Fielding joins us. Did you know you are to travel Purdah? Will you like that?" They replied that they should like it. The train had come in, and a crowd of dependents were swarming over the seats of the carriage like monkeys. Aziz had borrowed servants from his friends, as well as bringing his own 3, and quarrels over precedence were resulting. The lady's servant stood apart, with a sneering expression on his face. They had hired him while they were still globe-trotters, at Bombay. In a hotel or among smart people he was excellent, but as soon as they consorted with anyone whom he thought second-rate he left them to their disgrace. The night was still dark, but had acquired the temporary look that indicates its end. Perched on the roof of a shed, the station master's hens began to dream of kites instead of owls. Lamps were put out. In order to save the trouble of putting them out later, the smell of tobacco and the sound of spitting arose from third-class passengers in dark corners. Heads were unshrouded, teeth cleaned on the twigs of a tree. So convinced was a junior official that another sun would rise, that he rang a bell with enthusiasm. This upset the servants. They shrieked that the train was starting, and ran to both ends of it to intercede. Much had still to enter the Purdar carriage: a box bound with brass, a melon wearing a fez, a towel containing guavas, a step-ladder and a gun. The guests played up all right. They had no race consciousness. Mrs. Moore was too old, Miss Quested too new, and they behaved to Aziz as to any young man who had been kind to them in the country. This moved him deeply. He had expected them to arrive with Mr. Fielding, instead of which they trusted themselves to be with him a few moments alone. "Send back your servant," he suggested. "He is unnecessary. Then we shall all be Moslems together. And he is such a horrible servant." "Anthony, you can go. We don't want you," said the girl impatiently. "Master told me to come." "Mistress tells you to go." "Master says, keep near the ladies all the morning." "Well, your ladies won't have you." She turned to the host. "Do get rid of him, Dr. Aziz." "Mohammed Latif," he called. The poor relative exchanged fezes with the melon, and peeped out of the window of the railway carriage, whose confusion he was superintending. "Here is my cousin, Mr. Mohammed Latif." "Oh no, don't shake hands. He is an Indian of the old-fashioned sort. He prefers to salam." "There, I told you so. Mohammed Latif, how beautifully you salam. See, he hasn't understood. He knows no English." "You speak lie," said the old man gently. "I speak a lie." "Oh, jolly good. Isn't he a funny old man? We will have great jokes with him later. He does all sorts of little things. He is not nearly as stupid as you think, and awfully poor. It's lucky ours is a large family." He flung an arm round the grubby neck. "But you get inside, make yourselves at home. Yes, you lie down." The celebrated Oriental confusion appeared at last to be at an end. "Excuse me, now I must meet our other 2 guests." He was getting nervous again, for it was 10 minutes to the time. Still, Fielding was an Englishman, and they never do miss trains, and Godbol was a Hindu and did not count, and soothed by this logic he grew calmer as the hour of departure approached. Mohammed Latif had bribed Anthony not to come. They walked up and down the platform, talking usefully. They agreed that they had overdone the servants, and must leave 2 or 3 behind at Marabah station, and Aziz explained that he might be playing 1 or 2 practical jokes at the caves, not out of unkindness, but to make the guests laugh. The old man assented with slight sideway motions of the head. He was always willing to be ridiculed, and he bade Aziz not spare him. Elated by his importance, he began an indecent anecdote. "Tell me another time, brother, when I have more leisure. For now, as I have already explained, we have to give pleasure to non-Muslims. 3 will be Europeans, 1 a Hindu, which must not be forgotten. Every attention must be paid to Professor Godbol, lest he feel that he is inferior to my other guests. I will discuss philosophy with him." "That will be kind of you, but the servants are even more important. We must not convey an impression of disorganization. It can be done, and I expect you to do it." A shriek from the Purdar carriage. The train had started. "Merciful God," cried Mohammed Latif. He flung himself at the train and leapt onto the footboard of a carriage. Aziz did likewise. It was an easy feat, for a branch-line train is slow to assume special airs. "We're monkeys, don't worry," he called, hanging onto a bar and laughing. Then he howled, "Mr. Fielding, Mr. Fielding." There were Fielding and old Godbol held up at the level crossing. Appalling catastrophe. The gates had been closed earlier than usual. They leapt from their tonga, they gesticulated, but what was the good? So near and yet so far. As the train joggled past over the points, there was time for agonized words. Bad, bad, you have destroyed me. Godbol's puja, did it, cried the Englishman. The Brahmin lowered his eyes, ashamed of religion, for it was so he had miscalculated the length of a prayer. Jump on, I must have you, screamed Aziz, beside himself. Right, give a hand. He's not to, he'll kill himself, Mrs. Moore protested. He jumped, he failed, missed his friend's hand, and fell back onto the line. The train rumbled past. He scrambled onto his feet and bawled after them, I'm all right, you're all right, don't worry. And then they passed beyond range of his voice. Mrs. Moore, Miss Quested, our expedition is a ruin. He swung himself along the footboard, almost in tears. Get in, you'll kill yourself as well as Mr. Fielding. I see no ruin. How is that? Oh, explain to me, he said piteously, like a child. We shall be all Muslims together now, as you promised. She was perfect as always, his dear Mrs. Moore. All the love for her he had felt at the mosque welled up again, the fresher for forgetfulness. There was nothing he would not do for her. He would die to make her happy. Get in, Dr. Aziz, you make us giddy, the other lady called. If they're so foolish as to miss the train, that's their loss, not ours. I am to blame. I am the host. Nonsense, go to your carriage. We're going to have a delightful time without them. Not perfect like Mrs. Moore, but very sincere and kind. Wonderful ladies, both of them, and for one precious morning his guests. He felt important and competent. Fielding was a loss personally, being a friend, increasingly dear, yet if Fielding had come, he himself would have remained in leading strings. Indians are incapable of responsibility, said the officials, and Hamidullah sometimes said so too. He would show those pessimists that they were wrong. Smiling proudly, he glanced outward at the country, which was still invisible, except as a dark movement in the darkness, then upwards at the sky, where the stars of the sprawling Scorpion had begun to pale. Then he dived through a window into a second-class carriage. Muhammad Latif, by the way, what is in these caves, brother? Why are we all going to see them? Such a question was beyond the poor relative's scope. He could only reply that God and the local villagers knew, and that the latter would gladly act as guides. Chapter 14. Most of life is so dull that there is nothing to be said about it, and the books and talk that would describe it as interesting are obliged to exaggerate, in the hope of justifying their own existence. Inside its cocoon of work or social obligation, the human spirit slumbers for the most part, registering the distinction between pleasure and pain, but not nearly as alert as we pretend. There are periods in the most thrilling day during which nothing happens, and though we continue to exclaim, I do enjoy myself, or I am horrified, we are insincere. As far as I feel anything, it is enjoyment, horror. It's no more than that really, and a perfectly adjusted organism would be silent. It so happened that Mrs. Moore and Miss Quested had felt nothing acutely for a fortnight. Ever since Professor Godbol had sung his queer little song, they had lived more or less inside cocoons, and the difference between them was that the elder lady accepted her own apathy, while the younger resented hers. It was Adela's faith that the whole stream of events is important and interesting, and if she grew bored she blamed herself severely and compelled her lips to utter enthusiasms. This was the only insincerity in a character otherwise sincere, and it was indeed the intellectual protest of her youth. She was particularly vexed now because she was both in India and engaged to be married, which double event should have made every instant sublime. India was certainly dim this morning, though seen under the auspices of Indians. Her wish had been granted, but too late. She could not get excited over Aziz and his arrangements. She was not the least unhappy or depressed, and the various odd objects that surrounded her, the comic purdah. Carriage, the piles of rugs and bolsters, the rolling melons, the scent of sweet oils, the ladder, the brass-bound box, the sudden eruption of Mahmud Ali's butler from the lavatory with tea and poached eggs upon a tray, they were all new and amusing, and led her to comment appropriately. But they wouldn't bite into her mind, so she tried to find comfort by reflecting that her main interest would henceforward be Ronnie. What a nice, cheerful servant! What a relief after Anthony! They startle one rather. A strange place to make tea in, said Mrs. Moore, who had hoped for a nap. I want to sack Anthony. His behaviour on the platform has decided me. Mrs. Moore thought that Anthony's better self would come to the front at Simla. Miss Quested was to be married at Simla. Some cousins, with a house looking straight on to Thibet, had invited her. Anyhow, we must get a second servant, because at Simla you will be at the hotel, and I don't think Ronnie's Baldeo. She loved plans. Very well, you get another servant, and I'll keep Anthony with me. I am used to his unappetizing ways. He will see me through the hot weather. I don't believe in the hot weather. People like Major Calendar who always talk about it, it's in the hope of making one feel inexperienced and small, like they're everlasting. I've been 20 years in this country. I believe in the hot weather, but never did I suppose it would bottle me up, as it will. For owing to the sage leisureliness of Ronnie and Adela, they could not be married till May, and consequently Mrs. Moore could not return to England immediately after the wedding, which was what she had hoped to do. By May a barrier of fire would have fallen across India and the adjoining sea, and she would have to remain perched up in the Himalayas waiting for the world to get cooler. I won't be bottled up, announced the girl. I've no patience with these women here who leave their husbands grilling in the plains. Mrs. McBride hasn't stopped down once since she married. She leaves her quite intelligent husband alone half the year, and then surprised she's out of touch with him. She has children, you see. Oh yes, that's true, said Miss Quested, disconcerted. It is the children who are the first consideration. Until they are grown up and married off, when that happens one has again the right to live for oneself in the plains or the hills, as suits. Oh yes, you're perfectly right, I never thought it out. If one has not become too stupid and old. She handed her empty cup to the servant. My idea now is that my cousins shall find me a servant in Simla, at all events to see me through the wedding, after which Ronnie means to reorganize his staff entirely. He does it very well for a bachelor still. When he is married, no doubt various changes will have to be made. His old servants won't want to take their orders from me, and I don't blame them. Mrs. Moore pushed up the shutters and looked out. She had brought Ronnie and Adela together by their mutual wish, but really she could not advise them further. She felt increasingly vision or nightmare that, though people are important, the relations between them are not, and that in particular too much fuss has been made over marriage, centuries of carnal embracement, yet man is no nearer to understanding man. And today she felt this with such force that it seemed itself a relationship, itself a person who was trying to take hold of her hand. Anything to be seen of the hills. Only various shades of the dark. We can't be far from the place where my hyena was. She peered into the timeless twilight. The train crossed a nullah. Pompa, 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 pompa was the sound that the wheels made as they trundled over the bridge, moving very slowly. 100 yards on came a second nullah, then a third, suggesting the neighborhood of higher ground. Perhaps this is mine anyhow, the road runs parallel with the railway. Her accident was a pleasant memory. She felt in her dry, honest way that it had given her a good shake-up and taught her Ronnie's true worth. Then she went back to her plans. Plans had been a passion with her from girlhood. Now and then she paid tribute to the present, said how friendly and intelligent Aziz was, ate a guava, couldn't eat a fried sweet, practiced her Urdu on the servant, but her thoughts ever veered to the manageable future, and to the Anglo-Indian life she had decided to endure. And as she appraised it with its adjuncts of Turtons and Burtons, the train accompanied her sentences, pompa, pompa. The train half asleep, going nowhere in particular, and with no passenger of importance in any of its carriages, the branch line train, lost on a low embankment between dull fields. Its message for it had one avoided her well-equipped mind. Far away behind her, with a shriek that meant business, rushed the mail, connecting up important towns such as Calcutta and Lahore, where interesting events occur and personalities are developed. She understood that. Unfortunately, India has few important towns. India is the country, fields, fields, then hills, jungle, hills, and more fields. The branch line stops. The road is only practicable for cars to a point. The bullock carts lumber down the side tracks, paths fray out into the cultivation, and disappear near a splash of red paint. How can the mind take hold of such a country? Generations of invaders have tried, but they remain in exile. The important towns they build are only retreats, their quarrels the malaise of men who cannot find their way home. India knows of their trouble. She knows of the whole world's trouble, to its uttermost depth. She calls come through her 100 mouths, through objects ridiculous and august. But come to what? She has never defined. She is not a promise, only an appeal. I will fetch you from Simla when it's cool enough. I will unbottle you, in fact, continued the reliable girl. We then see some of the Mughal stuff. How appalling if we let you miss the Taj, and then I will see you off at Bombay. Your last glimpse of this country really shall be interesting." But Mrs. Moore had fallen asleep, exhausted by the early start. She was in rather low health, and ought not to have attempted the expedition, but had pulled herself together in case the pleasure of the others should suffer. Her dreams were of the same texture, but there it was her other children who were wanting something, Stella and Ralph, and she was explaining to them that she could not be in two families at once. When she awoke, Adela had ceased to plan, and leant out of a window, saying, "They're rather wonderful." Astonishing even from the rise of the civil station, here the Marabar were gods to whom earth is a ghost. Kawa Dol was nearest. It shot up in a single slab, on whose summit one rock was poised, if a mass so great can be called one rock. Behind it, recumbent, were the hills that contained the other caves, isolated each from his neighbour by broad channels of the plain. The assemblage, 10 in all, shifted a little as the train crept past them, as if observing its arrival. "I'll not have missed this for anything," said the girl, exaggerating her enthusiasm. "Look, the sun's rising, this'll be absolutely magnificent, come quickly, look. I wouldn't have missed this for anything. We should never have seen it if we'd stuck to the Turtons and their eternal elephants." As she spoke, the sky to the left turned angry orange. Colour throbbed and mounted behind a pattern of trees, grew in intensity, was yet brighter, incredibly brighter, strained from without against the globe of the air. They awaited the miracle. But at the supreme moment when night should have died and day lived, nothing occurred. It was as if virtue had failed in the celestial fount. The hues in the east decayed, the hills seemed dimmer though in fact better lit, and a profound disappointment entered with the morning breeze. Why, when the chamber was prepared, did the bridegroom not enter with trumpets and shawms, as humanity expects? The sun rose without splendour. He was presently observed trailing yellowish behind the trees, or against insipid sky, and touching the bodies already at work in the fields. "Ah, that must be the false dawn, isn't it, caused by dust in the upper layers of the atmosphere that couldn't fall down during the night? I think Mr. McBride said so. Well, I must admit that England has it as regards sunrises. Do you remember Grasmere?" Ah, dearest Grasmere, its little lakes and mountains were beloved by them all. Romantic yet manageable, it sprang from a kindlier planet. Here an untidy plain stretched to the knees of the Marabar. Good morning, put on your topis," shouted Aziz from farther down the train. "Put on your topis at once, the early sun is highly dangerous for heads. I speak as a doctor." Good morning, put on your own." "Not for my thick head," he laughed, banging it and holding up pads of his hair. "Nice creature he is," murmured Adela. Listen, Muhammad Latif says good morning next, various pointless jests. "Dr. Aziz, what's happened to your hills? The train has forgotten to stop." Perhaps it is a circular train, and goes back to Chandrapur without a break. Who knows? Having wandered off into the plain for a mile, the train slowed up against an elephant. There was a platform too, but it shriveled into insignificance. An elephant, waving her painted forehead at the morn. "Oh, what a surprise," called the ladies politely. Aziz said nothing, but he nearly burst with pride and relief. The elephant was the one grand feature of the picnic, and God alone knew what he had gone through to obtain her. Semi-official, she was best approached through the Nawab Bahadur, who was best approached through Nuruddin, but he never answered letters, but his mother had great influence with him, and was a friend of Hamidullah Begum's, who had been excessively kind and had promised to call on her provided the broken shutter of the Purdar carriage came back soon enough from Calcutta. That an elephant should depend from so long and so slender a string filled Aziz with content, and with humorous appreciation of the East, where the friends of friends are a reality, where everything gets done sometime, and sooner or later everyone gets his share of happiness. And Muhammad Latif was likewise content, because 2 of the guests had missed the train, and consequently he could ride on the howdah instead of following in a cart, and the servants were content, because an elephant increased their self-esteem. And they tumbled out the luggage into the dust with shouts and bangs, issuing orders to one another, and convulsed with goodwill. "It takes an hour to get there, an hour to get back, and 2 hours for the caves, which we will call 3, said Aziz, smiling charmingly. There was suddenly something regal about him. "The train back is at 11:30, and you will be sitting down to your tiffin in Chandrapur with Mr. Heaslop at exactly your usual hour, namely 1:15. I know everything about you. 4 hours quite a small expedition, and an hour extra for misfortunes, which occur somewhat frequently among my people. My idea is to plan everything without consulting you, but you, Mrs. Moore, or Miss Quested, you are at any moment to make alterations if you wish, even if it means giving up the caves. Do you agree? Then mount this wild animal." The elephant had knelt, grey and isolated, like another hill. They climbed up the ladder, and he mounted shikar fashion, treading first on the sharp edge of the heel, and then into the looped-up tail. When Muhammad Latif followed him, the servant who held the end of the tail let go of it, according to previous instructions, so that the poor relative slipped and had to cling to the netting over the buttocks. It was a little piece of court buffoonery, and distressed only the ladies, whom it was intended to divert. Both of them disliked practical jokes. Then the beast rose in 2 shattering movements, and poised them 10 feet above the plain. Immediately below was the scurf of life that an elephant always collects round its feet: villagers, naked babies. The servants flung crockery into tongas. Hassan annexed the stallion intended for Aziz, and defied Mahmud Ali's man from its altitude. The Brahmin who had been hired to cook for Professor Godbole was planted under an acacia tree, to await their return. The train, also hoping to return, wobbled away through the fields, turning its head this way and that like a centipede. And the only other movement to be seen was a movement as of antennae, really the counterpoises of the wells, which rose and fell on their pivots of mud all over the plain and dispersed a feeble flow of water. The scene was agreeable rather than not in the mild morning air, but there was little colour in it, and no vitality. As the elephant moved towards the hills, the pale sun had by this time saluted them to the base, and penciled shadows down their creases. A new quality occurred, a spiritual silence which invaded more senses than the ear. Life went on as usual, but had no consequences, that is to say, sounds did not echo or thoughts develop. Everything seemed cut off at its root, and therefore infected with illusion. For instance, there were some mounds by the edge of the track, low, serrated, and touched with whitewash. What were these mounds? Graves, breasts of the goddess Parvati. The villagers beneath gave both replies. Again there was a confusion about a snake which was never cleared up. Miss Quested saw a thin, dark object reared on end at the farther side of a watercourse, and said, "A snake." The villagers agreed, and Aziz explained, yes, a black cobra, very venomous, who had reared himself up to watch the passing of the elephant, but when she looked through Ronnie's field glasses, she found it wasn't a snake, but the withered and twisted stump of a toddy palm. So she said, "It isn't a snake." The villagers contradicted her. She had put the word into their minds, and they refused to abandon it. Aziz admitted that it looked like a tree through the glasses, but insisted that it was a black cobra really, and improvised some rubbish about protective mimicry. Nothing was explained, and yet there was no romance. Films of heat, radiated from the Kawa Dol precipices, increased the confusion. They came at irregular intervals and moved capriciously. A patch of field would jump as if it was being fried, and then lie quiet. As they drew closer, the radiation stopped. The elephant walked straight at the Kawa Dol, as if she would knock for admission with her forehead, then swerved and followed a path round its base. The stones plunged straight into the earth, like cliffs into the sea, and while Miss Quested was remarking on this, and saying that it was striking, the plain quietly disappeared, peeled off, so to speak, and nothing was to be seen on either side but the granite, very dead and quiet. The sky dominated as usual, but seemed unhealthily near, adhering like a ceiling to the summits of the precipices. It was as if the contents of the corridor had never been changed. Occupied by his own munificence, Aziz noticed nothing. His guests noticed a little. They did not feel that it was an attractive place or quite worth visiting, and wished it could have turned into some Mohammedan object, such as a mosque, which their host would have appreciated and explained. His ignorance became evident, and was really rather a drawback. In spite of his gay, confident talk, he had no notion how to treat this particular aspect of India. He was lost in it without Professor Godbole, like themselves. The corridor narrowed, then widened into a sort of tray. Here, more or less, was their goal. A ruined tank held a little water which would do for the animals, and close above the mud was punched a black hole, the first of the caves. 3 hills encircled the tray. 2 of them pumped out heat busily, but the third was in shadow, and here they camped. "A horrid, stuffy place really," murmured Mrs. Moore to herself. "How quick your servants are," Miss Quested exclaimed. for a cloth had already been laid, with a vase of artificial flowers in its center, and Muhammad Ali's butler offered them poached eggs and tea for the second time. I thought we would eat this before our caves and breakfast after. Isn't this breakfast? This breakfast. Did you think I should treat you so strangely? He had been warned that English people never stop eating, and that he had better nourish them every 2 hours until a solid meal was ready. How very well it is all arranged. That you shall tell me when I return to Chandrapur. Whatever disgraces I bring upon myself, you remain my guests. He spoke gravely now. They were dependent on him for a few hours, and he felt grateful to them for placing themselves in such a position. All was well so far. The elephant held a fresh cut bough to her lips, the tonga shafts stuck up into the air, the kitchen boy peeled potatoes, Hassan shouted, and Muhammad Latif stood as he ought, with a peeled switch in his hand. The expedition was a success, and it was Indian. An obscure young man had been allowed to show courtesy to visitors from another country, which is what all Indians long to do, even cynics like Mahmud Ali, but they never have the chance. Hospitality had been achieved, they were his guests, his honor was involved in their happiness, and any discomfort they endured would tear his own soul. Like most Orientals, Aziz overrated hospitality, mistaking it for intimacy, and not seeing that it is tainted with the sense of possession. It was only when Mrs. Moore or Fielding was near him that he saw further, and knew that it is more blessed to receive than to give. These two had strange and beautiful effects on him. They were his friends, his forever, and he theirs forever. He loved them so much that giving and receiving became one. He loved them even better than the Hamidallahs, because he had surmounted obstacles to meet them, and this stimulates a generous mind. Their images remained somewhere in his soul up to his dying day, permanent additions. He looked at her now as she sat on a deck chair, sipping his tea, and had for a moment a joy that held the seeds of its own decay, for it would lead him to think, oh, what more can I do for her? And so back to the dull round of hospitality. The black bullets of his eyes filled with soft expressive light, and he said, "Do you ever remember our mosque, Mrs. Moore?" I do, she said, suddenly vital and young. And how rough and rude I was, and how good you were. And how happy we both were. Friendships last longest that begin like that, I think. Shall I ever entertain your other children? Do you know about the others? She will never talk about them to me, said Miss Quested, unintentionally breaking a spell. Ralph and Stella, yes, I know everything about them, but we must not forget to visit our caves. One of the dreams of my life is accomplished in having you both here as my guests. You cannot imagine how you have honored me. I feel like the Emperor Baba. Why like him? She inquired, rising. Because my ancestors came down with him from Afghanistan. They joined him at Herat. He also had often no more elephants than one, none sometimes, but he never ceased showing hospitality. When he fought or hunted or ran away, he would always stop for a time among hills, just like us. He would never let go of hospitality and pleasure. And if there was only a little food, he would have it arranged nicely, and if only one musical instrument, he would compel it to play a beautiful tune. I take him as my ideal. He is the poor gentleman, and he became a great king. I thought another emperor is your favorite. I forget the name. You mentioned him at Mr. Fielding's, what my book calls Aurangzeb. Alamgir. Oh yes, he was of course the more pious, but Baba, never in his whole life did he betray a friend. So I can only think of him this morning, and you know how he died. He laid down his life for his son. A death far more difficult than battle. They were caught in the heat. They should have gone back to Kabul for the bad weather, but could not for reasons of state. And at Agra Humayun fell sick. Baba walked round the bed 3 times and said, I have borne it away, and he did bear it away. The fever left his son and came to him instead, and he died. That is why I prefer Baba to Alamgir. I ought not to do so, but I do. However, I mustn't delay you. I see you are ready to start. Not at all, she said, sitting down by Mrs. Moore again. We enjoy talk like this very much, for at last he was talking about what he knew and felt, talking as he had in Fielding's garden house. He was again the Oriental guide whom they appreciated. I always enjoy conversing about the Moguls. It is the chief pleasure, I know. You see, those first 6 emperors were all most wonderful men, and as soon as one of them is mentioned, no matter which, I forget everything else in the world except the other 5. You could not find 6 such kings in all the countries of the earth, not, I mean, coming one after the other, father-son. Tell us something about Akbar. Ah, you have heard the name of Akbar. Good. Hamidullah, whom you shall meet, will tell you that Akbar is the greatest of all. I say yes, Akbar is very wonderful, but half a Hindu, he was not a true Muslim, which makes Hamidullah cry. No more was Babur. He drank wine, but Babur always repented afterwards, which makes the entire difference, and Akbar never repented of the new religion he invented instead of the Holy Quran. But wasn't Akbar's new religion very fine? It was to embrace the whole of India. Misquested, fine but foolish. You keep your religion, I mine. That is the best. Nothing embraces the whole of India, nothing, and that was Akbar's mistake. Oh, do you feel that, Dr. Aziz, she said thoughtfully. I hope you're not right. There will have to be something universal in this country. I don't say religion, for I'm not religious, but something, or how else are barriers to be broken down? She was only recommending the universal brotherhood he sometimes dreamed of, but as soon as it was put into prose it became untrue. Take my own case, she continued. It was indeed her own case that had animated her. I don't know whether you happen to have heard, but I'm going to marry Mr. Heaslop. On which my heartiest congratulations. Mrs. Moore, may I put our difficulty to Dr. Aziz, I mean our Anglo-Indian one? It is your difficulty, not mine, my dear. Ah, that's true. Well, by marrying Mr. Heaslop I shall become what is known as an Anglo-Indian. He held up his hand in protest. Impossible. Take back such a terrible remark. But I shall, it's inevitable. I can't avoid the label. What I do hope to avoid is the mentality. Women like she stopped, not quite liking to mention names. She would boldly have said Mrs. Turton and Mrs. Callender a fortnight ago. Some women are so ungenerous and snobby about Indians, and I should feel too ashamed for words if I turned like them. But, and here's my difficulty, there's nothing special about me, nothing specially good or strong, which will help me to resist my environment and avoid becoming like them. I've most lamentable defects. That's why I want Akbar's universal religion, or the equivalent, to keep me decent and sensible. Do you see what I mean? Her remarks pleased him, but his mind shut up tight because she had alluded to her marriage. He was not going to be mixed up in that side of things. You are certain to be happy with any relative of Mrs. Moore's, he said with a formal bow. Oh, my happiness, that's quite another problem. I want to consult you about this Anglo-Indian difficulty. Can you give me any advice? You are absolutely unlike the others, I assure you. You will never be rude to my people. I am told we all get rude after a year. Then you are told a lie, he flashed, for she had spoken the truth and it touched him on the raw. It was itself an insult in these particular circumstances. He recovered himself at once and laughed, but her error broke up their conversation, their civilization it had almost been, which scattered like the petals of a desert flower, and left them in the middle of the hills. Come along, he said, holding out a hand to each. They got up a little reluctantly, and addressed themselves to sightseeing. The first cave was tolerably convenient. They skirted the puddle of water, and then climbed up over some unattractive stones, the sun crashing on their backs. Bending their heads, they disappeared one by one into the interior of the hills. The small black hole gaped where their varied forms and colors had momentarily functioned. They were sucked in like water down a drain. Bland and bald rose the precipices, bland and glutinous the sky that connected the precipices, solid and white. A Brahmini kite flapped between the rocks with a clumsiness that seemed intentional. Before man, with his itch for the seemly, had been born, the planet must have looked thus. The kite flapped away, before birds perhaps, and then the whole belched and humanity returned. Amarabar Cave had been horrid as far as Mrs. Moore was concerned, for she had nearly fainted in it, and had some difficulty in preventing herself from saying so as soon as she got into the air again. It was natural enough, she had always suffered from faintness, and the cave had become too full, because all their retinue followed them. Crammed with villagers and servants, the circular chamber began to smell. She lost Aziz and Adela in the dark, didn't know who touched her, couldn't breathe, and some vile naked thing struck her face and settled on her mouth like a pad. She tried to regain the entrance tunnel, but an influx of villagers swept her back. She hit her head. For an instant she went mad, hitting and gasping like a fanatic, for not only did the crush and stench alarm her, there was also a terrifying echo. Professor Godbole had never mentioned an echo, it never impressed him, perhaps. There are some exquisite echoes in India. There is the whisper round the dome at Bijapur. There are the long, solid sentences that voyage through the air at Mandu and return unbroken to their creator. The echo in a Malabar cave is not like these. It is entirely devoid of distinction. Whatever is said, the same monotonous noise replies, and quivers up and down the walls until it is absorbed into the roof. Boom is the sound as far as the human alphabet can express it, or bow o wiu bium utterly dull. Hope, politeness, the blowing of a nose, the squeak of a boot, all produce boom. Even the striking of a match starts a little worm coiling, which is too small to complete a circle but is eternally watchful. And if several people talk at once, an overlapping howling noise begins, echoes generate echoes, and the cave is stuffed with a snake composed of small snakes, which writhe independently. After Mrs. Moore all the others poured out. She had given the signal for the reflux. Aziz and Adela both emerged smiling, and she did not want him to think his treat was a failure, so smiled too. As each person emerged she looked for a villain, but none was there, and she realized that she had been among the mildest individuals, whose only desire was to honor her, and that the naked pad was a poor little baby, astride its mother's hip. Nothing evil had been in the cave, but she had not enjoyed herself. No, she had not enjoyed herself, and she decided not to visit a second one. "Did you see the reflection of his match?" rather pretty asked Adela. "I forget. But he says this isn't a good cave, the best are on the Kaur Dol. I don't think I shall go on to there. I dislike climbing." "Very well, let's sit down again in the shade until breakfast's ready." "Ah, but that'll disappoint him, so he has taken such trouble. You should go on, you don't mind." "Perhaps I ought to," said the girl, indifferent to what she did, but desirous of being amiable. The servants etc. were scrambling back to the camp, pursued by grave censures from Muhammad Latif. Aziz came to help the guests over the rocks. He was at the summit of his powers, vigorous and humble, too sure of himself to resent criticism, and he was sincerely pleased when he heard they were altering his plans. "Certainly, Miss Quested, so you and I will go together, and leave Mrs. Moore here, and we will not be long, yet we will not hurry, because we know that will be her wish." "Quite right. I'm sorry not to come too, but I'm a poor walker." "Dear Mrs. Moore, what does anything matter so long as you are my guests? I am very glad you are not coming, which sounds strange, but you are treating me with true frankness as a friend." "Yes, I am your friend," she said, laying her hand on his sleeve and thinking, despite her fatigue, how very charming, how very good he was, and how deeply she desired his happiness. "So may I make another suggestion? Don't let so many people come with you this time. I think you may find it more convenient." Exactly, he cried, and rushing to the other extreme, forbade all except one guide to accompany Miss Quested and him to the Kaur Dol. "Is that all right?" he inquired. "Quite right, now enjoy yourselves, and when you come back tell me all about it," and she sank into the deck chair. If they reached the big pocket of caves, they would be away nearly an hour. She took out her writing pad, and began, "Dear Stella, dear Ralph," then stopped, and looked at the queer valley and their feeble invasion of it. Even the elephant had become a nobody. Her eye rose from it to the entrance tunnel. No, she did not wish to repeat that experience. The more she thought over it, the more disagreeable and frightening it became. She minded it much more now than at the time. The crush and the smells she could forget, but the echo began in some indescribable way to undermine her hold on life. Coming at a moment when she chanced to be fatigued, it had managed to murmur, "Pathos, piety, courage, they exist, but are identical, and so is filth. Everything exists, nothing has value." If one had spoken vileless in that place, or quoted lofty poetry, the comment would have been the same eubium if one had spoken with the tongues of angels and pleaded for all the unhappiness and misunderstanding in the world, past, present, and to come. For all the misery men must undergo, whatever their opinion and position, and however much they dodge or bluff it would amount to the same, the serpent would descend and return to the ceiling. Devils are of the north, and poems can be written about them, but no one could romanticize the Malabar because it robbed infinity and eternity of their vastness, the only quality that accommodates them to mankind. She tried to go on with her letter, reminding herself that she was only an elderly woman who had got up too early in the morning and journeyed too far, that the despair creeping over her was merely her despair, her personal weakness. and that even if she got a sunstroke and went mad, the rest of the world would go on. But suddenly, at the edge of her mind, religion appeared, poor little talkative Christianity, and she knew that all its divine words from "let there be light" to "it is finished" only amounted to boom. Then she was terrified over an area larger than usual. The universe, never comprehensible to her intellect, offered no repose to her soul. The mood of the last 2 months took definite form at last, and she realized that she didn't want to write to her children. Didn't want to communicate with anyone, not even with God. She sat motionless with horror, and when old Muhammad Latif came up to her, thought he would notice a difference. For a time she thought, I am going to be ill, to comfort herself. Then she surrendered to the vision. She lost all interest, even in Aziz, and the affectionate and sincere words that she had spoken to him seemed no longer hers, but the heir's. Chapter 15. Miss Quested and Aziz and a guide continued the slightly tedious expedition. They did not talk much, for the sun was getting high. The air felt like a warm bath into which hotter water is trickling constantly. The temperature rose and rose. The boulders said, I am alive. The small stones answered, I am almost alive. Between the chinks lay the ashes of little plants. They meant to climb to the rocking stone on the summit, but it was too far, and they contented themselves with the big group of caves. En route for these, they encountered several isolated caves, which the guide persuaded them to visit, but really there was nothing to see. They lit a match, admired its reflection in the polish, tested the echo, and came out again. Aziz was pretty sure they should come on some interesting old carvings soon, but only meant he wished there were some carvings. His deeper thoughts were about the breakfast. Symptoms of disorganization had appeared as he left the camp. He ran over the menu: an English breakfast, porridge and mutton chops, but some Indian dishes to cause conversation, and pan afterwards. He had never liked Miss Quested as much as Mrs. Moore, and had little to say to her, less than ever now that she would marry a British official. Nor had Adela much to say to him. If his mind was with the breakfast, hers was mainly with her marriage. Simla next week, get rid of Anthony, a view of Thibet, tiresome wedding bells, Agra in October, see Mrs. Moore comfortably off from Bombay. The procession passed before her again, blurred by the heat, and then she turned to the more serious business of her life at Chandrapur. There were real difficulties here, Ronnie's limitations and her own, but she enjoyed facing difficulties, and decided that if she could control her peevishness, always her weak point, and neither rail against Anglo-India nor succumb to it, their married life ought to be happy and profitable. She mustn't be too theoretical. She would deal with each problem as it came up, and trust to Ronnie's common sense and her own. Luckily, each had abundance of common sense and goodwill. But as she toiled over a rock that resembled an inverted saucer, she thought, what about love? The rock was nicked by a double row of footholds, and somehow the question was suggested by them. Where had she seen footholds before? Oh yes, they were the pattern traced in the dust by the wheels of the Nawab Bahadur's car. She and Ronnie, no, they did not love each other. Do I take you too fast? Inquired Aziz, for she had paused, a doubtful expression on her face. The discovery had come so suddenly that she felt like a mountaineer whose rope had broken. Not to love the man one's going to marry. Not to find it out till this moment. Not even to have asked oneself the question until now. Something else to think out. Vexed rather than appalled, she stood still, her eyes on the sparkling rock. There was esteem and animal contact at dusk, but the emotion that links them was absent. Ought she to break her engagement off? She was inclined to think not. It would cause so much trouble to others. Besides, she wasn't convinced that love is necessary to a successful union. If love is everything, few marriages would survive the honeymoon. No, I'm all right, thanks, she said, and her emotions well under control, resumed the climb, though she felt a bit dashed. Aziz held her hand. The guide adhered to the surface like a lizard, and scampered about, as if governed by a personal center of gravity. Are you married, Dr. Aziz? She asked, stopping again and frowning. Yes, indeed, do come and see my wife, for he felt it more artistic to have his wife alive for a moment. Thank you, she said absently. She is not in Chandrapur just now. And have you children? Yes, indeed, 3, he replied in firmer tones. Are they a great pleasure to you? Why, naturally, I adore them, he laughed. I suppose so. What a handsome little Oriental he was, and no doubt his wife and children were beautiful too, for people usually get what they already possess. She did not admire him with any personal warmth, for there was nothing of the vagrant in her blood. but she guessed he might attract women of his own race and rank, and she regretted that neither she nor Ronnie had physical charm. It does make a difference in a relationship: beauty, thick hair, a fine skin. Probably this man had several wives. Mohammedans always insist on their full four, according to Mrs. Turton. And having no one else to speak to on that eternal rock, she gave rein to the subject of marriage and said in her honest, decent, inquisitive way, "Have you one wife or more than one?" The question shocked the young man very much. It challenged a new conviction of his community, and new convictions are more sensitive than old. If she had said, "Do you worship one God or several?" he would not have objected. But to ask an educated Indian Muslim how many wives he has, appalling, hideous. He was in trouble how to conceal his confusion. One in my own particular case, he sputtered, and let go of her hand. Quite a number of caves were at the top of the track, and thinking, damn the English, even at their best, he plunged into one of them to recover his balance. She followed at her leisure, quite unconscious that she had said the wrong thing, and not seeing him, she also went into a cave, thinking with half her mind sightseeing bores me, and wondering with the other half about marriage. Chapter 16. He waited in his cave a minute, and lit a cigarette, so that he could remark on rejoining her, "I bolted in to get out of the draught," or something of the sort. When he returned, he found the guide, alone, with his head on one side. He had heard a noise, he said, and then Aziz heard it too, the noise of a motor car. They were now on the outer shoulder of the Kawa Dol, and by scrambling 20 yards they got a glimpse of the plain. A car was coming towards the hills down the Chandrapur road, but they could not get a good view of it, because the precipitous bastion curved at the top, so that the base was not easily seen, and the car disappeared as it came nearer. No doubt it would stop almost exactly beneath them, at the place where the Puka road degenerated into a path, and the elephant had turned to sidle into the hills. He ran back, to tell the strange news to his guest. The guide explained that she had gone into a cave. Which cave? He indicated the group vaguely. "You should have kept her in sight, it was your duty," said Aziz severely. "Here are 12 caves at least. How am I to know which contains my guest, which is the cave I was in myself?" The same vague gesture. And Aziz, looking again, could not even be sure he had returned to the same group. Caves appeared in every direction, it seemed their original spawning place, and the orifices were always the same size. He thought, merciful heavens, Miss Quested is lost, then pulled himself together, and began to look for her calmly. "Shout," he commanded. When they had done this for a while, the guide explained that to shout is useless, because a Marabar cave can hear no sound but its own. Aziz wiped his head and sweat began to stream inside his clothes. The place was so confusing. It was partly a terrace, partly a zigzag, and full of grooves that led this way, and that like snake tracks. He tried to go into every one, but he never knew where he had started. Caves got behind caves or confabulated in pairs, and some were at the entrance of a gully. "Come here," he called gently, and when the guide was in reach, he struck him in the face for a punishment. The man fled, and he was left alone. He thought, "This is the end of my career, my guest is lost." And then he discovered the simple and sufficient explanation of the mystery. Miss Quested wasn't lost. She had joined the people in the car, friends of hers, no doubt Mr. Heaslop perhaps. He had a sudden glimpse of her, far down the gully, only a glimpse, but there she was quite plain, framed between rocks, and speaking to another lady. He was so relieved that he did not think her conduct odd. Accustomed to sudden changes of plan, he supposed that she had run down the Kawa Dol impulsively, in the hope of a little drive. He started back alone towards his camp, and almost at once caught sight of something which would have disquieted him very much a moment before Miss Quested's field glasses. They were lying at the verge of a cave, halfway down an entrance tunnel. He tried to hang them over his shoulder, but the leather strap had broken, so he put them into his pocket instead. When he had gone a few steps, he thought she might have dropped something else, so he went back to look. But the previous difficulty recurred: he couldn't identify the cave. Down in the plain he heard the car starting, however, he couldn't catch a second glimpse of that. So he scrambled down the valley face of the hill towards Mrs. Moore, and here he was more successful. The colour and confusion of his little camp soon appeared, and in the midst of it he saw an Englishman's topee, and beneath it, oh joy, smiled not Mr. Heaslop, but Fielding. Fielding. "Oh, I have so wanted you," he cried, dropping the Mr. for the first time. And his friend ran to meet him, all so pleasant and jolly, no dignity, shouting explanations and apologies about the train. Fielding had come in the newly arrived car, Miss Derrick's car. The other lady was Miss Derrick. Chatter, chatter, all the servants leaving their cooking to listen. Excellent Miss Derrick. She had met Fielding by chance at the post office, said why haven't you gone to the Marabar, heard how he missed the train, offered to run him there and then. Another nice English lady. Where was she? Left with car and chauffeur while Fielding found camp. Car couldn't get up, no, of course not, hundreds of people must go down to escort Miss Derrick and show her the way. The elephant in person. Aziz, can I have a drink? Certainly not, he flew to get one. Mr. Fielding called Mrs. Moore, from her patch of shade they had not spoken yet, because his arrival had coincided with the torrent from the hill. Good morning again, he cried, relieved to find all well. Mr. Fielding, have you seen Miss Quested? But I've only just arrived. Where is she? I do not know. Aziz, where have you put Miss Quested? To Aziz, who was returning with a drink in his hand, had to think for a moment. His heart was full of new happiness. The picnic, after a nasty shock or two, had developed into something beyond his dreams, for Fielding had not only come, but brought an uninvited guest. Oh, she's all right, he said. She went down to see Miss Derrick. Well, here's luck, chin chin. Here's luck, but chin chin I do refuse, laughed Fielding, who detested the phrase. Here's to India. Here's luck, and here's to England. Miss Derrick's chauffeur stopped the cavalcade, which was starting to escort his mistress up, and informed it that she had gone back with the other young lady to Chandrapur. She had sent him to say so. She was driving herself. Oh yes, that's quite likely, said Aziz. I knew they'd gone for a spin. Chandrapur? The man's made a mistake, Fielding exclaimed. Oh no, why, he was disappointed, but made light of it. No doubt the two young ladies were great friends. He would prefer to give breakfast to all four still. Guests must do as they wish, or they become prisoners. He went away cheerfully to inspect the porridge and the ice. What's happened? asked Fielding, who felt at once that something had gone queer. All the way out Miss Derrick had chatted about the picnic, called it an unexpected treat, and said that she preferred Indians who didn't invite her to their entertainments to those who did it. Mrs. Moore sat swinging her foot, and appeared sulky and stupid. She said Miss Derrick is most unsatisfactory and restless, always in a hurry, always wanting something new. She will do anything in the world, except go back to the Indian lady who pays her. Fielding, who didn't dislike Miss Derrick, replied she wasn't in a hurry when I left her. There was no question of returning to Chandrapur. It looks to me as if Miss Quested's in the hurry. Adila. She's never been in a hurry in her life, said the old lady sharply. I say it'll prove to be Miss Quested's wish. In fact, I know it is, persisted the schoolmaster. He was annoyed chiefly with himself. He had begun by missing a train, a sin he was never guilty of, and now that he did arrive it was to upset Aziz's arrangements for the second time. He wanted someone to share the blame, and frowned at Mrs. Moore, rather magisterially. Aziz is a charming fellow, he announced. I know, she answered, with a yawn. He has taken endless trouble to make a success of our picnic. They knew one another very little, and felt rather awkward at being drawn together by an Indian. The racial problem can take subtle forms. In their case it had induced a sort of jealousy, a mutual suspicion. He tried to goad her enthusiasm. She scarcely spoke. Aziz fetched them to breakfast. It is quite natural about Miss Quested, he remarked, for he had been working the incident a little in his mind, to get rid of its roughnesses. We were having an interesting talk with our guide, then the car was seen, so she decided to go down to her friend. Incurably inaccurate, he already thought that this was what had occurred. He was inaccurate because he was sensitive. He did not like to remember Miss Quested's remark about polygamy, because it was unworthy of a guest, so he put it from his mind, and with it the knowledge that he had bolted into a cave to get away from her. He was inaccurate because he desired to honor her, and facts being entangled he had to arrange them in her vicinity, as one tidies the ground after extracting a weed. Before breakfast was over, he had told a good many lies. She ran to her friend, I to mine, he went on, smiling. And now I am with my friends and they are with me and each other, which is happiness. Loving them both, he expected them to love each other. They didn't want to. Fielding thought with hostility, I knew these women would make trouble. And Mrs. Moore thought, this man, having missed the train, tries to blame us, but her thoughts were feeble since her faintness in the cave. She was sunk in apathy and cynicism. The wonderful India of her opening weeks, with its cool nights and acceptable hints of infinity, had vanished. Fielding ran up to see one cave. He wasn't impressed. Then they got on the elephant and the picnic began to unwind out of the corridor and escaped under the precipice towards the railway station, pursued by stabs of hot air. They came to the place where he had quitted the car. A disagreeable thought now struck him, and he said, "Aziz, exactly where and how did you leave Miss Quested?" "Up there," he indicated the corridor cheerfully. "But how a gully, or rather a crease, showed among the rocks at this place. It was scurfy with cactuses." "I suppose the guide helped her." "Oh, rather, most helpful." "Is there a path off the top?" "Millions of paths, my dear fellow." Fielding could see nothing but the crease. Everywhere else the glaring granite plunged into the earth. "But you saw them get down safe?" Yes, she and Miss Derrick, and go off in the car." "Then the guide came back to you?" "Exactly. Got a cigarette." "I hope she wasn't ill," pursued the Englishman. The crease continued as a nullah across the plain, the water draining off this way towards the Ganges. "She would have wanted me, if she was ill, to attend her." "Yes, that sounds sense." "I see you're worrying. Let's talk of other things," he said kindly. "Miss Quested was always to do what she wished. It was our arrangement. I see you are worrying on my account, but really I don't mind. I never notice trifles." "I do worry on your account. I consider they have been impolite," said Fielding, lowering his voice. "She had no right to dash away from your party, and Miss Derrick had no right to abet her." So touchy as a rule, Aziz was unassailable. The wings that uplifted him did not falter, because he was a Mughal emperor who had done his duty. Perched on his elephant, he watched the Malabar hills recede, and saw again as provinces of his kingdom, the grim untidy plain, the frantic and feeble movements of the buckets, the white shrines, the shallow graves, the suave sky, the snake that looked like a tree. He had given his guests as good a time as he could, and if they came late or left early that was not his affair. Mrs. Moore slept, swaying against the rods of the howdah. Mohammed Latif embraced her with efficiency and respect, and by his own side sat Fielding, whom he began to think of as Cyril. "Aziz, have you figured out what this picnic will cost you?" "Shh. My dear chap, don't mention that part. Hundreds and hundreds of rupees. The completed account will be too awful. My friend's servants have robbed me right and left, and as for an elephant, she apparently eats gold. I can trust you not to repeat this, and ML, please employ initials. He listens is far the worst of all. I told you he's no good. He is plenty of good for himself. His dishonesty will ruin me. Sees how monstrous. I am delighted with him, really. He has made my guests comfortable. Besides, it is my duty to employ him. He is my cousin. If money goes, money comes. If money stays, death comes. Did you ever hear that useful Urdu proverb? Probably not, for I have just invented it. My proverbs are: a penny saved is a penny earned, a stitch in time saves 9. Look before you leap, and the British Empire rests on them. You will never kick us out, you know, until you cease employing m.lelt. and such. Oh, kick you out? Why should I trouble over that dirty job? Leave it to the politicians. No, when I was a student I got excited over your damned countrymen. Certainly, but if they'll let me get on with my profession and not be too rude to me officially, I really don't ask for more. But you do take them to a picnic. This picnic is nothing to do with English or Indian. It is an expedition of friends. So the cavalcade ended, partly pleasant, partly not. The Brahmin cook was picked up, the train arrived, pushing its burning throat over the plain, and the 20th century took over from the 16th. Mrs. Moore entered her carriage, the 3 men went to theirs, adjusted the shutters, turned on the electric fan and tried to get some sleep. In the twilight all resembled corpses, and the train itself seemed dead, though it moved a coffin from the scientific north which troubled the scenery 4 times a day. As it left the Marabars, their nasty little cosmos disappeared, and gave place to the Marabars seen from a distance, finite and rather romantic. The train halted once under a pump, to drench the stock of coal in its tender. Then it caught sight of the main line in the distance, took courage, and bumped forward, rounded the civil station, surmounted the level. Crossing the rails were scorching now, and clanked to a standstill. Chandrapur, Chandrapur, the expedition was over. And as it ended, as they sat up in the gloom and prepared to enter ordinary life, suddenly the long-drawn strangeness of the morning snapped. Mr. Hack, the inspector of police, flung open the door of their carriage and said in shrill tones, "Dr. Aziz, it is my highly painful duty to arrest you." "Hello. Some mistake," said Fielding, at once taking charge of the situation. "Sir, they are my instructions. I know nothing. On what charge do you arrest him?" "I am under instructions not to say." "Don't answer me like that. Produce your warrant." "Sir, excuse me, no warrant is required under these particular circumstances. Refer to Mr. McBride." "Very well, so we will. Come along, Aziz, old man, nothing to fuss about, some blunder." "Dr. Aziz, will you kindly come? A closed conveyance stands in readiness." The young man sobbed his first sound and tried to escape out of the opposite door onto the line. "That will compel me to use force," Mr. Hack wailed. "Oh, for God's sake," cried Fielding, his own nerves breaking under the contagion, and pulled him back before a scandal started, and shook him like a baby. A second later, and he would have been out, whistles blowing, a man-hunt. "Dear fellow, we're coming to McBride together, and inquire what's gone wrong. He's a decent fellow, it's all unintentional. He'll apologize. Never, never act the criminal." "My children and my name," he gasped, his wings broken. "Nothing of the sort. Put your hat straight and take my arm. I'll see you through." "Ah, thank God, he comes," the inspector exclaimed. They emerged into the midday heat, arm in arm. The station was seething. Passengers and porters rushed out of every recess, many government servants, more police. Ronnie escorted Mrs. Moore. Mohammed Latif began wailing. And before they could make their way through the chaos, Fielding was called off by the authoritative tones of Mr. Turton, and Aziz went on to prison alone. Chapter 17. The collector had watched the arrest from the interior of the waiting room, and throwing open its perforated doors of zinc, he was now revealed like a god in a shrine. When Fielding entered, the doors clapped to, and were guarded by a servant, while a punker, to mark the importance of the moment, flapped dirty petticoats over their heads. The collector could not speak at first. His face was white, fanatical, and rather beautiful, the expression that all English faces were to wear at Chandrapur for many days. Always brave and unselfish, he was now fused by some white and generous heat. He would have killed himself, obviously, if he had thought it right to do so. He spoke at last. "The worst thing in my whole career has happened," he said. "Miss Quested has been insulted in one of the Marabar caves." Oh no, no," gasped the other, feeling sickish. "She escaped by God's grace." "Oh no, but not Aziz. Not Aziz." He nodded. "Absolutely impossible, grotesque. I called you to preserve you from the odium that would attach to you if you were seen accompanying him to the police station," said Turton, paying no attention to his protest, indeed scarcely hearing it. He repeated "oh no" like a fool. He couldn't frame other words. He felt that a mass of madness had arisen and tried to overwhelm them all. It had to be shoved back into its pit somehow, and he didn't know how to do it, because he did not understand madness. He had always gone about sensibly and quietly until a difficulty came right. "Who lodges this infamous charge?" he asked, pulling himself together. "Miss Derrick and the victim herself." He nearly broke down, unable to repeat the girl's name. "Miss Quested herself definitely accuses him of." He nodded and turned his face away. "Then she's mad." "I cannot pass that last remark," said the collector, waking up to the knowledge that they differed, and trembling with fury. "You will withdraw it instantly. It is the type of remark you have permitted yourself to make ever since you came to Chandrapur." "I'm excessively sorry, sir. I certainly withdraw it unconditionally, for the man was half mad himself." "Pray, Mr. Fielding, what induced you to speak to me in such a tone?" "The news gave me a very great shock, so I must ask you to forgive me. I cannot believe that Dr. Aziz is guilty." He slammed his hand on the table. That is a repetition of your insult in an aggravated form." "If I may venture to say so, no," said Fielding, also going white, but sticking to his point. "I make no reflection on the good faith of the two ladies, but the charge they are bringing against Aziz rests upon some mistake, and 5 minutes will clear it up. The man's manner is perfectly natural. Besides, I know him to be incapable of infamy." It does indeed rest upon a mistake, came the thin, biting voice of the other. It does indeed. I have had 25 years' experience of this country, he paused, and 25 years seemed to fill the waiting room with their staleness and ungenerosity, and during those 25 years I have never known anything but disaster result when English people and Indians attempt to be intimate socially. Intercourse, yes. Courtesy by all means. Intimacy never, never, never. The whole weight of my authority is against it. I have been in charge at Chandrapur for 6 years, and if everything has gone smoothly, if there has been mutual respect and esteem, it is because both peoples kept to this simple rule. Newcomers set our traditions aside, and in an instant what you see happens, the work of years is undone, and the good name of my district ruined for a generation. I can't see the end of this day's work, Mr. Fielding. You, who are imbued with modern ideas, no doubt you can. I wish I had never lived to see its beginning, I know that. It is the end of me. That a young lady engaged to my most valued subordinate, that she an English girl fresh from England, that I should have lived. Involved in his own emotions, he broke down. What he had said was both dignified and pathetic, but had it anything to do with Aziz? Nothing at all, if Fielding was right. It is impossible to regard a tragedy from 2 points of view, and whereas Turton had decided to avenge the girl, he hoped to save the man. He wanted to get away and talk to McBride, who had always been friendly to him, was on the whole sensible, and could, anyhow, be trusted to keep cool. I came down particularly on your account while poor Heaslop got his mother away. I regarded it as the most friendly thing I could do. I meant to tell you that there will be an informal meeting at the club this evening to discuss the situation. But I am doubtful whether you will care to come. Your visits there are always infrequent. I shall certainly come, sir, and I am most grateful to you for all the trouble you have taken over me. May I venture to ask where Miss Quested is? He replied with a gesture she was ill. Worse and worse, appalling, he said feelingly. But the collector looked at him sternly, because he was keeping his head. He had not gone mad at the phrase an English girl fresh from England, he had not rallied to the banner of race. He was still after facts, though the herd had decided on emotion. Nothing enrages Anglo-India more than the lantern of reason if it is exhibited for 1 moment after its extinction is decreed. All over Chandrapur that day the Europeans were putting aside their normal personalities and sinking themselves in their community. Pity, wrath, heroism filled them, but the power of putting 2 and 2 together was annihilated. Terminating the interview, the collector walked onto the platform. The confusion there was revolting. A Chuprasi of Ronnie's had been told to bring up some trifles belonging to the ladies, and was appropriating for himself various articles to which he had no right. He was a camp follower of the angry English. Muhammad Latif made no attempt to resist him. Hassan flung off his turban and wept. All the comforts that had been provided so liberally were rolled about and wasted in the sun. The collector took in the situation at a glance, and his sense of justice functioned though he was insane with rage. He spoke the necessary word, and the looting stopped. Then he drove off to his bungalow and gave rein to his passions again. When he saw the coolies asleep in the ditches or the shopkeepers rising to salute him on their little platforms, he said to himself, I know what you're like, at last you shall pay for this, you shall squeal. Chapter 18. Mr. McBride, the district superintendent of police, was the most reflective and best educated of the Chandrapur officials. He had read and thought a good deal, and owing to a somewhat unhappy marriage, had evolved a complete philosophy of life. There was much of the cynic about him, but nothing of the bully. He never lost his temper or grew rough, and he received Aziz with courtesy, was almost reassuring. I have to detain you until you get bail, he said, but no doubt your friends will be applying for it, and of course they will be allowed to visit you under regulations. I am given certain information, and have to act on it. I'm not your judge. Aziz was led off weeping. Mr. McBride was shocked at his downfall, but no Indian ever surprised him, because he had a theory about climatic zones. The theory ran all unfortunate natives are criminals at heart, for the simple reason that they live south of latitude 30. They are not to blame, they have not a dog's chance. We should be like them, if we settled here. Born at Karachi, he seemed to contradict his theory, and would sometimes admit as much with a sad, quiet smile. Another of them found out, he thought, as he set to work to draft his statement to the magistrate. He was interrupted by the arrival of Fielding. He imparted all he knew without reservations. Miss Derrick had herself driven in the mud-cool car about an hour ago, she and Miss Quested both in a terrible state. They had gone straight to his bungalow where he happened to be, and there and then he had taken down the charge and arranged for the arrest at the railway station. What is the charge, precisely? That he followed her into the cave and made insulting advances. She hit it at him with her field glasses, he pulled at them, and the strap broke, and that is how she got away. When we searched him just now, they were in his pocket. Oh no, it'll be cleared up in 5 minutes, he cried again. Have a look at them. The strap had been newly broken, the eyepiece was jammed. The logic of evidence said guilty. Did she say any more? There was an echo that appears to have frightened her. Did you go into those caves? I saw one of them. There was an echo. Did it get on her nerves? I couldn't worry her over much with questions. She'll have plenty to go through in the witness box. They don't bear thinking about these next weeks. I wish the Marabah Hills and all they contain were at the bottom of the sea. Evening after evening one saw them from the club. And they were just a harmless name. Yes, we start already for a visiting card was brought. Vakul Mahmoud Ali, legal advisor to the prisoner, asked to be allowed to see him. McBride sighed, gave permission, and continued. I heard some more from Miss Derrick. She is an old friend of yours both, and talks freely well. Her account is that you went off to locate the camp. And almost at once she heard stones falling on the Kawa doll, and saw Miss Quested running straight down the face of a precipice. Well, she climbed up a sort of gully to her, and found her practically done for, her helmet off. Was a guide not with her? Interrupted Fielding. No, she had got among some cactuses. Miss Derrick saved her life coming just then. She was beginning to fling herself about. She helped her down to the car. Miss Quested couldn't stand the Indian driver, cried. Keep him away, and it was that put our friend on the track of what had happened. They made straight for our bungalow, and are there now. That's the story as far as I know it yet. She sent the driver to join you. I think she behaved with great sense. I suppose there's no possibility of my seeing Miss Quested? He asked suddenly. I hardly think that would do. Surely. I was afraid you'd say that. I should very much like to. She is in no state to see anyone. Besides, you don't know her well. Hardly at all. But you see, I believe she's under some hideous delusion, and that wretched boy is innocent. The policeman started in surprise, and a shadow passed over his face, for he could not bear his dispositions to be upset. I had no idea that was in your mind, he said, and looked for support at the signed deposition, which lay before him. Those field glasses upset me for a minute, but I've thought since it's impossible that, having attempted to assault her, he would put her glasses into his pocket. Quite possible. I'm afraid when an Indian goes bad, he goes not only very bad but very queer. I don't follow. How should you? When you think of crime, you think of English crime. The psychology here is different. I dare say you'll tell me next that he was quite normal when he came down from the hill to greet you. No reason he should not be. Read any of the mutiny records which, rather than the Bhagavad Gita, should be your Bible in this country. Though I'm not sure that the one and the other are not closely connected. Am I not being beastly? But you see, Fielding, as I've said to you once before, you're a schoolmaster. And consequently you come across these people at their best. That's what puts you wrong. They can be charming as boys. But I know them as they really are after they have developed into men. Look at this, for instance. He held up Aziz's pocket case. I am going through the contents. They are not edifying. Here is a letter from a friend who apparently keeps a brothel. I don't want to hear his private letters. It'll have to be quoted in court, as bearing on his morals. He was fixing up to see women at Calcutta. Oh, that'll do. McBride stopped, naively puzzled. It was obvious to him that any two sahibs ought to pool all they knew about any Indian, and he could not think where the objection came in. I dare say you have the right to throw stones at a young man for doing that, but I haven't. I did the same at his age. So had the superintendent of police, but he considered that the conversation had taken a turn that was undesirable. He did not like Fielding's next remark either. Miss Quested really cannot be seen. You do know that for a certainty. You have never explained to me what's in your mind here. Why on earth do you want to see her? On the off chance of her recanting before you send in that report, and he's committed for trial, and the whole thing goes to blazes. Old man, don't argue about this, but do of your goodness just ring up your wife or Miss Derrick and inquire. It'll cost you nothing." "It's no use ringing up them," he replied, stretching out for the telephone. "Calendar settles a question like that, of course. You haven't grasped that she's seriously ill." "He's sure to refuse, it's all he exists for," said the other desperately. The expected answer came back: the Major would not hear of the patient being troubled. "I only wanted to ask her whether she is certain, dead certain, that it was Aziz who followed her into the cave. Possibly my wife might ask her that much. But I wanted to ask her. I want someone who believes in him to ask her." "What difference does that make?" "She is among people who disbelieve in Indians." "Well, she tells her own story, doesn't she?" "I know, but she tells it to you." McBride raised his eyebrows, murmuring a bit too fine-spun. "Anyhow, Calendar won't hear of you seeing her. I'm sorry to say he gave a bad account just now. He says that she is by no means out of danger." They were silent. Another card was brought into the office. Hamidillah's. The opposite army was gathering. "I must put this report through now, Fielding." "I wish you wouldn't." "How can I not?" "I feel that things are rather unsatisfactory as well as most disastrous. We are heading for a most awful smash. I can see your prisoner, I suppose." He hesitated. His own people seem in touch with him all right. "Well, when he's done with them." "I wouldn't keep you waiting. Good heavens, you take precedence of any Indian visitor, of course. I meant, what's the good? Why mix yourself up with pitch?" "I say he's innocent." "Innocence or guilt, why mix yourself up? What's the good?" "Oh, good, good," he cried, feeling that every earth was being stopped. "One's got to breathe occasionally, at least I have. I mayn't see her, and now I mayn't see him. I promised him to come up here with him to you, but Turton called me off before I could get 2 steps. Sort of all-white thing the Burra Sahib would do," he muttered sentimentally. And trying not to sound patronizing, he stretched his hand over the table and said, "We shall all have to hang together, old man, I'm afraid. I'm your junior in years, I know, but very much your senior in service. You don't happen to know this poisonous country as well as I do. And you must take it from me that the general situation is going to be nasty at Chandrapur during the next few weeks, very nasty indeed. So I have just told you. But at a time like this there's no room for personal views. The man who doesn't toe the line is lost." "I see what you mean." "No, you don't see entirely. He not only loses himself, he weakens his friends. If you leave the line, you leave a gap in the line. These jackals," he pointed at the lawyer's cards, "are looking with all their eyes for a gap." "Can I visit Aziz?" was his answer. No, now that he knew of Turton's attitude, the policeman had no doubts. "You may see him on a magistrate's order, but on my own responsibility I don't feel justified. It might lead to more complications." He paused, reflecting that if he had been either 10 years younger or 10 years longer in India, he would have responded to McBride's appeal. The bit between his teeth, he then said, "To whom do I apply for an order?" "City magistrate." "That sounds comfortable." "Yes, one can't very well worry poor Heaslop." More evidence appeared at this moment. The table drawer from Aziz's bungalow, borne with triumph in a corporal's arms. Photographs of women. "Ah. That's his wife," said Fielding, wincing. "How do you know that?" "He told me." McBride gave a faint, incredulous smile and started rummaging in the drawer. His face became inquisitive and slightly bestial. "Wife indeed, I know those wives," he was thinking. Aloud he said, "Well, you must trot off now, old man, and the Lord help us all." As if his prayer had been heard, there was a sudden rackety-dacket on a temple bell. Chapter 19. Hamidillah was the next stage. He was waiting outside the superintendent's office, and sprang up respectfully when he saw Fielding. To the Englishman's passionate "It's all a mistake," he answered, Ah, has some evidence come?" "It will come," said Fielding, holding his hand. "Ah, yes, Mr. Fielding, but when once an Indian has been arrested, we do not know where it will stop." His manner was deferential. "You are very good to greet me in this public fashion. I appreciate it, but Mr. Fielding, nothing convinces a magistrate except evidence. Did Mr. McBride make any remark when my card came in?" Do you think my application annoyed him, will prejudice him against my friend at all? If so, I will gladly retire. He's not annoyed, and if he was, what does it matter? Ah, it's all very well for you to speak like that, but we have to live in this country. The leading barrister of Chandrapur, with the dignified manner and Cambridge degree, had been rattled. He too loved Aziz, and knew he was calumniated, but faith did not rule his heart, and he prated of policy and evidence in a way that saddened the Englishman. Fielding, too, had his anxieties. He didn't like the field glasses or the discrepancy over the guide, but he relegated them to the edge of his mind, and forbade them to infect its core. Aziz was innocent, and all action must be based on that, and the people who said he was guilty were wrong, and it was hopeless to try to propitiate them. At the moment when he was throwing in his lot with Indians, he realized the profundity of the gulf that divided him from them. They always do something disappointing. Aziz had tried to run away from the police, Mohammed Latif had not checked the pilfering, and now Hamidullah, instead of raging and denouncing, he temporized. Are Indians cowards? No, but they are bad starters and occasionally jib. Fear is everywhere. The British Raj rests on it. The respect and courtesy Fielding himself enjoyed were unconscious acts of propitiation. He told Hamidullah to cheer up, all would end well, and Hamidullah did cheer up, and became pugnacious and sensible. McBride's remark, "If you leave the line, you leave a gap in the line," was being illustrated. First and foremost, the question of bail application must be made this afternoon. Fielding wanted to stand surety. Hamidullah thought the Nawab Bahadur should be approached. Why drag in him, though? To drag in everyone was precisely the barrister's aim. He then suggested that the lawyer in charge of the case would be a Hindu. The defence would then make a wider appeal. He mentioned one or two names, men from a distance who would not be intimidated by local conditions, and said he should prefer Amrit Rao, a Calcutta barrister, who had a high reputation professionally and personally, but who was notoriously anti-British. The Fielding demurred. This seemed to him going to the other extreme. Aziz must be cleared, but with a minimum of racial hatred. Amrit Rao was loathed at the club. His retention would be regarded as a political challenge. Oh no, we must hit with all our strength. When I saw my friend's private papers carried in just now in the arms of a dirty policeman, I said to myself, Amrit Rao is the man to clear up this. There was a lugubrious pause. The temple bell continued to jangle harshly. The interminable and disastrous day had scarcely reached its afternoon. Continuing their work, the wheels of Dominion now propelled a messenger on a horse from the superintendent to the magistrate with an official report of arrest. Don't complicate, let the cards play themselves, entreated Fielding, as he watched the man disappear into dust. We're bound to win, there's nothing else we can do. She will never be able to substantiate the charge. This comforted Hamidullah, who remarked with complete sincerity, at a crisis, the English are really unequalled. Goodbye then, my dear Hamidullah, we must drop the Mr. now. Give Aziz my love when you see him, and tell him to keep calm. I shall go back to the college now. If you want me, ring me up. If you don't, for I shall be very busy. Goodbye, my dear Fielding, and you actually are on our side against your own people. Yes, definitely. He regretted taking sides. To slink through India unlabelled was his aim. Henceforward he would be called anti-British seditious terms that bored him and diminished his utility. He foresaw that besides being a tragedy, there would be a muddle. Already he saw several tiresome little knots, and each time his eye returned to them, they were larger. Born in freedom, he was not afraid of muddle, but he recognized its existence. This section of the day concluded in a queer vague talk with Professor Godboll. The interminable affair of the Russell's Viper was again in question. Some weeks before, one of the masters at the college, an unpopular Parsi, had found a Russell's Viper nosing round his classroom. Perhaps it had crawled in of itself, but perhaps it had not, and the staff still continued to interview their principal about it, and to take up his time with their theories. The reptile is so poisonous that he did not like to cut them short, and this they knew. Thus, when his mind was bursting with other troubles, and he was debating whether he should compose a letter of appeal to Miss Quested, he was obliged to listen to a speech which lacked both basis and conclusion, and floated through air. At the end of it Godboll said, "May I now take my leave?" always an indication that he had not come to his point yet. "Now I take my leave, I must tell you how glad I am to hear that after all you succeeded in reaching the Marabar. I feared my unpunctuality had prevented you, but you went a far pleasanter method in Miss Derrick's car. I hope the expedition was a successful one. The news has not reached you yet, I can see. Oh yes. No, there has been a terrible catastrophe about Aziz. Oh yes, that is all round the college. Well, the expedition where that occurs can scarcely be called a successful one, said Fielding, with an amazed stare. I cannot say. I was not present. He stared again, a most useless operation, for no eye could see what lay at the bottom of the Brahman's mind. And yet he had a mind and a heart too, and all his friends trusted him, without knowing why. I am most frightfully cut up, he said. So I saw at once on entering your office. I must not detain you, but I have a small private difficulty on which I want your help. I am leaving your service shortly, as you know. Yes, alas. And am returning to my birthplace in central India, to take charge of education there. I want to start a high school there on sound English lines, that shall be as like government college as possible. Well, he sighed, trying to take an interest. At present there is only vernacular education at Mawai. I shall feel it my duty to change all that. I shall advise His Highness to sanction at least a high school in the capital, and if possible another in each Pargana. Fielding sunk his head on his arms. Really, Indians were sometimes unbearable. The point on which I desire your help is this: what name should be given to the school? A name? A name for a school, he said, feeling sickish suddenly, as he had done in the waiting room. Yes, a name, a suitable title, by which it can be called, by which it may be generally known. Really, I have no names for schools in my head. I can think of nothing but our poor Aziz. Have you grasped that at the present moment he is in prison? Oh yes. Oh no, I do not expect an answer to my question now. I only meant that when you are at leisure, you might think the matter over, and suggest 2 or 3 alternative titles for schools. I had thought of the Mr. Fielding High School, but failing that, the King, Emperor George V. Godbull. The old fellow put his hands together, and looked sly and charming. Is Aziz innocent or guilty? That is for the court to decide. The verdict will be in strict accordance with the evidence, I make no doubt. Yes, but your personal opinion. Here's a man we both like, generally esteemed. He lives here quietly doing his work. Well, what's one to make of it? Would he or would he not do such a thing? Ah, that is rather a different question from your previous one, and also more difficult, difficult in our philosophy. Dr. Aziz is a most worthy young man. I have a great regard for him, but I think you are asking me whether the individual can commit good actions or evil actions. And that is rather difficult for us. He spoke without emotion, and in short tripping syllables. I ask you, did he do it or not? Is that plain? I know he didn't, and from that I start. To get at the true explanation in a couple of days. My last notion is that it's the guide who went round with them. Malice on Miss Quested's part, it couldn't be that. Though Hamidillah thinks so, she has certainly had some appalling experience, but you tell me, oh no, because good and evil are the same. No, not exactly, please, according to our philosophy, because nothing can be performed in isolation. All perform a good action when one is performed, and when an evil action is performed, all perform it. To illustrate my meaning, let me take the case in point as an example. I am informed that an evil action was performed in the Malabar Hills, and that a highly esteemed English lady is now seriously ill in consequence. My answer to that is this: that action was performed by Dr. Aziz. He stopped and sucked in his thin cheeks. It was performed by the guide. He stopped again. It was performed by you. Now he had an air of daring and of coyness. It was performed by me. He looked shyly down the sleeve of his own coat. And by my students. It was even performed by the lady herself. When evil occurs, it expresses the whole of the universe. Similarly when good occurs. And similarly when suffering occurs, and so on and so forth, and everything is anything and nothing something, he muttered in his irritation, for he needed the solid ground. Excuse me, you are now again changing the basis of our discussion. We were discussing good and evil. Suffering is merely a matter for the individual. If a young lady has sunstroke, that is a matter of no significance to the universe. Oh no, not at all. Oh no. Not the least. It is an isolated matter. It only concerns herself. If she thought her head did not ache, she would not be ill, and that would end it. But it is far otherwise in the case of good and evil. They are not what we think them, they are what they are. and each of us has contributed to both. You're preaching that evil and good are the same. Oh no, excuse me once again. Good and evil are different, as their names imply, but, in my own humble opinion, they are both of them aspects of my Lord. He is present in the one, absent in the other, and the difference between presence and absence is great. As great as my feeble mind can grasp. Yet absence implies presence, absence is not non-existence, and we are therefore entitled to repeat, come, 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 come. And in the same breath, as if to cancel any beauty his words might have contained, he added, but did you have time to visit any of the interesting Malabar antiquities? Fielding was silent, trying to meditate and rest his brain. Did you not even see the tank by the usual camping ground? He nagged. Yes, he answered distractedly, wandering over half a dozen things at once. That is good. Then you saw the tank of the dagger, and he related a legend which might have been acceptable if he had told it at the tea party a fortnight ago. It concerned a Hindu Raja who had slain his own sister's son, and the dagger with which he performed the deed remained clamped to his hand until in the course of years he came to the Malabar hills, where he was thirsty and wanted to drink but saw a thirsty cow and ordered the water to be offered to her first, which, when done, dagger fell from his hand, and to commemorate miracle he built tank. Professor Godbol's conversations frequently culminated in a cow. Fielding received this one in gloomy silence. In the afternoon he obtained a permit and saw Aziz, but found him unapproachable through misery. You deserted me was the only coherent remark. He went away to write his letter to Miss Quested. Even if it reached her, it would do no good, and probably the McBrides would withhold it. Miss Quested did pull him up short. She was such a dry, sensible girl, and quite without malice the last person in Chandrapur wrongfully to accuse an Indian. Chapter 20. Although Miss Quested had not made herself popular with the English, she brought out all that was fine in their character. For a few hours an exalted emotion gushed forth, which the women felt even more keenly than the men, if not for so long. What can we do for our sister was the only thought of Mesdames Calendar and Leslie, as they drove through the pelting heat to inquire. Mrs. Turton was the only visitor admitted to the sick room. She came out ennobled by an unselfish sorrow. She is my own darling girl were the words she spoke, and then, remembering that she had called her not Pooka and resented her engagement to young Heaslop, she began to cry. No one had ever seen the collector's wife cry. Capable of tears, yes, but always reserving them for some adequate occasion, and now it had come. Ah, why had they not all been kinder to the stranger, more patient, given her not only hospitality but their hearts? The tender core of the heart that is so seldom used, they employed it for a little, under the stimulus of remorse. If all is over, as Major Calendar implied, well, all is over, and nothing can be done, but they retained some responsibility in her grievous wrong that they couldn't define. If she wasn't one of them, they ought to have made her one, and they could never do that now. She had passed beyond their invitation. Why don't one think more of other people, sighed pleasure-loving Miss Derrick. These regrets only lasted in their pure form for a few hours. Before sunset, other considerations adulterated them, and the sense of guilt so strangely connected with our first sight of any suffering had begun to wear away. People drove into the club with studious calm, the jog-trot of country gentlefolk between green hedgerows, for the natives must not suspect that they were agitated. They exchanged the usual drinks, but everything tasted different, and then they looked out at the palisade of cactuses stabbing the purple throat of the sky. They realized that they were thousands of miles from any scenery that they understood. The club was fuller than usual, and several parents had brought their children into the rooms reserved for adults, which gave the air of the residency at Lucknow. One young mother, a brainless but most beautiful girl, sat on a low ottoman in the smoking room with her baby in her arms. Her husband was away in the district, and she dared not return to her bungalow in case the niggers attacked. The wife of a small railway official, she was generally snubbed, but this evening, with her abundant figure and masses of corn-gold hair, she symbolized all that is worth fighting and dying for, more permanent a symbol, perhaps, than poor Adela. Don't worry, Mrs. Blackiston, those drums are only Moharram, the men would tell her. Then they've started, she moaned, clasping the infant and rather wishing he would not blow bubbles down his chin at such a moment as this. No, of course not, and anyhow they're not coming to the club. And they're not coming to the Burra Sahib's bungalow either, my dear, and that's where you and your baby'll sleep tonight, answered Mrs. Turton, towering by her side like Pallas Athene, and determining in the future not to be such a snob. The collector clapped his hands for silence. He was much calmer than when he had flown out at fielding. He was indeed always calmer when he addressed several people than in a tête-à-tête. "I want to talk specially to the ladies," he said. "Not the least cause for alarm. Keep cool. Keep cool. Don't go out more than you can help. Don't go into the city. Don't talk before your servants. That's all." "Harry, is there any news from the city?" asked his wife, standing at some distance from him and also assuming her public safety voice. The rest were silent during the August colloquy. "Everything absolutely normal." "I had gathered as much. Those drums are merely Moharram, of course." "Merely the preparations for it. The procession is not till next week." "Quite so, not till Monday." "Mr. McBride's down there disguised as a holy man," said Mrs. Callender. "That's exactly the sort of thing that must not be said," he remarked, pointing at her. "Mrs. Callender, be more careful than that, please, in these times." She was not offended. His severity made her feel safe. "Any more questions? Necessary questions?" Where is he?" Mrs. Leslie quavered. "Jail. Bail has been refused." Fielding spoke next. He wanted to know whether there was an official bulletin about Miss Quested's health, or whether the grave reports were due to gossip. His question produced a bad effect, partly because he had pronounced her name. She, like Aziz, was always referred to by a periphrasis. "I hope Callender may be able to let us know how things are going before long." "I fail to see how that last question can be termed a necessary question," said Mrs. Turton. "Will all ladies leave the smoking room now, please?" he cried, clapping his hands again. "And remember what I have said. We look to you to help us through a difficult time, and you can help us by behaving as if everything is normal. It is all I ask. Can I rely on you?" "Yes, indeed, Burra Sahib," they chorused out of peaked, anxious faces. They moved out, subdued yet elated, Mrs. Blackiston in their midst like a sacred flame. His simple words had reminded them that they were an outpost of empire. By the side of their compassionate love for Adela, another sentiment sprang up which was to strangle it in the long run. Its first signs were prosaic and small. Mrs. Turton made her loud, hard jokes at bridge. Mrs. Leslie began to knit a comforter. When the smoking room was clear, the collector sat on the edge of a table, so that he could dominate without formality. His mind whirled with contradictory impulses. He wanted to avenge Miss Quested and punish Fielding, while remaining scrupulously fair. He wanted to flog every native that he saw, but to do nothing that would lead to a riot or to the necessity for military intervention. The dread of having to call in the troops was vivid to him. Soldiers put one thing straight, but leave a dozen others crooked, and they loved to humiliate the civilian administration. One soldier was in the room this evening, a stray subaltern from a Gurkha regiment. He was a little drunk, and regarded his presence as providential. The collector sighed. There seemed nothing for it but the old weary business of compromise and moderation. He longed for the good old days when an Englishman could satisfy his own honour and no questions asked afterwards. Poor young Heaslop had taken a step in this direction, by refusing bail, but the collector couldn't feel this was wise of poor young Heaslop. Not only would the Nawab Bahadur and others be angry, but the government of India itself also watches, and behind it is that caucus of cranks and cravens, the British Parliament. He had constantly to remind himself that, in the eyes of the law, Aziz was not yet guilty, and the effort fatigued him. The others, less responsible, could behave naturally. They had started speaking of women and children, that phrase that exempts the male from sanity when it has been repeated a few times. Each felt that all he loved best in the world was at stake, demanded revenge, and was filled with a not unpleasing glow, in which the chilly and half-known features of Miss Quested vanished, and were replaced by all that is sweetest and warmest in the private life. "But it's the women and children," they repeated, and the collector knew he ought to stop them intoxicating themselves, but he hadn't the heart. They ought to be compelled to give hostages a tête-à-tête. Many of the said women and children were leaving for the hill station in a few days, and the suggestion was made that they should be packed off at once in a special train. "And a jolly suggestion," the subaltern cried. "The army's got to come in sooner or later." A special train was in his mind, inseparable from troops. This would never have happened if Barabbas Hill was under military control. Station a bunch of Gurkhas at the entrance of the cave was all that was wanted. Mrs. Blackiston was saying, "If only there were a few Tommies," remarked someone. "English no good," he cried, getting his loyalties mixed. "Native troops for this country. Give me the sporting type of native. Give me Gurkhas. Give me Rajputs. Give me Jats. Give me Dats. Give me the Punjabi. Give me Sikhs. Give me Marathas, Bills, Afridis and Pathans. And really, if it comes to that, I don't mind if you give me the scums of the bazaars. Properly led, mind. I'd lead them anywhere. The collector nodded at him pleasantly and said to his own people, don't start carrying arms about. I want everything to go on precisely as usual, until there's cause for the contrary. Get the womenfolk off to the hills, but do it quietly. And for heaven's sake, no more talk of special trains. Never mind what you think or feel. Possibly I have feelings too. One isolated Indian is charged with an attempted crime. He flipped his forehead hard with his fingernail, and they all realized that he felt as deeply as they did, and they loved him, and determined not to increase his difficulties. Act upon that fact until there are more facts, he concluded. Assume every Indian is an angel. They murmured, right you are, Burra Sahib. Angels. Exactly. From the subaltern, exactly what I said. The native's all right if you get him alone. Leslie. You remember the one I had a knock with on your maiden last month? Well, he was all right. Any native who plays polo is all right. What you've got to stamp on is these educated classes. And mind, I do know what I'm talking about this time. The smoking room door opened and let in a feminine buzz. Mrs. Turton called out, she's better, and from both sections of the community a sigh of joy and relief rose. The civil surgeon, who had brought the good news, came in. His cumbrous, pasty face looked ill-tempered. He surveyed the company, saw Fielding crouched below him on an ottoman, and said, H. harm. Everyone began pressing him for details. No one's out of danger in this country as long as they have a temperature, was his answer. He appeared to resent his patient's recovery, and no one who knew the old major and his ways was surprised at this. Squat down. Calendar, tell us all about it. Take me some time to do that. How's the old lady? Temperature. My wife heard she was sinking. So she may be. I guarantee nothing. I really can't be plagued with questions, Leslie. Sorry, old man. Heaslop's just behind me. At the name of Heaslop a fine and beautiful expression was renewed on every face. Miss Quested was only a victim, but young Heaslop was a martyr. He was the recipient of all the evil intended against them by the country they had tried to serve. He was bearing the Sahib's cross. And they fretted, because they could do nothing for him. In return they felt so craven, sitting on softness, and attending the course of the law. I wish to God I hadn't given my jewel of an assistant leave. I'll cut my tongue out first. To feel I'm responsible, that's what hits me. To refuse, and then give in under pressure. That is what I did, my sons, that is what I did. Fielding took his pipe from his mouth, and looked at it thoughtfully. Thinking him afraid, the other went on, I understood an Englishman was to accompany the expedition. That is why I gave in. No one blames you, my dear Calendar, said the collector, looking down. We are all to blame in the sense that we ought to have seen the expedition was insufficiently guaranteed, and stopped it. I knew about it myself. We lent our car this morning to take the ladies to the station. We are all implicated in that sense. But not an atom of blame attaches to you personally. I don't feel that. I wish I could. Responsibility is a very awful thing, and I've no use for the man who shirks it. His eyes were directed on Fielding. Those who knew that Fielding had undertaken to accompany and missed the early train were sorry for him. It was what is to be expected. When a man mixes himself up with natives, always ends in some indignity. The collector, who knew more, kept silent, for the official in him still hoped that Fielding would toe the line. The conversation turned to women and children again, and under its cover Major Calendar got hold of the subaltern and set him on to bait the schoolmaster. Pretending to be more drunk than he really was, he began to make semi-offensive remarks. Heard about Miss Quested's servant, reinforced the major. No, what about him? Heaslop warned Miss Quested's servant last night never to lose sight of her. Prisoner got hold of this and managed to leave him behind. Bribed him. Heaslop has just found out the whole story, with names and sums. A well-known pimp to those people gave the money. Muhammad Latif by name. So much for the servant. What about the Englishman, our friend here? How did they get rid of him? Money again. Fielding rose to his feet, supported by murmurs and exclamations, for no one yet suspected his integrity. Oh, I'm being misunderstood. Apologies, said the major offensively. I didn't mean they bribed Mr. Fielding. Then what do you mean? They paid the other Indian to make you late Godbowl. He was saying his prayers. I know those prayers. That's ridiculous. He sat down again, trembling with rage. Person after person was being dragged into the mud. Having shot this bolt, the Major prepared the next. Heaslop also found out something from his mother. Aziz paid a herd of natives to suffocate her in a cave. That was the end of her, or would have been only she got out. Nicely planned, wasn't it? Neat. Then he could go on with the girl, he and she and a guide. Provided by the same Muhammad Latif. Guide now can't be found. Pretty's voice broke into a roar. It's not the time for sitting down, it's the time for action. Call in the troops and clear the bazaars. The Major's outbursts were always discounted, but he made everyone uneasy on this occasion. The crime was even worse than they had supposed. The unspeakable limit of cynicism, untouched since 1857. Fielding forgot his anger on poor old Godbowl's behalf, and became thoughtful. The evil was propagating in every direction. It seemed to have an existence of its own, apart from anything that was done or said by individuals. And he understood better why both Aziz and Hamadillah had been inclined to lie down and die. His adversary saw that he was in trouble, and now ventured to say, I suppose nothing that's said inside the club will go outside the club, winking the while at Leslie. Why should it? Responded Leslie. Oh, nothing. I only heard a rumour that a certain member here present has been seeing the prisoner this afternoon. You can't run with the hare and hunt with the hounds, at least not in this country. Does anyone here present want to? Fielding was determined not to be drawn again. He had something to say, but it should be at his own moment. The attack failed to mature, because the collector did not support it. Attention shifted from him for a time. Then the buzz of women broke out again. The door had been opened by Ronnie. The young man looked exhausted and tragic, also gentler than usual. He always showed deference to his superiors, but now it came straight from his heart. He seemed to appeal for their protection in the insult that had befallen him, and they, in instinctive homage, rose to their feet. But every human act in the East is tainted with officialism, and while honouring him they condemned Aziz and India. Fielding realised this, and he remained seated. It was an ungracious, a caddish thing to do, perhaps an unsound thing to do, but he felt he had been passive long enough, and that he might be drawn into the wrong current if he did not make a stand. Ronnie, who had not seen him, said in husky tones, Oh, please all sit down, I only want to listen what has been decided. Heaslop, I'm telling them I'm against any show of force, said the collector apologetically. I don't know whether you will feel as I do, but that is how I am situated. When the verdict is obtained, it will be another matter. You are sure to know best. I have no experience, Burra Sahib. How is your mother, old boy? Better, thank you. I wish everyone would sit down. Some have never got up, the young soldier said. And the Major brings us an excellent report of Miss Quested, Turton went on. I do, I'm satisfied. You thought badly of her earlier, did you not, Major? That's why I refused bail. Calendar laughed with friendly inwardness and said, Heaslop, next time bail's wanted, ring up the old doctor before giving it his shoulders abroad, and speaking in the strictest confidence, don't take the old doctor's opinion too seriously. He's a blithering idiot. We can always leave it at that, but he'll do the little he can towards keeping in quod the, he broke off with affected politeness. Oh, but he has one of his friends here. The subaltern called, Stand up, you swine. Mr. Fielding, what has prevented you from standing up, said the collector, entering the fray at last. It was the attack for which Fielding had waited, and to which he must reply. May I make a statement, sir? Certainly. Seasoned and self-contained, devoid of the fervours of nationality or youth, the schoolmaster did what was for him a comparatively easy thing. He stood up and said, I believe Dr. Aziz to be innocent. You have a right to hold that opinion if you choose, but pray, is there any reason why you should insult Mr. Heaslop? May I conclude my statement? Certainly. I am waiting for the verdict of the courts. If he is guilty, I resign from my service and leave India. I resign from the club now. Hear, hear, said voices, not entirely hostile, for they liked the fellow for speaking out. You have not answered my question. Why did you not stand when Mr. Heaslop entered? With all deference, sir, I am not here to answer questions but to make a personal statement, and I have concluded it. May I ask whether you have taken over charge of this district? Fielding moved towards the door. One moment, Mr. Fielding. You are not to go yet, please. Before you leave the club, from which you do very well to resign, you will express some detestation of the crime, and you will apologize to Mr. Heaslop. Are you speaking to me officially, sir? The collector, who never spoke otherwise, was so infuriated that he lost his head. He cried, "Leave this room at once, and I deeply regret that I demeaned myself to meet you at the station. You have sunk to the level of your associates. You are weak, weak, weak. That is what is wrong with you. I want to leave the room, but cannot while this gentleman prevents me," said Fielding lightly. The subaltern had got across his path. "Let him go," said Ronnie, almost in tears. It was the only appeal that could have saved the situation. Whatever Heaslop wished must be done. There was a slight scuffle at the door, from which Fielding was propelled, a little more quickly than is natural, into the room where the ladies were playing cards. Fancy if I'd fallen or got angry, he thought. Of course he was a little angry. His peers had never offered him violence or called him weak before, besides Heaslop had heaped coals of fire on his head. He wished he had not picked the quarrel over poor suffering Heaslop, when there were cleaner issues at hand. However, there it was, done, muddled through, and to cool himself and regain mental balance he went on to the upper veranda, for a moment, where the first object he saw was the Marabar Hills. At this distance an hour they leapt into beauty. They were Montsalvat, Walhalla, the towers of a cathedral, peopled with saints and heroes, and covered with flowers. What miscreant lurked in them, presently to be detected by the activities of the law? Who was the guide, and had he been found yet? What was the echo of which the girl complained? He did not know, but presently he would know. Great is information, and she shall prevail. It was the last moment of the light, and as he gazed at the Marabar Hills they seemed to move graciously towards him like a queen, and their charm became the skies. At the moment they vanished they were everywhere, the cool benediction of the night descended, the stars sparkled, and the whole universe was a hill. Lovely, exquisite moment, but passing the Englishman with averted face, and on swift wings. He experienced nothing himself. It was as if someone had told him there was such a moment, and he was obliged to believe. And he felt dubious and discontented suddenly, and wondered whether he was really and truly successful as a human being. After 40 years' experience he had learnt to manage his life and make the best of it on advanced European lines, had developed his personality, explored his limitations, controlled his passions, and he had done it all without becoming either pedantic or worldly. A creditable achievement, but as the moment passed he felt he ought to have been working at something else the whole time. He didn't know at what, never would know, never could know, and that was why he felt sad. Chapter 21. Dismissing his regrets as inappropriate to the matter in hand, he accomplished the last section of the day by riding off to his new allies. He was glad that he had broken with the club, for he would have picked up scraps of gossip there, and reported them down in the city, and he was glad to be denied this opportunity. He would miss his billiards, and occasional tennis, and cracks with McBride, but really that was all, so light did he travel. At the entrance of the bazaars, a tiger made his horse-shy. A youth dressed up as a tiger, the body striped brown and yellow, a mask over the face. Moharram was working up. The city beat a good many drums but seemed good-tempered. He was invited to inspect a small tazia, flimsy and frivolous erection, more like a crinoline than the tomb of the grandson of the Prophet, done to death at Kerbala. Sighted children were pasting coloured paper over its ribs. The rest of the evening he spent with the Nawab Bahadur Hamidullah, Muhammad Ali, and others of the Confederacy. The campaign was also working up. A telegram had been sent to the famous Amri Trau, and his acceptance received. Application for bail was to be renewed. It could not well be withheld now that Miss Quested was out of danger. The conference was serious and sensible, but marred by a group of itinerant musicians, who were allowed to play in the compound. Each held a large earthenware jar, containing pebbles, and jerked it up and down in time to a doleful chant. Distracted by the noise, he suggested their dismissal, but the Nawab Bahadur vetoed it. He said that musicians, who had walked many miles, might bring good luck. Late at night, he had an inclination to tell Professor Godbole of the tactical and moral error he had made in being rude to Heaslop, and to hear what he would say. But the old fellow had gone to bed, and slipped off unmolested to his new job in a day or two. he always did possess the knack of slipping off. Chapter 22. Adela lay for several days in the McBride's bungalow. She had been touched by the sun, also hundreds of cactus spines had to be picked out of her flesh. Hour after hour Miss Derrick and Mrs. McBride examined her through magnifying glasses, always coming on fresh colonies, tiny hairs that might snap off and be drawn into the blood if they were neglected. She lay passive beneath their fingers, which developed the shock that had begun in the cave. Hitherto she had not much minded whether she was touched or not. Her senses were abnormally inert, and the only contact she anticipated was that of mind. Everything now was transferred to the surface of her body, which began to avenge itself and feed unhealthily. People seemed very much alike, except that some would come close while others kept away. In space things touch, in time things part. She repeated to herself while the thorns were being extracted, her brain so weak that she could not decide whether the phrase was a philosophy or a pun. They were kind to her, indeed overkind, the men too respectful, the women too sympathetic, whereas Mrs. Moore, the only visitor she wanted, kept away. No one understood her trouble, or knew why she vibrated between hard common sense and hysteria. She would begin a speech as if nothing particular had happened. "I went into this detestable cave," she would say dryly, "and I remember scratching the wall with my fingernail to start the usual echo, and then as I was saying there was this shadow, or sort of shadow, down the entrance tunnel, bottling me up. It seemed like an age, but I suppose the whole thing can't have lasted 30 seconds really. I hit at him with the glasses, he pulled me round the cave by the strap, it broke, I escaped, that's all. He never actually touched me once." It all seemed such nonsense. Then her eyes would fill with tears. "Naturally I'm upset, but I shall get over it." And then she would break down entirely, and the women would feel she was one of themselves and cry too, and men in the next room murmur, "Good God, good God, good." No one realized that she thought tears vile, a degradation more subtle than anything endured in the Marabar, a negation of her advanced outlook and the natural honesty of her mind. Adela was always trying to think the incident out, always reminding herself that no harm had been done. There was the shock, but what is that? For a time her own logic would convince her, then she would hear the echo again, weep, declare she was unworthy of Ronnie, and hope her assailant would get the maximum penalty. After one of these bouts, she longed to go out into the bazaars and ask pardon from everyone she met, for she felt in some vague way that she was leaving the world worse than she found it. She felt that it was her crime, until the intellect, reawakening, pointed out to her that she was inaccurate here, and set her again upon her sterile round. If only she could have seen Mrs. Moore. The old lady had not been well either, and was disinclined to come out, Ronnie reported. And consequently the echo flourished, raging up and down like a nerve in the faculty of her hearing, and the noise in the cave, so unimportant intellectually, was prolonged over the surface of her life. She had struck the polished wall for no reason, and before the comment had died away, he followed her, and the climax was the falling of her field glasses. The sound had spouted after her when she escaped, and was going on still like a river that gradually floods the plain. Only Mrs. Moore could drive it back to its source and seal the broken reservoir. Evil was loose, she could even hear it entering the lives of others, and Adela spent days in this atmosphere of grief and depression. Her friends kept up their spirits by demanding holocausts of natives, but she was too worried and weak to do that. When the cactus thorns had all been extracted and her temperature fallen to normal, Ronnie came to fetch her away. He was worn with indignation and suffering, and she wished she could comfort him, but intimacy seemed to caricature itself, and the more they spoke the more wretched and self-conscious they became. Practical talk was the least painful, and he and McBride now told her one or two things which they had concealed from her during the crisis, by the doctor's orders. She learnt for the first time of the Muharram troubles. There had nearly been a riot. The last day of the festival, the great procession left its official route and tried to enter the civil station, and a telephone had been cut because it interrupted the advance of one of the larger paper towers. McBride and his police had pulled the thing straight, a fine piece of work. They passed on to another and very painful subject, the trial. She would have to appear in court, identify the prisoner, and submit to cross-examination by an Indian lawyer. "Can Mrs. Moore be with me?" was all she said. "Certainly, and I shall be there myself," Ronnie replied. "The case won't come before me, they've objected to me on personal grounds. It will be at Chandrapur. We thought at one time it would be transferred elsewhere." Miss Quested realizes what all that means, though, said McBride sadly. The case will come before Das. Das was Ronnie's assistant own brother to the Mrs. Bhattacharya, whose carriage had played them false last month. He was courteous and intelligent, and with the evidence before him could only come to one conclusion, but that he should be judge over an English girl had convulsed the station with wrath, and some of the women had sent a telegram about it to Lady Mellanby, the wife of the Lieutenant Governor. I must come before someone. That's the way to face it. You have the pluck. Miss Quested. He grew very bitter over the arrangements, and called them the fruits of democracy. In the old days an Englishwoman would not have had to appear, nor would any Indian have dared to discuss her private affairs. She would have made her deposition, and judgment would have followed. He apologized to her for the condition of the country, with the result that she gave one of her sudden little shoots of tears. Ronnie wandered miserably about the room while she cried, treading upon the flowers of the cashmere carpet that so inevitably covered it, or drumming on the brass Benares bowls. I do this less every day. I shall soon be quite well, she said, blowing her nose and feeling hideous. What I need is something to do. That is why I keep on with this ridiculous crying. It's not ridiculous, we think you wonderful, said the policeman very sincerely. It only bothers us that we can't help you more. Your stopping here at such a time is the greatest honor this house. He too was overcome with emotion. By the way, a letter came here for you while you were ill, he continued. I opened it, which is a strange confession to make. Will you forgive me? The circumstances are peculiar. It is from Fielding. Why should he write to me? A most lamentable thing has happened. The defense got hold of him. He's a crank, said Ronnie lightly. That's your way of putting it, but a man can be a crank without being a cad. Miss Quested had better know how he behaved to you. If you don't tell her, somebody else will. He told her. He is now the mainstay of the defense, I needn't add. He is the one righteous Englishman in a horde of tyrants. He receives deputations from the bazaar, and they all chew betel nut and smear one another's hands with scent. It is not easy to enter into the mind of such a man. His students are on strike out of enthusiasm for him. They won't learn their lessons. If it weren't for Fielding, one would never have had the Moharram trouble. He has done a very grave disservice to the whole community. The letter lay here a day or two, waiting till you were well enough. Then the situation got so grave that I decided to open it, in case it was useful to us. Is it? She said feebly. Not at all. He only has the impertinence to suggest you have made a mistake. Would that I had. She glanced through the letter, which was careful and formal in its wording. Dr. Aziz is innocent, she read. Then her voice began to tremble again. But think of his behavior to you, Ronnie. When you had already to bear so much for my sake. It was shocking of him, my dear. How can I repay you? How can one repay when one has nothing to give? What is the use of personal relationships when everyone brings less and less to them? I feel we ought all to go back into the desert for centuries and try and get good. I want to begin at the beginning. All the things I thought I'd learned are just a hindrance. They're not knowledge at all. I'm not fit for personal relationships. Well, let's go. Of course Mr. Fielding's letter doesn't count. He can think and write what he likes, only he shouldn't have been rude to you when you had so much to bear. That's what matters. I don't want your arm. I'm a magnificent walker, so don't touch me, please. Mrs. McBride wished her an affectionate goodbye, a woman with whom she had nothing in common and whose intimacy oppressed her. They would have to meet now, year after year, until one of their husbands was superannuated. Truly Anglo-India had caught her with a vengeance, and perhaps it served her right for having tried to take up a line of her own. Humbled yet repelled, she gave thanks. Oh, we must help one another. We must take the rough with the smooth, said Mrs. McBride. Miss Derrick was there too, still making jokes about her comic Maharaja and Rani. Required as a witness at the trial, she had refused to send back the Mudcal car. They would be frightfully sick. Both Mrs. McBride and Miss Derrick kissed her, and called her by her Christian name. Then Ronnie drove her back. It was early in the morning, for the day, as the hot weather advanced, swelled like a monster at both ends, and left less and less room for the movements of mortals. As they neared his bungalow, he said, Mother's looking forward to seeing you, but of course she's old, one mustn't forget that. Old people never take things as one expects. In my opinion, he seemed warning her against approaching disappointment, but she took no notice. Her friendship with Mrs. Moore was so deep and real that she felt sure it would last, whatever else happened. What can I do to make things easier for you? It's you who matter, she sighed. Dear old girl to say so. Dear old boy then, she cried. Ronnie, she isn't ill too. He reassured her. Major Calendar was not dissatisfied. But you'll find her irritable. We are an irritable family. Well, you'll see for yourself. No doubt my own nerves are out of order, and I expected more from Mother when I came in from the office than she felt able to give. She is sure to make a special effort for you still. I don't want your homecoming to be a disappointing one. Don't expect too much. The house came in sight. It was a replica of the bungalow she had left. Puffy, red and curiously severe, Mrs. Moore was revealed upon a sofa. She didn't get up when they entered, and the surprise of this roused Adela from her own troubles. Here you are both back, was the only greeting. Adela sat down and took her hand. It withdrew, and she felt that just as others repelled her, so did she repel Mrs. Moore. Are you all right? You appeared all right when I left, said Ronnie, trying not to speak crossly, but he had instructed her to give the girl a pleasant welcome, and he could not but feel annoyed. I am all right, she said heavily. As a matter of fact, I have been looking at my return ticket. It is interchangeable, so I have a much larger choice of boats home than I thought. We can go into that later, can't we? Ralph and Stella may be wanting to know when I arrive. There is plenty of time for all such plans. How do you think our Adela looks? I am counting on you to help me through it. It's such a blessing to be with you again. Everyone else is a stranger, said the girl rapidly. But Mrs. Moore showed no inclination to be helpful. A sort of resentment emanated from her. She seemed to say, am I to be bothered forever? Her Christian tenderness had gone, or had developed into a hardness, a just irritation against the human race. She had taken no interest at the arrest, asked scarcely any questions, and had refused to leave her bed on the awful last night of Muharram, when an attack was expected on the bungalow. I know it's all nothing, I must be sensible. I do try, Adela continued, working again towards tears. I shouldn't mind if it had happened anywhere else, at least I really don't know where it did happen. Ronnie supposed that he understood what she meant. She could not identify or describe the particular cave, indeed almost refused to have her mind cleared up about it, and it was recognized that the defense would try to make capital out of this during the trial. He reassured her the Marabar caves were notoriously like one another. Indeed, in the future they were to be numbered in sequence with white paint. Yes, I mean that, at least not exactly, but there is this echo that I keep on hearing. Oh, what of the echo? Asked Mrs. Moore, paying attention to her for the first time. I can't get rid of it. I don't suppose you ever will. Ronnie had emphasized to his mother that Adela would arrive in a morbid state, yet she was being positively malicious. Mrs. Moore, what is this echo? Don't you know? No, what is it? Oh, do say. I felt you would be able to explain it. This will comfort me so. If you don't know, you don't know. I can't tell you. I think you're rather unkind not to say. Say, said the old lady bitterly. As if anything can be said. I have spent my life in saying, or in listening to sayings. I have listened too much. It is time I was left in peace. Not to die, she added sourly. No doubt you expect me to die, but when I have seen you and Ronnie married, and seen the other two, and whether they want to be married, I'll retire then into a cave of my own, she smiled, to bring down her remark into ordinary life, and thus add to its bitterness. Somewhere where no young people will come asking questions and expecting answers, some shelf. Quite so, but meantime a trial is coming on, said her son hotly, and the notion of most of us is that we'd better pull together and help one another through, instead of being disagreeable. Are you going to talk like that in the witness box? Why should I be in the witness box? To confirm certain points in our evidence. I have nothing to do with your ludicrous law courts, she said, angry. I will not be dragged in at all. I won't have her dragged in. Either I won't have any more trouble on my account, cried Adela, and again took the hand, which was again withdrawn. Her evidence is not the least essential. I thought she would want to give it. No one blames you, mother, but the fact remains that you dropped off at the first cave and encouraged Adela to go on with him alone, whereas if you'd been well enough to keep on too, nothing would have happened. He planned it, I know, still. You fell into his trap, just like Fielding and Anthony before you. Forgive me for speaking so plainly, but you've no right to take up this high and mighty attitude about law courts. If you're ill, that's different, but you say you're all right and you seem so. In which case I thought you'd want to take your part. I did really. I'll not have you worry her whether she's well or ill, said Adela, leaving the sofa and taking his arm, then dropped it with a sigh and sat down again. But he was pleased she had rallied to him and surveyed his mother patronizingly. He had never felt easy with her. She was by no means the dear old lady outsiders supposed, and India had brought her into the open. I shall attend your marriage, but not your trial, she informed them. Tapping her knee, she had become very restless and rather ungraceful. Then I shall go to England. You can't go to England in May, as you agreed. I have changed my mind. Well, we'd better end this unexpected wrangle, said the young man, striding about. You appear to want to be left out of everything, and that's enough. My body, my miserable body, she sighed. Why isn't it strong? Oh, why can't I walk away and be gone? Why can't I finish my duties and be gone? Why do I get headaches and puff when I walk, and all the time this to do and that to do and this to do in your way, and that to do in her way? And everything sympathy and confusion and bearing one another's burdens. Why can't this be done and that be done in my way and they be done and I at peace? Why has anything to be done? I cannot see. Why all this marriage? Marriage? The human race would have become a single person centuries ago if marriage was any use. And all this rubbish about love, love in a church, love in a cave, as if there is the least difference, and I held up from my business over such trifles. What do you want? He said, exasperated. Can you state it in simple language? If so, do. I want my pack of patience cards. Very well, get them. He found, as he expected, that the poor girl was crying, and as always an Indian close outside the window, a Mali in this case, picking up sounds. Much upset, he sat silent for a moment, thinking over his mother and her senile intrusions. He wished he had never asked her to visit India, or become under any obligation to her. Well, my dear girl, this isn't much of a homecoming, he said at last. I had no idea she had this up her sleeve. Adela had stopped crying. An extraordinary expression was on her face, half relief, half horror. She repeated, Aziz, Aziz. They all avoided mentioning that name. It had become synonymous with the power of evil. He was the prisoner, the person in question, the defense, and the sound of it now rang out like the first note of new symphony. Aziz, have I made a mistake? You're overtired, he cried, not much surprised. Ronnie, he's innocent, I made an awful mistake. Well, sit down anyhow. He looked round the room, but only two sparrows were chasing one another. She obeyed and took hold of his hand. He stroked it and she smiled, and gasped as if she had risen to the surface of the water, then touched her ear. My echo's better. That's good. You'll be perfectly well in a few days, but you must save yourself up for the trial. Das is a very good fellow, we shall all be with you. But Ronnie, dear Ronnie, perhaps there oughtn't to be any trial. I don't quite know what you're saying, and I don't think you do. If Dr. Aziz never did it, he ought to be let out. A shiver like impending death passed over Ronnie. He said hurriedly, he was let out until the Muharram riot, when he had to be put in again to divert her. He told her the story, which was held to be amusing. Nuruddin had stolen the Nawab Bahadur's car and driven Aziz into a ditch in the dark. Both of them had fallen out, and Nuruddin had cut his face open. Their wailing had been drowned by the cries of the faithful, and it was quite a time before they were rescued by the police. Nuruddin was taken to the Minter hospital. Aziz restored to prison, with an additional charge against him of disturbing the public peace. Half a minute. He remarked when the anecdote was over, and went to the telephone to ask Calendar to look in as soon as he found it convenient, because she hadn't borne the journey well. When he returned, she was in a nervous crisis, but it took a different form. She clung to him, and sobbed, help me to do what I ought. Aziz is good. You heard your mother say so. Heard what? He's good. I've been so wrong to accuse him. Mother never said so. Didn't she? She asked, quite reasonable, open to every suggestion anyway. She never mentioned that name once. But Ronnie, I heard her. Pure illusion. You can't be quite well, can you, to make up a thing like that? I suppose I can't. How amazing of me. I was listening to all she said, as far as it could be listened to. She gets very incoherent. When her voice dropped, she said it towards the end. When she talked about love, I couldn't follow, but just then she said Dr. Aziz never did it. those words. The idea more than the words. Never, never, my dear girl. Complete illusion. His name was not mentioned by anyone. Look, here you are confusing this with Fielding's letter. That's it, she cried, greatly relieved. I knew I'd heard his name somewhere. I am so grateful to you for clearing this up. It's the sort of mistake that worries me, and proves I'm neurotic. So you won't go saying he's innocent again, will you? For every servant I've got is a spy. He went to the window. The Marley had gone, or rather had turned into two small children. Impossible they should know English, but he sent them packing. They all hate us, he explained. It'll be all right after the verdict, for I will say this for them, they do accept the accomplished fact, but at present they're pouring out money like water to catch us tripping, and a remark like yours is the very thing they look out for. It would enable them to say it was a put-up job on the part of us officials. You see what I mean? Mrs. Moore came back, with the same air of ill temper, and sat down with a flump by the card table. To clear the confusion up, Ronnie asked her point blank whether she had mentioned the prisoner. She could not understand the question, and the reason of it had to be explained. She replied, I never said his name, and began to play patience. I thought you said, Aziz is an innocent man, but it was in Mr. Fielding's letter. Of course he is innocent, she answered indifferently. It was the first time she had expressed an opinion on the point. You see, Ronnie, I was right, said the girl. You were not right, she never said it. But she thinks it. Who cares what she thinks? Red 9 on black 10 from the card table. She can think, and Fielding too, but there's such a thing as evidence, I suppose. I know, but... Is it again my duty to talk? Asked Mrs. Moore, looking up. Apparently, as you keep interrupting me. Only if you have anything sensible to say. Oh, how tedious. Trivial. And as when she had scoffed at love, 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 her mind seemed to move towards them from a great distance and out of darkness. Oh, why is everything still my duty? When shall I be free from your fuss? Was he in the cave, and were you in the cave, and on, and unto us a son is born, unto us a child is given. And am I good, and is he bad, and are we saved? And ending everything the echo. I don't hear it so much, said Adela, moving towards her. You send it away, you do nothing but good, you are so good. I am not good, no bad. She spoke more calmly and resumed her cards, saying as she turned them up, a bad old woman, bad, bad, detestable. I used to be good with the children growing up. Also I meet this young man in his mosque, I wanted him to be happy. Good, happy, small people. They do not exist, they were a dream. But I will not help you to torture him for what he never did. There are different ways of evil, and I prefer mine to yours. Have you any evidence in the prisoner's favour? Said Ronnie in the tones of the just official. If so, it is your bounden duty to go into the witness box for him instead of for us. No one will stop you. One knows people's characters, as you call them, she retorted disdainfully, as if she really knew more than character but could not impart it. I have heard both English and Indians speak well of him, and I felt it isn't the sort of thing he would do. Feeble, mother, feeble. Most feeble. And most inconsiderate to Adela. Adela said it would be so appalling if I was wrong. I should take my own life. He turned on her with, what was I warning you just now? You know you're right, and the whole station knows it. Yes, This is very, very awful. I'm as certain as ever he followed me. Only wouldn't it be possible to withdraw the case? I dread the idea of giving evidence more and more. And you are all so good to women here, and you have so much more power than in England. Look at Miss Derrick's motor car. Oh, of course it's out of the question, I'm ashamed to have mentioned it, please forgive me. That's all right, he said inadequately. Of course I forgive you, as you call it. But the case has to come before a magistrate now, it really must. The machinery has started. She has started the machinery, it will work to its end. Adela inclined towards tears in consequence of this unkind remark, and Ronnie picked up the list of steamship sailings with an excellent notion in his head. His mother ought to leave India at once, she was doing no good to herself or to anyone else there. Chapter 23. Lady Mellanby, wife to the Lieutenant Governor of the province, had been gratified by the appeal addressed to her by the ladies of Chandrapur. She could not do anything besides. She was sailing for England, but she desired to be informed if she could show sympathy in any other way. Mrs. Turton replied that Mr. Heaslop's mother was trying to get a passage, but had delayed too long, and all the boats were full. Could Lady Mellanby use her influence? Not even Lady Mellanby could expand the dimensions of a pea. And oh, but she was a very, very nice woman, and she actually wired offering the unknown an obscure old lady accommodation in her own reserved cabin. It was like a gift from heaven. Humble and grateful, Ronnie could not but reflect that there are compensations for every woe. His name was familiar at Government House owing to poor Adela, and now Mrs. Moore would stamp it on Lady Mellanby's imagination, as they journeyed across the Indian Ocean and up the Red Sea. He had a return of tenderness for his mother, as we do for our relatives when they receive conspicuous and unexpected honor. She was not negligible, she could still arrest the attention of a high official's wife. So Mrs. Moore had all she wished. She escaped the trial, the marriage, and the hot weather. She would return to England in comfort and distinction, and see her other children. At her son's suggestion, and by her own desire, she departed. But she accepted her good luck without enthusiasm. She had come to that state where the horror of the universe and its smallness are both visible at the same time, the twilight of the double vision in which so many elderly people are involved. If this world is not to our taste, well, at all events there is heaven, hell, annihilation, one or other of those large things, that huge scenic background of stars, fires, blue or black air. All heroic endeavor and all that is known as art assumes that there is such a background, just as all practical endeavor, when the world is to our taste, assumes that the world is all. But in the twilight of the double vision, a spiritual muddledom is set up for which no high-sounding words can be found. We can neither act nor refrain from action, we can neither ignore nor respect infinity. Mrs. Moore had always inclined to resignation. As soon as she landed in India, it seemed to her good, and when she saw the water flowing through the mosque tank, or the Ganges, or the moon, caught in the shawl of night with all the other stars, it seemed a beautiful goal and an easy one, to be one with the universe, so dignified and simple. But there was always some little duty to be performed first, some new card to be turned up from the diminishing pack and placed, and while she was pottering about, the marabout struck its gong. What had spoken to her in that scoured-out cavity of the granite? What dwelt in the first of the caves? Something very old and very small. Before time it was before space also. Something snub-nosed, incapable of generosity, the undying worm itself. Since hearing its voice, she had not entertained one large thought. She was actually envious of Adela. All this fuss over a frightened girl. Nothing had happened, and if it had, she found herself thinking with the cynicism of a withered priestess, if it had, there are worse evils than love. The unspeakable attempt presented itself to her as love in a cave, in a church beam. It amounts to the same. Visions are supposed to entail profundity, but wait till you get one, dear reader. The abyss also may be petty. The serpent of eternity made of maggots. Her constant thought was less attention should be paid to my future daughter-in-law and more to me. There is no sorrow like my sorrow, although when the attention was paid she rejected it irritably. Her son couldn't escort her to Bombay, for the local situation continued acute, and all officials had to remain at their posts. Anthony couldn't come either, in case he never returned to give his evidence. So she travelled with no one who could remind her of the past. This was a relief. The heat had drawn back a little before its next advance, and the journey was not unpleasant. As she left Chandrapur, the moon, full again, shone over the Ganges and touched the shrinking channels into threads of silver, then veered and looked into her window. The swift and comfortable mail train slid with her through the night, and all the next day she was rushing through central India, through landscapes that were baked and bleached, but had not the hopeless melancholy of the plain. She watched the indestructible life of man and his changing faces, and the houses he has built for himself and God, and they appeared to her not in terms of her own trouble, but as things to see. There was, for instance, a place called Asagar which she passed at sunset, and identified on a map an enormous fortress among wooded hills. No one had ever mentioned Asagar to her, but it had huge and noble bastions, and to the right of them was a mosque. She forgot it. 10 minutes later, Asagar reappeared. The mosque was to the left of the bastions now. The train in its descent through the Vindhyas had described a semicircle round Asagar. What could she connect it with except its own name? Nothing. She knew no one who lived there. But it had looked at her twice and seemed to say, "I do not vanish." She woke in the middle of the night with a start, for the train was falling over the western cliff. Moonlit pinnacles rushed up at her, like the fringes of a sea, then a brief episode of plain, the real sea, and the soupy dawn of Bombay. I have not seen the right places, she thought, as she saw embayed in the platforms of the Victoria terminus the end of the rails that had carried her over a continent and could never carry her back. She would never visit Assaghar or the other untouched places, neither Delhi nor Agra nor the Rajputana cities, nor Kashmir, nor the obscurer marvels that had sometimes shone through men's speech, the bilingual rock of Gurna, the statue of Sri Belgola, the ruins of Mandu and Hampi, temples of Kajahar, gardens of Shalimar. As she drove through the huge city which the West has built and abandoned with a gesture of despair, she longed to stop, though it was only Bombay, and disentangle the 100 Indias that passed each other in its streets. The feet of the horses moved her on, and presently the boats sailed and thousands of cocoa-nut palms appeared all round the anchorage and climbed the hills to wave her farewell. So you thought an echo was India, you took the Marabar caves as final. They laughed. What have we in common with them, or they with a cigar? Goodbye then. The steamer rounded Calabar, the continent swung about, the cliff of the Ghats melted into the haze of a tropic sea. Lady Mellanby turned up and advised her not to stand in the heat. We are safely out of the frying pan, said Lady Mellanby. It will never do to fall into the fire. Chapter 24. Making sudden changes of gear, the heat accelerated its advance after Mrs. Moore's departure until existence had to be endured and crime punished with the thermometer at 112. Electric fans hummed and spat, water splashed onto screens, ice clinked, and outside these defences, between a greyish sky and a yellowish earth, clouds of dust moved hesitatingly. In Europe life retreats out of the cold, and exquisite fireside myths have resulted bolder, Persephone, but here the retreat is from the source of life, the treacherous sun, and no poetry adorns it because disillusionment cannot be beautiful. Men yearn for poetry, though they may not confess it. They desire that joy shall be graceful and sorrow august and infinity have a form, and India fails to accommodate them. The annual helter-skelter of April, when irritability and lust spread like a canker, is one of her comments on the orderly hopes of humanity. Fish manage better fish, as the tanks dry, wriggle into the mud and wait for the rains to uncake them. But men try to be harmonious all the year round, and the results are occasionally disastrous. The triumphant machine of civilization may suddenly hitch and be immobilized into a car of stone, and at such moments the destiny of the English seems to resemble their predecessors, who also entered the country with intent to refashion it, but were in the end worked into its pattern and covered with its dust. Adela, after years of intellectualism, had resumed her morning kneel to Christianity. There seemed no harm in it. It was the shortest and easiest cut to the unseen, and she could tack her troubles onto it. Just as the Hindu clerks asked Lakshmi for an increase in pay, so did she implore Jehovah for a favourable verdict. God who saves the king will surely support the police. Her deity returned a consoling reply, but the touch of her hands on her face started prickly heat, and she seemed to swallow and expectorate the same insipid clot of air that had weighed on her lungs all the night. Also the voice of Mrs. Turton disturbed her. "Are you ready, young lady?" It pealed from the next room. "Half a minute," she murmured. The Turtons had received her after Mrs. Moore left. Their kindness was incredible, but it was her position, not her character, that moved them. She was the English girl who had had the terrible experience, and for whom too much could not be done. No one, except Ronnie, had any idea of what passed in her mind, and he only dimly, for where there is officialism every human relationship suffers. In her sadness she said to him, "I bring you nothing but trouble. I was right on the maiden. We had better just be friends." But he protested, for the more she suffered, the more highly he valued her. Did she love him? This question was somehow draggled up with the Marabar. It had been in her mind as she entered the fatal cave. Was she capable of loving anyone? Miss quested, "Adela, what do ye call yourself? It's 7:30. We ought to think of starting for that court when you feel inclined." "She's saying her prayers," came the collector's voice. "Sorry, my dear, take your time. Was your chota hazari all right?" "I can't eat I have a little brandy," she asked, deserting Jehovah. But when it was brought she shuddered, and said she was ready to go. "Drink it up, not a bad notion. A peg." "I don't think it'll really help me, Burra Sahib." "You sent brandy down to the court, didn't you, Mary?" "I should think I did. Champagne too." "I'll thank you this evening. I'm all to pieces now," said the girl, forming each syllable carefully as if her trouble would diminish if it were accurately defined. She was afraid of reticence, in case something that she herself did not perceive took shape beneath it, and she had rehearsed with Mr. McBride in an odd, mincing way her terrible adventure in the cave, how the man had never actually touched her but dragged her about and so on. Her aim this morning was to announce meticulously that the strain was appalling and she would probably break down under Mr. Amritrau's cross-examination and disgrace her friends. My echo has come back again badly, she told them. How about aspirin? It is not a headache, it is an echo. Unable to dispel the buzzing in her ears, Major Calendar had diagnosed it as a fancy, which must not be encouraged. So the Turtons changed the subject. The cool little lick of the breeze was passing over the earth, dividing night from day. It would fail in 10 minutes, but they might profit by it for their drive down into the city. I am sure to break down, she repeated. You won't, said the collector, his voice full of tenderness. Of course she won't, she's a real sport. But Mrs. Turton. Yes, my dear child. If I do break down, it is of no consequence. It would matter in some trials, not in this. I put it to myself in the following way: I can really behave as I like, cry, be absurd, I am sure to get my verdict, unless Mr. Das is most frightfully unjust. You're bound to win, he said calmly, and did not remind her that there was bound to be an appeal. The Nawab Bahadur had financed the defense, and would ruin himself sooner than let an innocent Muslim perish, and other interests, less reputable, were in the background too. The case might go up from court to court, with consequences that no official could foresee. Under his very eyes the temper of Chandrapur was altering. As his car turned out of the compound, there was a tap of silly anger on its paint, a pebble thrown by a child. Some larger stones were dropped near the mosque. In the Maidan, a squad of native police on motorcycles waited to escort them through the bazaars. The collector was irritated and muttered, "McBride's an old woman," but Mrs. Turton said, "Really, after Moharram a show of force will do no harm. It's ridiculous to pretend they don't hate us. Do give up that farce." He replied in an odd, sad voice, "I don't hate them. I don't know why, and he didn't hate them, for if he did, he would have had to condemn his own career as a bad investment." He retained a contemptuous affection for the pawns he had moved about for so many years. They must be worth his pains. After all, it's our women who make everything more difficult out here, was his inmost thought, as he caught sight of some obscenities upon a long blank wall, and beneath his chivalry to misquested resentment lurked, waiting its day. Perhaps there is a grain of resentment in all chivalry. Some students had gathered in front of the city magistrate's court, hysterical boys whom he would have faced if alone, but he told the driver to work round to the rear of the building. The students jeered, and Rafi, hiding behind a comrade that he might not be identified, called out the English were cowards. They gained Ronnie's private room, where a group of their own sort had collected. None were cowardly, all nervy, for queer reports kept coming in. The sweepers had just struck, and half the commodes of Chandrapur remained desolate, in consequence only half, and sweepers from the district, who felt less strongly about the innocence of Dr. Aziz, would arrive in the afternoon and break the strike. But why should the grotesque incident occur? And a number of Mohammedan ladies had sworn to take no food until the prisoner was acquitted. Their death would make little difference indeed. Being invisible, they seemed dead already. Nevertheless, it was disquieting. A new spirit seemed abroad, a rearrangement, which no one in the stern little band of whites could explain. There was a tendency to see Fielding at the back of it. The idea that he was weak and cranky had been dropped. They abused Fielding vigorously. He had been seen driving up with the two counsels, Amritrau and Mahmud Ali. He encouraged the Boy Scout movement for seditious reasons. He received letters with foreign stamps on them, and was probably a Japanese spy. This morning's verdict would break the renegade, but he had done his country and the empire incalculable disservice. While they denounced him, Miss Quested lay back with her hands on the arms of her chair and her eyes closed, reserving her strength. They noticed her after a time, and felt ashamed of making so much noise. "Can we do nothing for you?" Miss Derrick said. "I don't think so, Nancy, and I seem able to do nothing for myself." "But you're strictly forbidden to talk like that. You're wonderful." "Yes, indeed," came the reverent chorus. "My old Das is all right," said Ronnie, starting a new subject in low tones. "Not one of them's all right," contradicted Major Calendar. "Das is, really." You mean he's more frightened of acquitting than convicting, because if he acquits he'll lose his job, said Leslie with a clever little laugh. Ronnie did mean that, but he cherished illusions about his own subordinates following the finer traditions of his service here, and he liked to maintain that his old Das really did possess moral courage of the public school brand. He pointed out that from one point of view it was good that an Indian was taking the case. Conviction was inevitable, so better let an Indian pronounce it. There would be less fuss in the long run. Interested in the argument, he let Adela become dim in his mind. In fact, you disapprove of the appeal I forwarded to Lady Mellanby, said Mrs. Turton with considerable heat. Pray don't apologise, Mr. Heaslop, I am accustomed to being in the wrong. I didn't mean that. Ma! All right, I said don't apologise. Those swine are always on the lookout for a grievance, said Leslie, to propitiate her. Swine, I should think so, the Major echoed. And what's more, I'll tell you what's happened is a damn good thing really, barring of course its application to present company. It'll make them squeal, and it's time they did squeal. I've put the fear of God into them at the hospital anyhow. You should see the grandson of Arceau. Called leading loyalist, he tittered brutally as he described poor Nureddin's present appearance. His beauty's gone, 5 upper teeth, 2 lower and a nostril. Old Panna Lal brought him the looking glass yesterday, and he blubbered. I laughed, I tell you, and so would you that used to be one of these buck niggers, I thought. Now he's all septic, damn him. Blast his soul, I believe he was unspeakably immoral, he subsided, nudged in the ribs, but added, I wish I'd had the cutting up of my late assistant too. Nothing's too bad for these people. At last some sense is being talked, Mrs. Turton cried, much to her husband's discomfort. That's what I say, there's not such a thing as cruelty after a thing like this. Exactly, and remember it afterwards, you men. You're weak. Why, they ought to crawl from here to the caves on their hands and knees whenever an Englishwoman's in sight. They oughtn't to be spoken to. They ought to be spat at. They ought to be ground into the dust. We've been far too kind with our bridge parties and the rest. She paused. Profiting by her wrath, the heat had invaded her. She subsided into a lemon squash and continued between the sips to murmur, weak, and the process was repeated. The issues Miss Quested had raised were so much more important than she was herself that people inevitably forgot her. Presently the case was called. Their chairs preceded them into the court, for it was important that they should look dignified, and when the Chupracies had made all ready, they filed into the ramshackly room with a condescending air, as if it was a booth at a fair. The collector made a small official joke as he sat down, at which his entourage smiled, and the Indians, who could not hear what he said, felt that some new cruelty was afoot, otherwise the Sahibs would not chuckle. The court was crowded, and of course very hot, and the first person Adela noticed in it was the humblest of all who were present, a person who had no bearing officially upon the trial, the man who pulled the punkah. Almost naked, and splendidly formed, he sat on a raised platform near the back, in the middle of the central gangway, and he caught her attention as she came in, and he seemed to control the proceedings. He had the strength and beauty that sometimes come to flower in Indians of low birth. When that strange race nears the dust and is condemned as untouchable, then nature remembers the physical perfection that she accomplished elsewhere, and throws out a god, not many, but one here and there, to prove to society how little its categories impress her. This man would have been notable anywhere among the thin-hammed, flat-chested mediocrities of Chandrapur. He stood out as divine, yet he was of the city, its garbage had nourished him, he would end on its rubbish heaps. Pulling the rope towards him, relaxing it rhythmically, sending swirls of air over others, receiving none himself, he seemed apart from human destinies, a male fate, a winnower of souls. Opposite him, also on a platform, sat the little assistant magistrate, cultivated, self-conscious and conscientious. The punkah wallah was none of these things. He scarcely knew that he existed, and did not understand why the court was fuller than usual. Indeed, he did not know that it was fuller than usual, didn't even know he worked a fan, though he thought he pulled a rope. Something in his aloofness impressed the girl from middle-class England and rebuked the narrowness of her sufferings. In virtue of what had she collected this roomful of people together? Her particular brand of opinions, and the suburban Jehovah who sanctified them. By what right did they claim so much importance in the world, and assume the title of civilization? Mrs. Moore, she looked round, but Mrs. Moore was far away on the sea. It was the kind of question they might have discussed on the voyage out before the old lady had turned disagreeable and queer. While thinking of Mrs. Moore, she heard sounds, which gradually grew more distinct. The epoch-making trial had started, and the superintendent of police was opening the case for the prosecution. Mr. McBride was not at pains to be an interesting speaker. He left eloquence to the defense, who would require it. His attitude was, everyone knows the man's guilty, and I am obliged to say so in public before he goes to the Andamans. He made no moral or emotional appeal, and it was only by degrees that the studied negligence of his manner made itself felt, and lashed part of the audience to fury. Laboriously did he describe the genesis of the picnic. The prisoner had met Miss Quested at an entertainment given by the principal of Government College, and had there conceived his intentions concerning her. Prisoner was a man of loose life, as documents found upon him at his arrest would testify. Also his fellow assistant, Dr. Panalal, was in a position to throw light on his character, and Major Calendar himself would speak. Here Mr. McBride paused. He wanted to keep the proceedings as clean as possible, but Oriental pathology, his favourite theme, lay around him, and he could not resist it. Taking off his spectacles, as was his habit before enunciating a general truth, he looked into them sadly, and remarked that the darker races are physically attracted by the fairer, but not vice versa. Not a matter for bitterness this, not a matter for abuse, but just a fact which any scientific observer will confirm. Even when the lady is so uglier than the gentleman. The comment fell from nowhere, from the ceiling perhaps. It was the first interruption, and the magistrate felt bound to censure it. Turn that man out, he said. One of the native policemen took hold of a man who had said nothing, and turned him out roughly. Mr. McBride resumed his spectacles and proceeded, but the comment had upset Miss Quested. Her body resented being called ugly, and trembled. "Do you feel faint?" Adela asked Miss Derrick, who tended her with loving indignation. "I never feel anything else, Nancy. I shall get through, but it's awful, awful." This led to the first of a series of scenes. Her friends began to fuss around her, and the Major called out, "I must have better arrangements than this made for my patient. Why isn't she given a seat on the platform? She gets no air." Mr. Das looked annoyed and said, "I shall be happy to accommodate Miss Quested with a chair up here in view of the particular circumstances of her health." The Chuprasis passed up not one chair but several, and the entire party followed Adela onto the platform, Mr. Fielding being the only European who remained in the body of the hall. "That's better," remarked Mrs. Turton, as she settled herself. "Thoroughly desirable change for several reasons," replied the Major. The magistrate knew that he ought to censure this remark but did not dare to. Calendar saw that he was afraid, and called out authoritatively, "Right, McBride, go ahead now. Sorry to have interrupted you." "Are you all right yourselves?" asked the superintendent. We shall do." "Go on, Mr. Das, we are not here to disturb you," said the collector patronizingly. Indeed, they had not so much disturbed the trial as taken charge of it. While the prosecution continued, Miss Quested examined the hall timidly at first, as though it would scorch her eyes. She observed to left and right of the punker man many a half-known face. Beneath her were gathered all the wreckage of her silly attempt to see India, the people she had met at the bridge party, the man and his wife who hadn't sent their carriage, the old man who would lend his car, various servants, villagers, officials, and the prisoner himself. There he sat, strong, neat little Indian with very black hair and pliant hands. She viewed him without special emotion. Since they last met she had elevated him into a principle of evil, but now he seemed to be what he had always been, a slight acquaintance. He was negligible, devoid of significance, dry like a bone, and though he was guilty, no atmosphere of sin surrounded him. "I suppose he is guilty. Can I possibly have made a mistake?" she thought. For this question still occurred to her intellect, though since Mrs. Moore's departure it had ceased to trouble her conscience. Pleader Mahmud Ali now arose, and asked with ponderous and ill-judged irony whether his client could be accommodated on the platform too. Even Indians felt unwell sometimes, though naturally Major Calendar did not think so, being in charge of a government hospital. Another example of their exquisite sense of humour, sang Miss Derrick. Ronnie looked at Mr. Das to see how he would handle the difficulty, and Mr. Das became agitated, and snubbed Pleader Mahmud Ali severely. "Excuse me," it was the turn of the eminent barrister from Calcutta. He was a fine-looking man, large and bony, with grey closely cropped hair. "We object to the presence of so many European ladies and gentlemen upon the platform," he said, in an Oxford voice. "They will have the effect of intimidating our witnesses. Their place is with the rest of the public in the body of the hall. We have no objection to Miss Quested remaining on the platform. Since she has been unwell, we shall extend every courtesy to her throughout. Despite the scientific truths revealed to us by the District Superintendent of Police, but we do object to the others." "Oh, cut the cackle and let's have the verdict," the Major growled. The distinguished visitor gazed at the magistrate respectfully. "I agree to that," said Mr. Das, hiding his face desperately in some papers. "It was only to Miss Quested that I gave permission to sit up here. Her friends should be so excessively kind as to climb down." "Well done, Das," quite sound, said Ronnie with devastating honesty. "Climb down, indeed, what incredible impertinence," Mrs. Turton cried. "Do come quietly," Mary murmured her husband. "Hi, my patient can't be left unattended." "Do you object to the civil surgeon remaining, Mr. Amritrao?" "I should object. A platform confers authority, even when it's 1 foot high, so come along all," said the collector, trying to laugh. "Thank you very much, sir," said Mr. Das, greatly relieved. "Thank you, Mr. Heaslop, thank you, ladies all." And the party, including Miss Quested, descended from its rash eminence. The news of their humiliation spread quickly, and people jeered outside. Their special chairs followed them. Mahmud Ali, who was quite silly and useless with hatred, objected even to these by whose authority had special chairs been introduced. Why had the Nawab Bahadur not been given one? Etc. People began to talk all over the room, about chairs, ordinary and special, strips of carpet, platforms 1 foot high. But the little excursion had a good effect on Miss Quested's nerves. She felt easier now that she had seen all the people who were in the room. It was like knowing the worst. She was sure now that she should come through all right. That is to say, without spiritual disgrace, and she passed the good news on to Ronnie and Mrs. Turton. They were too much agitated with the defeat to British prestige to be interested. From where she sat, she could see the renegade Mr. Fielding. She had had a better view of him from the platform, and knew that an Indian child perched on his knee. He was watching the proceedings, watching her. When their eyes met, he turned his away, as if direct intercourse was of no interest to him. The magistrate was also happier. He had won the battle of the platform and gained confidence. Intelligent and impartial, he continued to listen to the evidence, and tried to forget that later on he should have to pronounce a verdict in accordance with it. The superintendent trundled steadily forward. He had expected these outbursts of insolence. They are the natural gestures of an inferior race, and he betrayed no hatred of Aziz, merely an abysmal contempt. The speech dealt at length with the prisoners' dupes, as they were called: Fielding, the servant Anthony, the Nawab Bahadur. This aspect of the case had always seemed dubious to Miss Quested, and she had asked the police not to develop it. But they were playing for a heavy sentence, and wanted to prove that the assault was premeditated. And in order to illustrate the strategy, they produced a plan of the Marabar Hills, showing the route that the party had taken, and the tank of the dagger where they had camped. The magistrate displayed interest in archaeology. An elevation of a specimen cave was produced. It was lettered Buddhist cave. "Not Buddhist, I think, Jane." "In which cave is the offence alleged, the Buddhist or the Jain?" asked Mahmud Ali, with the air of unmasking a conspiracy. "All the Marabar caves are Jain." "Yes, sir, then in which Jain cave?" "You will have an opportunity of putting such questions later." Mr. McBride smiled faintly at their fatuity. Indians invariably collapse over some such point as this. He knew that the defense had some wild hope of establishing an alibi, that they had tried unsuccessfully to identify the guide, and that Fielding and Hamidullah had gone out to the Kawa Dole and paced and measured all one moonlit night. "Mr. Leslie says they're Buddhist, and he ought to know if anyone does. But may I call attention to the shape?" and he described what had occurred there. Then he spoke of Miss Derrick's arrival, of the scramble down the gully, of the return of the 2 ladies to Chandrapur, and of the document Miss Quested signed on her arrival, in which mention was made of the field glasses. And then came the culminating evidence, the discovery of the field glasses on the prisoner. "I have nothing to add at present," he concluded, removing his spectacles. "I will now call my witnesses. The facts will speak for themselves." The prisoner is one of those individuals who have led a double life. I dare say his degeneracy gained upon him gradually. He has been very cunning at concealing, as is usual with the type, and pretending to be a respectable member of society, getting a government position even. He is now entirely vicious and beyond redemption, I am afraid. He behaved most cruelly, most brutally, to another of his guests, another English lady. In order to get rid of her, and leave him free for his crime, he crushed her into a cave among his servants. However, that is by the way. But his last words brought on another storm, and suddenly a new name, Mrs. Moore, burst on the court like a whirlwind. Mahmoud Ali had been enraged, his nerves snapped, he shrieked like a maniac, and asked whether his client was charged with murder as well as rape, and who was this second English lady. I don't propose to call her. You don't because you can't, you have smuggled her out of the country. She is Mrs. Moore, she would have proved his innocence, she was on our side, she was poor Indian's friend. You could have called her yourself, cried the magistrate. Neither side called her, neither must quote her as evidence. She was kept from us until too late. I learned too late. This is English justice. Here is your British Raj. Give us back Mrs. Moore for 5 minutes only, and she will save my friend, she will save my friend, she will save the name of his sons. Don't rule her out, Mr. Das. Take back those words as you yourself are a father. Tell me where they have put her. Oh, Mrs. Moore. If the point is of any interest, my mother should have reached Aiden, said Ronnie dryly. He ought not to have intervened, but the onslaught had startled him. Imprisoned by you there because she knew the truth. He was almost out of his mind, and could be heard saying above the tumult, I ruin my career, no matter, we are all to be ruined one by one. This is no way to defend your case, counselled the magistrate. I am not defending a case, nor are you trying one. We are both of us slaves. Mr. Mahmoud Ali, I have already warned you, and unless you sit down I shall exercise my authority. Do so. This trial is a farce. I am going, and he handed his papers to Amritrao and left, calling from the door histrionically yet with intense passion, Aziz, Aziz, farewell for ever. The tumult increased, the invocation of Mrs. Moore continued, and people who did not know what the syllables meant repeated them like a charm. They became Indianized into Miss Moore. They were taken up in the street outside. In vain the magistrate threatened and expelled. Until the magic exhausted itself, he was powerless. Unexpected, remarked Mr. Turton. Ronnie furnished the explanation. Before she sailed, his mother had taken to talk about the Marabar in her sleep, especially in the afternoon when servants were on the veranda, and her disjointed remarks on Aziz had doubtless been sold to Mahmoud Ali for a few annas. That kind of thing never ceases in the East. I thought they'd try something of the sort. Ingenious, he looked into their wide-open mouths. They get just like over their religion, he added calmly. Start and can't stop. I'm sorry for your old Das, he's not getting much of a show. Mr. Heaslop, how disgraceful, dragging in your dear mother, said Miss Derrick, bending forward. It's just a trick, and they happened to pull it off. Now one sees why they had Mahmoud Ali, just to make a scene on the chance. It is his speciality, but he disliked it more than he showed. It was revolting to hear his mother travestied into Miss Moore, a Hindu goddess. Miss Moore. Miss Moore. Miss Moore. Miss Moore. No. Ronnie. Yes, old girl. Isn't it all queer? I'm afraid it's very upsetting for you. Not the least. I don't mind it. Well, that's good. She had spoken more naturally and healthily than usual. Bending into the middle of her friends, she said, Don't worry about me. I'm much better than I was. I don't feel the least faint. I shall be all right. And thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you for your kindness. She had to shout her gratitude, for the chant, Miss Moore, went on. Suddenly it stopped. It was as if the prayer had been heard, and the relics exhibited. I apologize for my colleague, said Mr. Amritrao, rather to everyone's surprise. He is an intimate friend of our client, and his feelings have carried him away. Mr. Mahmoud Ali will have to apologize in person, the magistrate said. Exactly, sir, he must. But we had just learnt that Mrs. Moore had important evidence which she desired to give. She was hurried out of the country by her son before she could give it. And this unhinged Mr. Mahmoud Ali coming, as it does, upon an attempt to intimidate our only other European witness, Mr. Fielding. Mr. Mahmoud Ali would have said nothing had not Mrs. Moore been claimed as a witness by the police. He sat down. An extraneous element is being introduced into the case, said the magistrate. I must repeat that as a witness Mrs. Moore does not exist. Neither you, Mr. Amritrau, nor Mr. McBride, you, have any right to surmise what that lady would have said. She is not here and consequently she can say nothing. Well, I withdraw my reference, said the superintendent wearily. I would have done so 15 minutes ago if I had been given the chance. She is not of the least importance to me. I have already withdrawn it for the defense, he added with forensic humor. Perhaps you can persuade the gentleman outside to withdraw it too, for the refrain in the street continued. I am afraid my powers do not extend so far, said Das, smiling. So peace was restored, and when Adela came to give her evidence, the atmosphere was quieter than it had been since the beginning of the trial. Experts were not surprised. There is no stay in your native. He blazes up over a minor point, and has nothing left for the crisis. What he seeks is a grievance, and this he had found in the supposed abduction of an old lady. He would now be less aggrieved when Aziz was deported. But the crisis was still to come. Adela had always meant to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, and she had rehearsed this as a difficult task, difficult because her disaster in the cave was connected, though by a thread, with another part of her life, her engagement to Ronnie. She had thought of love just before she went in, and had innocently asked Aziz what marriage was like, and she supposed that her question had roused evil in him. To recount this would have been incredibly painful. It was the one point she wanted to keep obscure. She was willing to give details that would have distressed other girls, but this story of her private failure she dared not allude to. And she dreaded being examined in public in case something came out. But as soon as she rose to reply and heard the sound of her own voice, she feared not even that. A new and unknown sensation protected her, like magnificent armor. She didn't think what had happened, or even remember in the ordinary way of memory, but she returned to the Marabar Hills, and spoke from them across a sort of darkness to Mr. McBride. The fatal day recurred, in every detail, but now she was of it, and not of it at the same time, and this double relation gave it indescribable splendor. Why had she thought the expedition dull? Now the sun rose again, the elephant waited, the pale masses of the rock flowed round her, and presented the first cave she entered, and a match was reflected in the polished walls, all beautiful and significant, though she had been blind to it at the time. Questions were asked, and to each she found the exact reply. Yes, she had noticed the tank of the dagger but not known its name. Yes, Mrs. Moore had been tired after the first cave, and sat in the shadow of a great rock, near the dried-up mud. Smoothly the voice in the distance proceeded, leading along the paths of truth, and the airs from the punkah behind her wafted her on. The prisoner and the guide took you on to the Kawadol, no one else being present. The most wonderfully shaped of those hills. Yes, as she spoke, she created the Kawadol, saw the niches up the curve of the stone, and felt the heat strike her face, and something caused her to add, no one else was present to my knowledge. We appeared to be alone. Very well, there is a ledge halfway up the hill, or broken ground rather, with caves scattered near the beginning of a nullah. I know where you mean. You went alone into one of those caves. That is quite correct. And the prisoner followed you. Now we've got him from the major. She was silent. The court, the place of question, awaited her reply, but she could not give it until Aziz entered the place of answer. The prisoner followed you, didn't he? He repeated in the monotonous tones that they both used. They were employing agreed words throughout, so that this part of the proceedings held no surprises. May I have half a minute before I reply to that, Mr. McBride? Certainly. Her vision was of several caves. She saw herself in one, and she was also outside it, watching its entrance for Aziz to pass in. She failed to locate him. It was the doubt that had often visited her, but solid and attractive, like the hills. I am not. Speech was more difficult than vision. I am not quite sure. I beg your pardon, said the superintendent of police. I cannot be sure. I didn't catch that answer. He looked scared, his mouth shut with a snap. You are on that landing, or whatever we term it, and you have entered a cave. I suggest to you that the prisoner followed you. She shook her head. What do you mean, please? No, she said in a flat, unattractive voice. Slight noises began in various parts of the room, but no one yet understood what was occurring except Fielding. He saw that she was going to have a nervous breakdown and that his friend was saved. "What is that? What are you saying?" "Speak up, please." The magistrate bent forward. "I'm afraid I have made a mistake." "What nature of mistake?" "Dr. Aziz never followed me into the cave." The superintendent slammed down his papers, then picked them up and said calmly, "Now, Miss Quested, let us go on. I will read you the words of the deposition which you signed 2 hours later in my bungalow." "Excuse me, Mr. McBride, you cannot go on. I am speaking to the witness myself, and the public will be silent. If it continues to talk, I have the court cleared. Miss Quested, address your remarks to me, who am the magistrate in charge of the case, and realize their extreme gravity. Remember, you speak on oath, Miss Quested." "Dr. Aziz never." "I stopped these proceedings on medical grounds," cried the major on a word from Turton, and all the English rose from their chairs at once, large white figures behind which the little magistrate was hidden. The Indians rose too. Hundreds of things went on at once, so that afterwards each person gave a different account of the catastrophe. "You withdraw the charge." "Answer me," shrieked the representative of justice. Something that she did not understand took hold of the girl and pulled her through. Though the vision was over, and she had returned to the insipidity of the world, she remembered what she had learnt. Atonement and confession, they could wait. It was in hard, prosaic tones that she said, "I withdraw everything." "Enough, sit down. Mr. McBride, do you wish to continue in the face of this?" The superintendent gazed at his witness as if she was a broken machine, and said, "Are you mad?" "Don't question her, so you have no longer the right. Give me time to consider." "Sahib, you will have to withdraw. This becomes a scandal," boomed the Nawab Bahadur suddenly from the back of the court. "He shall not," shouted Mrs. Turton against the gathering tumult. "Call the other witnesses. We're none of us safe." Ronnie tried to check her, and she gave him an irritable blow, then screamed insults at Adadla. The superintendent moved to the support of his friends, saying nonchalantly to the magistrate as he did so, "Right, I withdraw." Mr. Dus rose, nearly dead with the strain. He had controlled the case, just controlled it. He had shown that an Indian can preside. To those who could hear him, he said, "The prisoner is released without one stain on his character. The question of costs will be decided elsewhere." And then the flimsy framework of the court broke up, the shouts of derision and rage culminated, people screamed and cursed, kissed one another, wept passionately. Here were the English, whom their servants protected. Their Aziz fainted in Hamidilla's arms. Victory on this side, defeat on that. Complete for one moment was the antithesis. Then life returned to its complexities. Person after person struggled out of the room to their various purposes, and before long no one remained on the scene of the fantasy but the beautiful naked god. Unaware that anything unusual had occurred, he continued to pull the cord of his punkah, to gaze at the empty dais and the overturned special chairs, and rhythmically to agitate the clouds of descending dust. Chapter 25. Miss Quested had renounced her own people. Turning from them, she was drawn into a mass of Indians of the shopkeeping class, and carried by them towards the public exit of the court. The faint, indescribable smell of the bazaars invaded her, sweeter than a London slum, yet more disquieting. A tuft of scented cotton wool, wedged in an old man's ear, fragments of pan between his black teeth, odorous powders, oils, the scented east of tradition, but blended with human sweat, as if a great king had been entangled in ignominy and could not free himself, or as if the heat of the sun had boiled and fried all the glories of the earth into a single mess. They paid no attention to her. They shook hands over her shoulder, shouted through her body, for when the Indian does ignore his rulers, he becomes genuinely unaware of their existence. Without part in the universe she had created, she was flung against Mr. Fielding. "What do you want here?" Knowing him for her enemy, she passed on into the sunlight without speaking. He called after her, "Where are you going, Miss Quested?" "I don't know." "You can't wander about like that. Where's the car you came in?" "I shall walk." "What madness! There's supposed to be a riot on. The police have struck. No one knows what'll happen next. Why don't you keep to your own people?" "Ought I to join them?" she said, without emotion. She felt emptied, valueless. There was no more virtue in her. "You can't, it's too late. How are you to get round to the private entrance now? Come this way with me quick, I'll put you into my carriage. Cyril, Cyril, don't leave me, called the shattered voice of Aziz. I'm coming back. This way, and don't argue, he gripped her arm. Excuse manners, but I don't know anyone's position. Send my carriage back any time tomorrow, if you please. But where am I to go in it? Where you like. How should I know your arrangements? The Victoria was safe in a quiet side lane, but there were no horses, for the Says, not expecting the trial would end so abruptly, had led them away to visit a friend. She got into it obediently. The man could not leave her, for the confusion increased, and spots of it sounded fanatical. The main road through the bazaars was blocked, and the English were gaining the civil station by ways they were caught like caterpillars, and could have been killed off easily. What have you been doing?" he cried suddenly. "Playing a game, studying life, or what?" "Sir, I intend these for you, sir," interrupted a student, running down the lane with a garland of jasmine on his arm. "I don't want the rubbish, get out." "Sir, I am a horse, we shall be your horses," another cried as he lifted the shafts of the Victoria into the air. "Fetch my size, Ruffy, there's a good chap." "No, sir, this is an honor for us." Fielding wearied of his students. The more they honored him, the less they obeyed. They lassoed him with jasmine and roses, scratched the splashboard against a wall, and recited a poem, the noise of which filled the lane with a crowd. "Hurry up, so we pull you in a procession," and half affectionate, half impudent, they bundled him in. "I don't know whether this suits you, but anyhow you're safe," he remarked. The carriage jerked into the main bazaar, where it created some sensation. Miss Quested was so loathed in Chandrapur that her recantation was discredited, and the rumour ran that she had been stricken by the deity in the middle of her lies. But they cheered when they saw her sitting by the heroic principal. Some addressed her as Mrs. Moore, and they garlanded her to match him. Half gods, half guys, with sausages of flowers round their necks, the pair were dragged in the wake of Aziz's victorious landau. In the applause that greeted them, some derision mingled. The English always stick together. That was the criticism. Nor was it unjust. Fielding shared it himself and knew that if some misunderstanding occurred, and an attack was made on the girl by his allies, he would be obliged to die in her defense. He didn't want to die for her, he wanted to be rejoicing with Aziz. Where was the procession going? To friends, to enemies, to Aziz's bungalow, to the collector's bungalow, to the Minter hospital where the civil surgeon would eat dust and the patients confused with prisoners be released, to Delhi, Simla. The students thought it was going to Government College. When they reached a turning, they twisted the Victoria to the right, ran it by side lanes down a hill and through a garden gate into the mango plantation, and as far as Fielding and Miss Quested were concerned, all was peace and quiet. The trees were full of glossy foliage and slim green fruit, the tank slumbered, and beyond it rose the exquisite blue arches of the garden house. "Sir, we fetch the others, sir. It is a somewhat heavy load, for our arms were heard." Fielding took the refugee to his office and tried to telephone to McBride, but this he could not do. The wires had been cut. All his servants had decamped. Once more he was unable to desert her. He assigned her a couple of rooms, provided her with ice and drinks and biscuits, advised her to lie down, and lay down himself. There was nothing else to do. He felt restless and thwarted as he listened to the retreating sounds of the procession, and his joy was rather spoilt by bewilderment. It was a victory, but such a queer one. At that moment Aziz was crying "Cyril, Cyril," crammed into a carriage with the Nawab Bahadur, Hamidullah, Muhammad Ali, his own little boys, and a heap of flowers. He was not content, he wanted to be surrounded by all who loved him. Victory gave no pleasure, he had suffered too much. From the moment of his arrest he was done for. He had dropped like a wounded animal. He had despaired, not through cowardice, but because he knew that an Englishwoman's word would always outweigh his own. "It is fate," he said, and it is fate when he was imprisoned anew after Moharram. All that existed in that terrible time was affection, and affection was all that he felt in the first painful moments of his freedom. Why isn't Cyril following? Let us turn back, but the procession could not turn back. Like a snake in a drain, it advanced down the narrow bazaar towards the basin of the Maidan, where it would turn about itself and decide on its prey. "Forward, forward," shrieked Mahmoud Ali, whose every utterance had become a yell. Down with the collector, down with the superintendent of police. Mr. Mahmoud Ali, This is not wise, implored the Nawab Bahadur. He knew that nothing was gained by attacking the English, who had fallen into their own pit, and had better be left there. Moreover, he had great possessions and deprecated anarchy. Cyril, again you desert, cried Aziz. Yet some orderly demonstration is necessary, said Hamidullah, otherwise they will still think we are afraid. Down with the civil surgeon. Rescue Nuruddin. Nuruddin. They are torturing him. Oh my God, for this too was a friend. They are not. I will not have my grandson made an excuse for an attack on the hospital, the old man protested. They are. Calendar boasted so before the trial. I heard through the tatties, he said, I have tortured that nigger. Oh my God, he called him a nigger, did he? They put pepper instead of antiseptic on the wounds. Mr. Mahmoud Ali, impossible, a little roughness will not hurt the boy, he needs discipline. Pepper. Civil surgeon said so. They hope to destroy us one by one, they shall fail. The new injury lashed the crowd to fury. It had been aimless hitherto, and had lacked a grievance. When they reached the Maidan and saw the sallow arcades of the Mintu, they shambled towards it howling. It was near midday. The earth and sky were insanely ugly, the spirit of evil again strode abroad. The Nawab Bahadur alone struggled against it, and told himself that the rumour must be untrue. He had seen his grandson in the ward only last week. But he too was carried forward over the new precipice, to rescue, to maltreat Major Calendar in revenge, and then was to come the turn of the civil station generally. But disaster was averted, and averted by Dr. Panna Lal. Dr. Panna Lal had offered to give evidence for the prosecution in the hope of pleasing the English, also because he hated Aziz. When the case broke down, he was in a very painful position. He saw the crash coming sooner than most people, slipped from the court before Mr. Dus had finished, and drove dapple off through the bazaars, in flight from the wrath to come. In the hospital he should be safe, for Major Calendar would protect him. But the Major had not come, and now things were worse than ever, for here was a mob, entirely desirous of his blood, and the orderlies were mutinous and would not help him over the back wall, or rather hoisted him and let him drop back, to the satisfaction of the patients. In agony he cried, "Man can but die the once," and waddled across the compound to meet the invasion, salaming with one hand and holding up a pale yellow umbrella in the other. "Oh, forgive me," he whined as he approached the victorious landau. "Oh, Dr. Aziz, forgive the wicked lies I told." Aziz was silent. The others thickened their throats and threw up their chins in token of scorn. I was afraid, I was mislaid," the suppliant continued. "I was mislaid here, there, and everywhere as regards your character. Oh, forgive the poor old Hakim who gave you milk when ill. Oh, Nawab Bahadur, whoever merciful, is it my poor little dispensary you require? Take every cursed bottle." Agitated but alert, he saw them smile at his indifferent English, and suddenly he started playing the buffoon, flung down his umbrella, trod through it, and struck himself upon the nose. He knew what he was doing, and so did they. There was nothing pathetic or eternal in the degradation of such a man. Of ignoble origin, Dr. Panna Lal possessed nothing that could be disgraced, and he wisely decided to make the other Indians feel like kings, because it would put them into better tempers. When he found they wanted Nuruddin, he skipped like a goat, he scuttled like a hen to do their bidding. The hospital was saved, and to the end of his life he could not understand why he had not obtained promotion on the morning's work. "Promptness, sir, promptness similar to you," was the argument he employed to Major Calendar when claiming it. When Nuruddin emerged, his face all bandaged, there was a roar of relief as though the Bastille had fallen. It was the crisis of the march, and the Nawab Bahadur managed to get the situation into hand. Embracing the young man publicly, he began a speech about justice, courage, liberty and prudence, ranged under heads which cooled the passion of the crowd. He further announced that he should give up his British conferred title and live as a private gentleman, plain Mr. Zulfikar, for which reason he was instantly proceeding to his country seat. The landau turned, the crowd accompanied it, the crisis was over. The Marabar caves had been a terrible strain on the local administration. They altered a good many lives and wrecked several careers, but they did not break up a continent or even dislocate a district. "We will have rejoicings tonight," the old man said. "Mr. Hamidullah, I depute you to bring out our friends Fielding and Amritrao, and to discover whether the latter will require special food. The others will keep with me. We shall not go out to Dilkusha until the cool of the evening, of course. I do not know the feelings of other gentlemen. For my own part, I have a slight headache, and I wish I had thought to ask our good Panalal for aspirin. For the heat was claiming its own. Unable to madden, it stupefied, and before long most of the Chandrapur combatants were asleep. Those in the civil station kept watch a little, fearing an attack, but presently they too entered the world of dreams, that world in which a third of each man's life is spent, and which is thought by some pessimists to be a premonition of eternity. Chapter 26. Evening approached by the time Fielding and Miss Quested met, and had the first of their numerous curious conversations. He had hoped, when he woke up, to find someone had fetched her away, but the college remained isolated from the rest of the universe. She asked whether she could have a sort of interview and, when he made no reply, said, "Have you any explanation of my extraordinary behavior?" "None," he said curtly. "Why make such a charge if you were going to withdraw it?" "Why, indeed? I ought to feel grateful to you, I suppose, but—" "I don't expect gratitude. I only thought you might care to hear what I have to say." "Oh well," he grumbled, feeling rather schoolboyish. "I don't think a discussion between us is desirable. To put it frankly, I belong to the other side in this ghastly affair. Would it not interest you to hear my side?" "Not much. I shouldn't tell you in confidence, of course, so you can hand on all my remarks to your side, for there is one great mercy that has come out of all today's misery. I have no longer any secrets. My echo's gone. I call the buzzing sound in my ears an echo, you see. I have been unwell ever since that expedition to the caves, and possibly before it." The remark interested him rather. It was what he had sometimes suspected himself. "What kind of illness?" he inquired. She touched her head at the side, then shook it. "That was my first thought, the day of the arrest. Hallucination." "Do you think that would be so?" she asked with great humility. "What should have given me an hallucination?" "One of three things certainly happened in the Marabar," he said, getting drawn into a discussion against his will. "One of four things. Either Aziz is guilty, which is what your friends think, or you invented the charge out of malice, which is what my friends think, or you have had an hallucination. I'm very much inclined. Getting up and striding about now that you tell me that you felt unwell before the expedition, it's an important piece of evidence. I believe that you yourself broke the strap of the field glasses. You were alone in that cave the whole time." "Perhaps. Meh. Can you remember when you first felt out of sorts?" "When I came to tea with you there, in that garden house. A somewhat unlucky party. Aziz and old Godbol were both ill after it too." "I was not ill. It is far too vague to mention. It is all mixed up with my private affairs. I enjoyed the singing. But just about then a sort of sadness began that I couldn't detect at the time. No, nothing as solid as sadness. Living at half pressure expresses it best. Half pressure. I remember going on to polo with Mr. Heaslop at the Maidan. Various other things happened, it doesn't matter what, but I was under par for all of them. I was certainly in that state when I saw the caves. And you suggest nothing shocks or hurts me. You suggest that I had an hallucination there, the sort of thing, though, in an awful form that makes some women think they've had an offer of marriage when none was made." "You put it honestly anyhow." "I was brought up to be honest. The trouble is, it gets me nowhere." Liking her better, he smiled and said, "It'll get us to heaven." "Will it? If heaven existed." "Do you not believe in heaven, Mr. Fielding, may I ask?" she said, looking at him shyly. "I do not. Yet I believe that honesty gets us there." "How can that be?" "Let us go back to hallucinations. I was watching you carefully through your evidence this morning, and if I'm right, the hallucination, what you call half pressure, quite as good a word, disappeared suddenly." She tried to remember what she had felt in court, but could not. The vision disappeared whenever she wished to interpret it. "Events presented themselves to me in their logical sequence," was what she said, but it hadn't been that at all. "My belief, and of course I was listening carefully, in hope you would make some slip, my belief is that poor McBride exercised you. As soon as he asked you a straightforward question, you gave a straightforward answer, and broke down. Exercise in that sense. I thought you meant I'd seen a ghost." "I don't go to that length." "People whom I respect very much believe in ghosts," she said rather sharply. "My friend Mrs. Moore does. She's an old lady. I think you need not be impolite to her, as well as to her son." I did not intend to be rude. I only meant it is difficult, as we get on in life, to resist the supernatural. I felt it coming on me myself. I still jog on without it, but what a temptation, at 45, to pretend that the dead live again, one's own dead, no one else's matter. Because the dead don't live again. I fear not. So do I. There was a moment's silence, such as often follows the triumph of rationalism. Then he apologized handsomely enough for his behavior to Heaslop at the club. "What does Dr. Aziz say of me?" she asked, after another pause. He has not been capable of thought in his misery. Naturally he's very bitter," said Fielding, a little awkward, because such remarks as Aziz had made were not merely bitter, they were foul. The underlying notion was, "It disgraces me to have been mentioned in connection with such a hag." It enraged him that he had been accused by a woman who had no personal beauty sexually. He was a snob. This had puzzled and worried Fielding. Sensuality, as long as it is straightforward, did not repel him, but this derived sensuality, the sort that classes a mistress among motor cars if she is beautiful, and among flies if she isn't, was alien to his own emotions. And he felt a barrier between himself and Aziz whenever it arose. It was, in a new form, the old trouble that eats the heart out of every civilization: snobbery, the desire for possessions, creditable appendages, and it is to escape this rather than the lusts of the flesh that saints retreat into the Himalayas. To change the subject, he said, "But let me conclude my analysis. We are agreed that he is not a villain, and that you are not one, and we aren't really sure that it was an hallucination. There's a fourth possibility which we must touch on. Was it somebody else?" "The guide." "Exactly, the guide. I often think so. Unluckily Aziz hit him on the face, and he got a fright and disappeared. It is most unsatisfactory, and we hadn't the police to help us. The guide was of no interest to them." "Perhaps it was the guide," she said quietly. The question had lost interest for her suddenly. "Or could it have been one of that gang of Pathans who have been drifting through the district? Someone who was in another cave, and followed me when the guide was looking away? Possibly." At that moment her medulla joined them, and seemed not too pleased to find them closeted together. Like everyone else in Chandrapur, he could make nothing of Miss Quested's conduct. He had overheard their last remark. "Hello, my dear Fielding," he said. "So I run you down at last. Can you come out at once to Dilkusha?" "At once." "I hope to leave in a moment. Don't let me interrupt," said Adela. "The telephone has been broken. Miss Quested can't ring up her friends," he explained. "A great deal has been broken, more than will ever be mended," said the other. "Still, there should be some way of transporting this lady back to the civil lines. The resources of civilization are numerous." He spoke without looking at Miss Quested, and he ignored the slight movement she made towards him with her hand. Fielding, who thought the meeting might as well be friendly, said, "Miss Quested has been explaining a little about her conduct of this morning. Perhaps the age of miracles has returned. One must be prepared for everything, our philosophers say." "It must have seemed a miracle to the onlookers," said Adela, addressing him nervously. "The fact is that I realized before it was too late that I had made a mistake, and had just enough presence of mind to say so. That is all my extraordinary conduct amounts to." "All it amounts to, indeed," he retorted, quivering with rage but keeping himself in hand, for he felt she might be setting another trap. "Speaking as a private individual, in a purely informal conversation, I admired your conduct, and I was delighted when our warm-hearted students garlanded you. But like Mr. Fielding, I am surprised indeed. Surprise is too weak a word. I see you drag my best friend into the dirt, damage his health and ruin his prospects in a way you cannot conceive owing to your ignorance of our society and religion, and then suddenly you get up in the witness box. Oh no, Mr. McBride, after all I am not quite sure. You may as well let him go. Am I mad? I keep asking myself, is it a dream, and if so, when did it start? And without doubt it is a dream that has not yet finished, for I gather you have not done with us yet, and it is now the turn of the poor old guide who conducted you round the caves." "Not at all, we were only discussing possibilities," interposed Fielding. "An interesting pastime, but a lengthy one. There are 170 million Indians in this notable peninsula, and of course one or other of them entered the cave. Of course some Indian is the culprit, we must never doubt that. And since, my dear Fielding, These possibilities will take you some time here. He put his arm over the Englishman's shoulder and swayed him to and fro gently. Don't you think you had better come out to the Nawab Bahadur's, or I should say to Mr. Zulfikar's, for that is the name he now requires us to call him by? Gladly, in a minute. I have just settled my movements, said Miss Quested. I shall go to the Dak bungalow. Not the Turtons, said Hamidullah, goggle-eyed. I thought you were their guest. The Dak bungalow of Chandrapur was below the average, and certainly servantless. Fielding, though he continued to sway with Hamidullah, was thinking on independent lines, and said in a moment, I have a better idea than that, Miss Quested. You must stop here at the college. I shall be away at least 2 days, and you can have the place entirely to yourself, and make your plans at your convenience. I don't agree at all, said Hamidullah, with every symptom of dismay. The idea is a thoroughly bad one. There may quite well be another demonstration tonight, and suppose an attack is made on the college, you would be held responsible for this lady's safety, my dear fellow. They might equally attack the Dak bungalow. Exactly, but the responsibility there ceases to be yours. Quite so. I have given trouble enough. Do you hear? The lady admits it herself. It's not an attack from our people. I fear you should see their orderly conduct at the hospital. What we must guard against is an attack secretly arranged by the police for the purpose of discrediting you. McBride keeps plenty of roughs for this purpose, and this would be the very opportunity for him. Never mind, she is not going to the Dak bungalow, said Fielding. He had a natural sympathy for the downtrodden. That was partly why he rallied from Aziz, and had become determined not to leave the poor girl in the lurch. Also, he had a new-born respect for her, consequent on their talk. Although her hard schoolmistressy manner remained, she was no longer examining life, but being examined by it she had become a real person. Then where is she to go? We shall never have done with her, for Miss Quested had not appealed to Hamidullah. If she had shown emotion in court, broke down, beat her breast, and invoked the name of God, she would have summoned forth his imagination and generosity. He had plenty of both. But while relieving the Oriental mind, she had chilled it, with the result that he could scarcely believe she was sincere, and indeed from his standpoint she was not. For her behaviour rested on cold justice and honesty she had felt, while she recanted, no passion of love for those whom she had wronged. Truth is not truth in that exacting land unless they go with it kindness and more kindness and kindness again, unless the word that was with God also is God. And the girl's sacrifice, so creditable according to Western notions, was rightly rejected, because though it came from her heart, it did not include her heart. A few garlands from students was all that India ever gave her in return. But where is she to have her dinner? Where is she to sleep? I say here, and if she is hit on the head by roughs, she is hit on the head. That is my contribution. Well, Miss Quested. You are very kind. I should have said yes, I think, but I agree with Mr. Hamidullah. I must give no more trouble to you. I believe my best plan is to return to the Turtons, and see if they will allow me to sleep, and if they turn me away I must go to the Dak. The collector would take me in. I know, but Mrs. Turton said this morning that she would never see me again. She spoke without bitterness, or, as Hamidullah thought, without proper pride. Her aim was to cause the minimum of annoyance. Far better stop here than expose yourself to insults from that preposterous woman. Do you find her preposterous? I used to. I don't now. Well, here's our solution, said the barrister, who had terminated his slightly minatory caress and strolled to the window. Here comes the city magistrate. He comes in a third-class band gharry for purposes of disguise. He comes unattended, but here comes the city magistrate. At last, said Adela sharply, which caused Fielding to glance at her. He comes. I cringe. I tremble. Will you ask him what he wants, Mr. Fielding? He wants you, of course. He may not even know I'm here. I'll see him first, if you prefer. When he had gone, Hamidullah said to her bitingly, really, need you have exposed Mr. Fielding to this further discomfort? He is far too considerate. She made no reply, and there was complete silence between them until their host returned. He has some news for you, he said. You'll find him on the veranda. He prefers not to come in. Does he tell me to come out to him? Whether he tells you or not, you will go, I think, said Hamidullah. She paused, then said, perfectly right, and then said a few words of thanks to the principal for his kindness to her during the day. Thank goodness that's over, he remarked, not escorting her to the veranda, for he held it unnecessary to see Ronnie again. It was insulting of him not to come in. He couldn't very well after my behaviour to him at the club. Heaslop doesn't come out badly. Besides, fate has treated him pretty roughly today. He has had a cable to the effect that his mother's dead, poor old soul. Oh really, Mrs. Moore? I'm sorry, said Hamidillah, rather indifferently. She died at sea. The heat, I suppose. Presumably. May is no month to allow an old lady to travel in. Quite so. Heaslop ought never to have let her go, and he knows it. Shall we be off? Let us wait until the happy couple leave the compound clear. They really are intolerable dawdling there. Ah well, Fielding, you don't believe in Providence, I remember. I do. This is Heaslop's punishment for abducting our witness in order to stop us establishing our alibi. You go rather too far there. The poor old lady's evidence could have had no value, shout and shriek Muhammad Ali as he will. She couldn't see through the cow doll even if she had wanted to. Only Miss Quested could have saved him. She loved Aziz, he says, also India, and he loved her. Love is of no value in a witness, as a barrister ought to know. But I see there is about to be an Miss Esmore legend at Chandrapur, my dear Hamidillah, and I will not impede its growth. The other smiled, and looked at his watch. They both regretted the death, but they were middle-aged men, who had invested their emotions elsewhere, and outbursts of grief could not be expected from them over a slight acquaintance. It's only one's own dead who matter. If for a moment the sense of communion in sorrow came to them, it passed. How indeed is it possible for one human being to be sorry for all the sadness that meets him on the face of the earth, for the pain that is endured not only by men, but by animals and plants, and perhaps by the stones? The soul is tired in a moment, and in fear of losing the little she does understand, she retreats to the permanent lines which habit or chance have dictated, and suffers there. Fielding had met the dead woman only 2 or 3 times. Hamidillah had seen her in the distance once, and they were far more occupied with the coming gathering at Dilkusha, the victory dinner, for which they would be most victoriously late. They agreed not to tell Aziz about Mrs. Moore till the morrow, because he was fond of her, and the bad news might spoil his fun. Oh, this is unbearable, muttered Hamidillah, for Miss Quested was back again. Mr. Fielding, has Ronnie told you of this new misfortune? He bowed. She sat down and seemed to stiffen into a monument. Heaslop is waiting for you, I think. I do so long to be alone. She was my best friend, far more to me than to him. I can't bear to be with Ronnie. I can't explain. Could you do me the very great kindness of letting me stop after all? Hamidillah swore violently in the vernacular. I should be pleased, but does Mr. Heaslop wish it? I didn't ask him. We are too much upset, it's so complex, not like what unhappiness is supposed to be. Each of us ought to be alone, and think, do come and see Ronnie again. I think he should come in this time, said Fielding, feeling that this much was due to his own dignity. Do ask him to come. She returned with him. He was half miserable, half arrogant indeed, a strange mix-up, and broke at once into uneven speech. I came to bring Miss Quested away, but her visit to the Turtons has ended, and there is no other arrangement so far. Mine are bachelor quarters now. Fielding stopped him courteously. Say no more, Miss Quested stops here. I only wanted to be assured of your approval. Miss Quested, you had better send for your own servant if he can be found, but I will leave orders with mine to do all they can for you. Also I'll let the scouts know. They have guarded the college ever since it was closed, and may as well go on. I really think you'll be as safe here as anywhere. I shall be back Thursday. Meanwhile Hamidillah, determined to spare the enemy no incidental pain, had said to Ronnie, we hear, sir, that your mother has died. May we ask where the cable came from? Aden. You were boasting she had reached Aden, in court. But she died on leaving Bombay, broke in Adela. She was dead when they called her name this morning. She must have been buried at sea. Somehow this stopped Hamidillah, and he desisted from his brutality, which had shocked Fielding more than anyone else. He remained silent while the details of Miss Quested's occupation of the college were arranged, merely remarking to Ronnie, it is clearly to be understood, sir, that neither Mr. Fielding nor any of us are responsible for this lady's safety at Government College, to which Ronnie agreed. After that he watched the semi-chivalrous behavings of the three English with quiet amusement. He thought Fielding had been incredibly silly and weak, and he was amazed by the younger people's want of proper pride. When they were driving out to Dilkusha hours late, he said to Amritrao, who accompanied them, "Mr. Amritrao, have you considered what sum Miss Quested ought to pay as compensation?" 20,000 rupees. No more was then said, but the remark horrified Fielding. He couldn't bear to think of the queer, honest girl losing her money and possibly her young man too. She advanced into his consciousness suddenly. And fatigued by the merciless and enormous day, he lost his usual sane view of human intercourse, and felt that we exist not in ourselves, but in terms of each other's minds, a notion for which logic offers no support, and which had attacked him only once before, the evening after the catastrophe. When from the veranda of the club he saw the fists and fingers of the Marabar swell until they included the whole night sky. Chapter 27. Aziz, are you awake? No, so let us have a talk, let us dream plans for the future. I am useless at dreaming. Good night then, dear fellow. The victory banquet was over, and the revellers lay on the roof of plain Mr. Zulfikar's mansion, asleep or gazing through mosquito nets at the stars. Exactly above their heads hung the constellation of the Lion, the disk of Regulus so large and bright that it resembled a tunnel, and when this fancy was accepted all the other stars seemed tunnels too. Are you content with our day's work? Cyril, the voice on his left, continued. Are you? Except that I ate too much. How is stomach? How is stomach? How head? I say Panalal and Calendar L get the sack. There'll be a general move at Chandrapur. And you'll get promotion. They can't well move me down, whatever their feelings. In any case, we spend our holidays together, and visit Kashmir, possibly Persia, for I shall have plenty of money. Paid to me on account of the injury sustained by my character, he explained with cynical calm. While with me you shall never spend a single pie. This is what I have always wished, and as the result of my misfortunes it has come. You have won a great victory, began Fielding. I know, my dear chap, I know your voice need not become so solemn and anxious. I know what you are going to say next. Let Miss Quested off paying, so that the English may say, here is a native who has actually behaved like a gentleman. If it was not for his black face we would almost allow him to join our club. The approval of your compatriots no longer interests me. I have become anti-British, and ought to have done so sooner. It would have saved me numerous misfortunes, including knowing me. I say, shall we go and pour water on to Muhammad Latif's face? He is so funny when this is done to him asleep. The remark was not a question but a full stop. Fielding accepted it as such, and there was a pause, pleasantly filled by a little wind, which managed to brush the top of the house. The banquet, though riotous, had been agreeable, and now the blessings of leisure unknown to the West, which either works or idles, descended on the motley company. Civilization strays about like a ghost here, revisiting the ruins of empire, and is to be found not in great works of art or mighty deeds, but in the gestures well-bred Indians make when they sit or lie down. Fielding, who had dressed up in native costume, learnt from his excessive awkwardness in it that all his motions were makeshifts, whereas when the Nawab Bahadur stretched out his hand for food or Nuruddin applauded a song, something beautiful had been accomplished which needed no development. This restfulness of gesture, it is the peace that passeth understanding. After all, it is the social equivalent of yoga. When the whirring of action ceases, it becomes visible, and reveals a civilization which the West can disturb but will never acquire. The hand stretches out forever, the lifted knee has the eternity though not the sadness of the grave. Aziz was full of civilization this evening, complete, dignified, rather hard, and it was with diffidence that the other said, yes, certainly you must let off Miss Quested easily. She must pay all your costs, that is only fair, but do not treat her like a conquered enemy. Is she wealthy? I depute you to find out. The sums mentioned at dinner when you all got so excited they would ruin her, they are perfectly preposterous. Look here. I am looking, though it gets a bit dark. I see Cyril Fielding to be a very nice chap indeed and my best friend, but in some ways a fool. You think that by letting Miss Quested off easily I shall make a better reputation for myself and Indians generally. No, it will be put down to weakness and the attempt to gain promotion officially. I have decided to have nothing more to do with British India, As a matter of fact, I shall seek service in some Moslem state, such as Hyderabad, Bhopal, where Englishmen cannot insult me any more. Don't counsel me otherwise. In the course of a long talk with Miss Quested. I don't want to hear your long talks. Be quiet. In the course of a long talk with Miss Quested, I have begun to understand her character. It's not an easy one, she being a prig, but she is perfectly genuine and very brave. When she saw she was wrong, she pulled herself up with a jerk and said so. I want you to realize what that means. All her friends around her, the entire British Raj pushing her forward, she stops, sends the whole thing to smithereens. In her place I should have funked it. But she stopped, and almost did she become a national heroine, but my students ran us down a side street before the crowd caught flame. Do treat her considerately. She really mustn't get the worst of both worlds. I know what all these he indicated the shrouded forms on the roof will want, but you mustn't listen to them. Be merciful. Act like one of your 6 Mughal emperors, or all the 6 rolled into one. Not even Mughal emperors showed mercy until they received an apology. She'll apologize if that's the trouble, he cried, sitting up. Look, I'll make you an offer. Dictate to me whatever form of words you like, and this time tomorrow I'll bring it back signed. This is not instead of any public apology she may make you in law, it's an addition. Dear Dr. Aziz, I wish you had come into the cave. I am an awful old hag, and it is my last chance. Will she sign that? Well, good night, it's time to go to sleep after that. Good night, I suppose it is. Oh, I wish you wouldn't make that kind of remark, he continued after a pause. It is the one thing in you I can't put up with. I put up with all things in you, so what is to be done? Well, you hurt me by saying it good night. There was silence, then dreamily but with deep feeling the voice said, Cyril, I have had an idea which will satisfy your tender mind. I shall consult Mrs. Moore. Opening his eyes, and beholding thousands of stars, he could not reply, they silenced him. Her opinion will solve everything. I can trust her so absolutely. If she advises me to pardon this girl, I shall do so. She will counsel me nothing against my real and true honor, as you might. Let us discuss that tomorrow morning. Is it not strange? I keep on forgetting she has left India. During the shouting of her name in court I fancied she was present. I had shut my eyes, I confused myself on purpose to deaden the pain. Now this very instant I forgot again. I shall be obliged to write. She is now far away, well on her way towards Ralph and Stella. To whom? To those other children. I have not heard of other children. Just as I have 2 boys and a girl, so has Mrs. Moore. She told me in the mosque. I knew her so slightly. I have seen her but 3 times, but I know she is an Oriental. You are so fantastic, Miss Quested. You won't treat her generously, while over Mrs. Moore there is this elaborate chivalry. Miss Quested anyhow behaved decently this morning, whereas the old lady never did anything for you at all. And it's pure conjecture that she would have come forward in your favor. It only rests on servants' gossip. Your emotions never seem in proportion to their objects, Aziz. Is emotion a sack of potatoes, so much the pound, to be measured out? Am I a machine? I shall be told I can use up my emotions by using them next. I should have thought you could. It sounds common sense. You can't eat your cake and have it, even in the world of the spirit. If you are right, there is no point in any friendship. It all comes down to give and take, or give and return, which is disgusting, and we had better all leap over this parapet and kill ourselves. Is anything wrong with you this evening that you grow so materialistic? Your unfairness is worse than my materialism. I see. Anything further to complain of? He was good-tempered and affectionate but a little formidable. Imprisonment had made channels for his character, which would never fluctuate as widely now as in the past. Because it is far better you put all your difficulties before me, if we are to be friends forever. You do not like Mrs. Moore, and are annoyed because I do. However, you will like her in time. When a person, really dead, is supposed to be alive, an unhealthiness infects the conversation. Fielding could not stand the tension any longer and blurted out, I'm sorry to say Mrs. Moore's dead. But Hamidullah, who had been listening to all their talk, and did not want the festive evening spoilt, cried from the adjoining bed, Aziz, he is trying to pull your leg. Don't believe him, the villain. I do not believe him, said Aziz. He was inured to practical jokes, even of this type. Fielding said no more. Facts are facts, and everyone would learn of Mrs. Moore's death in the morning. But it struck him that people are not really dead until they are felt to be dead. As long as there is some misunderstanding about them, they possess a sort of immortality. An experience of his own confirmed this. Many years ago he had lost a great friend, a woman, who believed in the Christian heaven, and assured him that after the changes and chances of this mortal life they would meet in it again. Fielding was a blank, frank atheist, but he respected every opinion his friend held. To do this is essential in friendship. And it seemed to him for a time that the dead awaited him, and when the illusion faded it left behind it an emptiness that was almost guilt. This really is the end, he thought, and I gave her the final blow. He had tried to kill Mrs. Moore this evening, on the roof of the Nawab Bahadur's house, but she still eluded him, and the atmosphere remained tranquil. Presently the moon rose the exhausted crescent that precedes the sun, and shortly after men and oxen began their interminable labour, and the gracious interlude, which he had tried to curtail, came to its natural conclusion. Chapter 28. Dead, she was committed to the deep, while still on the southward track, for the boats from Bombay cannot point towards Europe. Until Arabia has been rounded, she was further in the tropics than ever achieved while on shore. When the sun touched her for the last time and her body was lowered into yet another India, the Indian Ocean, she left behind her sore discomfort, for a death gives a ship a bad name. Who was this Mrs. Moore? When Aden was reached, Lady Mellanby wrote, "Did all that was kind, but the wife of a lieutenant governor does not bargain for such an experience," and she repeated, "I had only seen the poor creature for a few hours when she was taken ill. Really, this has been needlessly distressing. It spoils one's home. Coming a ghost followed the ship up the Red Sea, but failed to enter the Mediterranean. Somewhere about Suez there is always a social change. The arrangements of Asia weaken, and those of Europe begin to be felt, and during the transition Mrs. Moore was shaken off. At port, said the grey blustery north, began. The weather was so cold and bracing that the passengers felt it must have broken in the land they had left, but it became hotter steadily there in accordance with its usual law. The death took subtler and more lasting shapes in Chandrapur. A legend sprang up that an Englishman had killed his mother for trying to save an Indian's life, and there was just enough truth in this to cause annoyance to the authorities. Sometimes it was a cow that had been killed, or a crocodile with the tusks of a boar had crawled out of the Ganges. Nonsense of this type is more difficult to combat than a solid lie. It hides in rubbish heaps and moves when no one is looking. At one period 2 distinct tombs containing Miss Esmore's remains were reported, one by the tannery, the other up near the goods station. Mr. McBride visited them both, and saw signs of the beginning of occult earthenware saucers and so on. Being an experienced official, he did nothing to irritate it, and after a week or so, the rash died down. "There's propaganda behind all this," he said, forgetting that 100 years ago, when Europeans still made their home in the countryside and appealed to its imagination, they occasionally became local demons after death, not a whole god perhaps, but part of one, adding an epithet or gesture to what already existed, just as the gods contribute to the great gods, and they to the philosophic Brahm. Ronnie reminded himself that his mother had left India at her own wish, but his conscience was not clear. He had behaved badly to her, and he had either to repent, which involved a mental overturn, or to persist in unkindness towards her. He chose the latter course. How tiresome she had been with her patronage of Aziz, what a bad influence upon Adela, and now she still gave trouble with ridiculous tombs, mixing herself up with natives. She could not help it, of course, but she had attempted similar exasperating expeditions in her lifetime, and he reckoned it against her. The young man had much to worry him: the heat, the local tension, the approaching visit of the lieutenant governor, the problems of Adela, and threading them all together into a grotesque garland were these Indianizations of Mrs. Moore. What does happen to one's mother when she dies? Presumably she goes to heaven. Anyhow she clears out. Ronnie's religion was of the sterilized public school brand, which never goes bad, even in the tropics. Wherever he entered, mosque, cave or temple, he retained the spiritual outlook of the fifth form, and condemned as weakening any attempt to understand them. Pulling himself together, he dismissed the mater from his mind. In due time he and his half-brother and sister would put up a tablet to her in the Northamptonshire church where she had worshipped, recording the dates of her birth and death, and the fact that she had been buried at sea. This would be sufficient. And Adela, she would have to depart too. He hoped she would have made the suggestion herself ere now. He really could not marry her, it would mean the end of his career. Poor lamentable Adela. She remained at Government College by Fielding's courtesy unsuitable and humiliating, but no one would receive her at the civil station. He postponed all private talk until the award against her was decided. Aziz was suing her for damages in the sub-judge's court. Then he would ask her to release him. She had killed his love, and it had never been very robust. They would never have achieved betrothal but for the accident to the Nawab Bahadur's car. She belonged to the Kala academic period of his life which he had outgrown. Grasmere, serious talks and walks, that sort of thing. Chapter 29. The visit of the Lieutenant Governor of the province formed the next stage in the decomposition of the Malabar. Sir Gilbert, though not an enlightened man, held enlightened opinions. Exempted by a long career in the Secretariat from personal contact with the peoples of India, he was able to speak of them urbanely, and to deplore racial prejudice. He applauded the outcome of the trial, and congratulated Fielding on having taken the broad, the sensible, the only possible charitable view from the first. Speaking confidentially, he proceeded. Fielding deprecated confidences, but Sir Gilbert insisted on imparting them. The affair had been mishandled by certain of our friends up the hill, who did not realize that the hands of the clock move forward, not back, etc. One thing he could guarantee. The principal would receive a most cordial invitation to rejoin the club, and he begged, nay commanded him, to accept. He returned to his Himalayan altitudes well satisfied the amount of money Miss Quested would have to pay. The precise nature of what had happened in the caves, these were local details, and did not concern him. Fielding found himself drawn more and more into Miss Quested's affairs. The college remained closed, and he ate and slept at Hamadullah's, so there was no reason she should not stop on if she wished. In her place he would have cleared out, sooner than submit to Ronnie's half-hearted and distracted civilities, but she was waiting for the hourglass of her sojourn to run through. A house to live in, a garden to walk in during the brief moment of the cool, that was all she asked, and he was able to provide them. Disaster had shown her her limitations, and he realized now what a fine loyal character she was. Her humility was touching. She never repined at getting the worst of both worlds. She regarded it as the due punishment of her stupidity. When he hinted to her that a personal apology to Aziz might be seemly, she said sadly, "Of course. I ought to have thought of it myself. My instincts never helped me. Why didn't I rush up to him after the trial? Yes, of course I will write him an apology, but please will you dictate it?" Between them they concocted a letter, sincere and full of moving phrases, but it was not moving as a letter. "Shall I write another?" she inquired. "Nothing matters if I can undo the harm I have caused. I can do this right and that right. But when the two are put together they come wrong. That's the defect of my character. I have never realized it until now. I thought that if I was just and asked questions I would come through every difficulty." He replied, "Our letter is a failure for a simple reason which we had better face. You have no real affection for Aziz, or Indians generally." She assented. "The first time I saw you, you were wanting to see India, not Indians, and it occurred to me, that won't take us far. Indians know whether they are liked or not. They cannot be fooled here. Justice never satisfies them, and that is why the British Empire rests on sand." Then she said, "Do I like anyone?" though presumably she liked Heaslop, and he changed the subject, for this side of her life did not concern him. His Indian friends were, on the other hand, a bit above themselves. Victory, which would have made the English sanctimonious, made them aggressive. They wanted to develop an offensive and tried to do so by discovering new grievances and wrongs, many of which had no existence. They suffered from the usual disillusion that attends warfare. The aims of battle and the fruits of conquest are never the same. The latter have their value, and only the saint rejects them, but their hint of immortality vanishes as soon as they are held in the hand. Although Sir Gilbert had been courteous, almost obsequious, the fabric he represented had in no wise bowed its head. British officialism remained, as all-pervading and as unpleasant as the sun, and what was next to be done against it was not very obvious, even to Mahmud Ali. Loud talk and trivial lawlessness were attempted, and behind them continued a genuine but vague desire for education. "Mr. Fielding, we must all be educated promptly." Aziz was friendly and domineering. He wanted Fielding to give in to the East, as he called it, and live in a condition of affectionate dependence upon it. "You can trust me, Cyril, no question of that," and Fielding had no roots among his own people. Yet he really couldn't become a sort of Muhammad Latif. When they argued about it, something racial intruded, not bitterly, but inevitably, like the color of their skin's coffee color versus pinko gray. And Aziz would conclude, "Can't you see that I'm grateful to you for your help and want to reward you?" And the other would retort, "If you want to reward me, let Miss Quested off paying." The insensitiveness about Adela displeased him. It would, from every point of view, be right to treat her generously, and one day he had the notion of appealing to the memory of Mrs. Moore. Aziz had this high and fantastic estimate of Mrs. Moore. Her death had been a real grief to his warm heart. He wept like a child, and ordered his 3 children to weep also. There was no doubt that he respected and loved her. Fielding's first attempt was a failure. The reply was, "I see your trick. I want revenge on them. Why should I be insulted and suffer and the contents of my pockets read, and my wife's photograph taken to the police station? Also, I want the money to educate my little boys," as I explained to her, but he began to weaken, and Fielding was not ashamed to practice a little necromancy. Whenever the question of compensation came up, he introduced the dead woman's name, just as other propagandists invented her a tomb. So did he raise a questionable image of her in the heart of Aziz, saying nothing that he believed to be untrue, but producing something that was probably far from the truth. Aziz yielded suddenly. He felt it was Mrs. Moore's wish that he should spare the woman who was about to marry her son, that it was the only honor he could pay her, and he renounced with a passionate and beautiful outburst the whole of the compensation money, claiming only costs. It was fine of him, and, as he foresaw, it won him no credit with the English. They still believed he was guilty. They believed it to the end of their careers, and retired Anglo-Indians in Tunbridge Wells or Cheltenham still murmured to each other that Malabar case which broke down because the poor girl couldn't face giving her evidence, that was another bad case. When the affair was thus officially ended, Ronnie, who was about to be transferred to another part of the province, approached Fielding with his usual constraint, and said, "I wish to thank you for the help you have given Miss Quested. She will not of course trespass on your hospitality further. She has, as a matter of fact, decided to return to England. I have just arranged about her passage for her. I understand she would like to see you. I shall go round at once." On reaching the college, he found her in some upset. He learnt that the engagement had been broken by Ronnie. "Far wiser of him," she said pathetically. "I ought to have spoken myself, but I drifted on wondering what would happen. I would willingly have gone on spoiling his life through inertia. One has nothing to do, one belongs nowhere and becomes a public nuisance without realizing it." In order to reassure him, she added, "I speak only of India. I am not astray in England. I fit in there. No, don't think I shall do harm in England. When I am forced back there, I shall settle down to some career. I have sufficient money left to start myself, and heaps of friends of my own type. I shall be quite all right." Then sighing, "But oh, the trouble I've brought on everyone here. I can never get over it. My carefulness as to whether we should marry or not. And in the end Ronnie and I part and aren't even sorry. We ought never to have thought of marriage. Weren't you amazed when our engagement was originally announced?" "Not much. At my age one's seldom amazed," he said, smiling. "Marriage is too absurd in any case. It begins and continues for such very slight reasons. The social business props it up on one side, and the theological business on the other, but neither of them are marriage, are they? I've friends who can't remember why they married. No more can their wives. I suspect that it mostly happens haphazard, though afterwards various noble reasons are invented. About marriage I am cynical. I am not. This false start has been all my own fault. I was bringing to Ronnie nothing that ought to be brought. That was why he rejected me, really. I entered that cave thinking, am I fond of him? I have not yet told you that, Mr. Fielding. I didn't feel justified. Tenderness, respect, personal intercourse I tried to make them take the place of. I no longer want love," he said, supplying the word. "No more do I. My experiences here have cured me. But I want others to want it. But to go back to our first talk, for I suppose this is our last one, when you entered that cave, who did follow you or did no one follow you, can you now say? I don't like it left in air." "Let us call it the guide," she said indifferently. "It will never be known. It's as if I ran my finger along that polished wall in the dark, and cannot get further. I am up against something, and so are you." Mrs. Moore, she did know. How could she have known what we don't? Telepathy, possibly. The pert, meagre word fell to the ground. Telepathy? What an explanation. Better withdraw it, and Adela did so. She was at the end of her spiritual tether, and so was he. Were there worlds beyond which they could never touch, or did all that is possible enter their consciousness? They could not tell. They only realized that their outlook was more or less similar, and found in this a satisfaction. Perhaps life is a mystery, not a muddle they could not tell. Perhaps the 100 Indias which fuss and squabble so tiresomely are one, and the universe they mirror is one. They had not the apparatus for judging. Write to me when you get to England. I shall often. You have been excessively kind. Now that I'm going, I realize it. I wish I could do something for you in return, but I see you've all you want. I think so, he replied after a pause. I have never felt more happy and secure out here. I really do get on with Indians, and they do trust me. It's pleasant that I haven't had to resign my job. It's pleasant to be praised by an LG. Until the next earthquake I remain as I am. Of course this death has been troubling me. Aziz was so fond of her too. But it has made me remember that we must all die. All these personal relations we try to live by are temporary. I used to feel death selected people. It is a notion one gets from novels. Because some of the characters are usually left talking at the end. Now death spares no one begins to be real. Don't let it become too real, or you'll die yourself. That is the objection to meditating upon death. We are subdued to what we work in. I have felt the same temptation, and had to sheer off. I want to go on living a bit. So do I. A friendliness, as of dwarfs shaking hands, was in the air. Both man and woman were at the height of their powers, sensible, honest, even subtle. They spoke the same language, and held the same opinions, and the variety of age and sex did not divide them. Yet they were dissatisfied. When they agreed, I want to go on living a bit, or I don't believe in God. The words were followed by a curious backwash, as though the universe had displaced itself to fill up a tiny void, or as though they had seen their own gestures from an immense height. Dwarfs talking, shaking hands, and assuring each other that they stood on the same footing of insight. They did not think they were wrong, because as soon as honest people think they are wrong, instability sets up. Not for them was an infinite goal behind the stars, and they never sought it. But wistfulness descended on them now. As on other occasions, the shadow of the shadow of the shadow of a dream fell over their clear-cut interests, and objects never seen again seemed messages from another world. And I do like you so very much, if I may say so, he affirmed. I'm glad, for I like you. Let's meet again. We will, in England, if I ever take home leave. But I suppose you're not likely to do that yet. Quite a chance. I have a scheme on now, as a matter of fact. Oh, that would be very nice. So it petered out. 10 days later Adela went off, by the same route as her dead friend. The final beat up before the monsoon had come. The country was stricken and blurred. Its houses, trees and fields were all muddled out of the same brown paste, and the sea at Bombay slid about like broth against the quays. Her last Indian adventure was with Anthony, who followed her onto the boat and tried to blackmail her. She had been Mr. Fielding's mistress, Anthony said. Perhaps Anthony was discontented with his tip. She rang the cabin bell and had him turned out, but his statement created rather a scandal, and people did not speak to her much during the first part of the voyage. Through the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea she was left to herself, and to the dregs of Chandrapur. With Egypt the atmosphere altered. The clean sands, heaped on each side of the canal, seemed to wipe off everything that was difficult and equivocal, and even Port Said looked pure and charming in the light of a rose-grey morning. She went on shore there with an American missionary. They walked out to the Lesseps statue. They drank the tonic air of the Levant. To what duties, Miss quested, are you returning in your own country after your taste of the tropics? The missionary asked. Observe, I don't say to what do you turn, but to what do you return. Every life ought to contain both a turn and a return. This celebrated pioneer, he pointed to the statue, will make my question clear. He turns to the east, he turns to the west. You can see it from the cute position of his hands, one of which holds a string of sausages. The missionary looked at her humorously, in order to cover the emptiness of his mind. He had no idea what he meant by turn and return, but he often used words in pairs, for the sake of moral brightness. I see, she replied. Suddenly, in the Mediterranean clarity she had seen. Her first duty on returning to England was to look up those other children of Mrs. Moore's, Ralph and Stella. Then she would turn to her profession. Mrs. Moore had tended to keep the products of her 2 marriages apart, and Adela had not come across the younger branch so far. Chapter 30. Another local consequence of the trial was a Hindu-Muslim entente. Loud protestations of amity were exchanged by prominent citizens, and there went with them a genuine desire for a good understanding. Aziz, when he was at the hospital one day, received a visit from rather a sympathetic figure, Mr. Das. The magistrate sought 2 favors from him: a remedy for shingles and a poem for his brother-in-law's new monthly magazine. He accorded both. "My dear Das, why, when you tried to send me to prison, should I try to send Mr. Bhattacharya a poem? That is naturally entirely a joke. I will write him the best I can, but I thought your magazine was for Hindus." "It is not for Hindus but Indians generally," he said timidly. "There is no such person in existence as the general Indian." "There was not, but there may be when you have written a poem. You are our hero, the whole city is behind you, irrespective of creed." "I know, but will it last?" "I fear not," said Das, who had much mental clearness, "and for that reason, if I may say so, do not introduce too many Persian expressions into the poem, and not too much about the bulbul." "Half a sec," said Aziz, biting his pencil. He was writing out a prescription. "Here you are. Is not this better than a poem?" Happy the man who can compose both. "You are full of compliments today." "I know you bear me a grudge for trying that case," said the other, stretching out his hand impulsively. "You are so kind and friendly, but always I detect irony beneath your manner." "No, no, what nonsense," protested Aziz. They shook hands in a half-embrace that typified the entente. Between people of distant climes there is always the possibility of romance, but the various branches of Indians know too much about each other to surmount the unknowable easily. The approach is prosaic. "Excellent," said Aziz, patting a stout shoulder and thinking, "I wish they did not remind me of cow dung." Das thought, "Some Muslims are violent." They smiled wistfully, each spying the thought in the other's heart, and Das, the more articulate, said, "Excuse my mistakes, realize my limitations. Life is not easy as we know it on the earth." "Oh well, about this poem, how did you hear I sometimes scribbled?" he asked, much pleased, and a good deal moved, for literature had always been a solace to him, something that the ugliness of facts could not spoil. Professor Godbole often mentioned it, before his departure for Mel. How did he hear? He too was a poet. Do you not divine each other? Flattered by the invitation, he got to work that evening. The feel of the pen between his fingers generated bulbuls at once. His poem was again about the decay of Islam, and the brevity of love, as sad and sweet as he could contrive, but not nourished by personal experience, and of no interest to these excellent Hindus. Feeling dissatisfied, he rushed to the other extreme, and wrote a satire, which was too libellous to print. He could only express pathos or venom, though most of his life had no concern with either. He loved poetry. Science was merely an acquisition, which he laid aside when unobserved, like his European dress, and this evening he longed to compose a new song which should be acclaimed by multitudes, and even sung in the fields. In what language shall it be written? And what shall it announce? He vowed to see more of Indians who were not Mohammedans, and never to look backward. It is the only healthy course. Of what help, in this latitude and hour, are the glories of Cordova and Samarkand? They have gone, and while we lament them, the English occupy Delhi and exclude us from East Africa. Islam itself, though true, throws cross lights over the path to freedom. The song of the future must transcend creed. The poem for Mr. Bhattacharya never got written, but it had an effect. It led him towards the vague and bulky figure of a motherland. He was without natural affection for the land of his birth, but the Maraba hills drove him to it. Half closing his eyes, he attempted to love India. She must imitate Japan. Not until she is a nation will her sons be treated with respect. He grew harder and less approachable. The English, whom he had laughed at or ignored, persecuted him everywhere. They had even thrown nets over his dreams. "My great mistake has been taking our rulers as a joke," he said to Hamidillah next day, who replied with a sigh, "It is far the wisest way to take them, but not possible in the long run. Sooner or later a disaster such as yours occurs, and reveals their secret thoughts about our character. If God himself descended from heaven into their club and said you were innocent, they would disbelieve him. Now you see why Mahmud Ali and self waste so much time over intrigues and associate with creatures like Ram Chand. I cannot endure committees. I shall go right away." "Where to?" "Turtons and Burtons, all are the same." but not in an Indian state. I believe the politicals are obliged to have better manners. It amounts to no more. I do want to get away from British India, even to a poor job. I think I could write poetry there. I wish I had lived in Babur's time and fought and written for him. Gone, gone, and not even any use to say gone, for it weakens us while we say it. We need a king, Hamidullah. It would make our lives easier. As it is, we must try to appreciate these quaint Hindus. My notion now is to try for some post as doctor in one of their states. Oh, that is going much too far. It is not going as far as Mr. Ram Chand. But the money they will never pay an adequate salary, those savage Rajas. I shall never be rich anywhere, it is outside my character. If you had been sensible and made Miss Quested pay. I chose not to. Discussion of the past is useless, he said, with sudden sharpness of tone. I have allowed her to keep her fortune and buy herself a husband in England, for which it will be very necessary. Don't mention the matter again. Very well, but your life must continue. A poor man's no holidays in Kashmir for you yet. You must stick to your profession and rise to a highly paid post, not retire to a jungle state, and write poems. Educate your children, read the latest scientific periodicals. Compel European doctors to respect you. Accept the consequences of your own actions like a man. Aziz winked at him slowly and said, We are not in the law courts. There are many ways of being a man. Mine is to express what is deepest in my heart. To such a remark there is certainly no reply, said Hamidullah, moved. Recovering himself and smiling, he said, Have you heard this naughty rumour that Muhammad Latif has got hold of? Which? When Miss Quested stopped in the college, Fielding used to visit her, rather too late in the evening, the servants say. A pleasant change for her, if he did, said Aziz, making a curious face. But you understand my meaning. The young man winked again and said just. Still, your meaning doesn't help me out of my difficulties. I am determined to leave Chandrapur. The problem is, for where? I am determined to write poetry. The problem is, about what? You give me no assistance. Then, surprising both Hamidullah and himself, he had an explosion of nerves. But who does give me assistance? No one is my friend. All are traitors, even my own children. I have had enough of friends. I was going to suggest we go behind the Purdah, but your 3 treacherous children are there, so you will not want to. I am sorry. It is ever since I was in prison my temper is strange. Take me, forgive me. Nuruddin's mother is visiting my wife now. That is all right, I think. They come before me separately, but not so far together. You had better prepare them for the united shock of my face. No, let us surprise them without warning. Far too much nonsense still goes on among our ladies. They pretended at the time of your trial they would give up Purdah indeed, those of them who can write composed a document to that effect. And now it ends in humbug. You know how deeply they all respect Fielding, but not one of them has seen him. My wife says she will, but always when he calls there is some excuse. She is not feeling well, she is ashamed of the room, she has no nice sweets to offer him, only elephant's ears. And if I say elephant's ears are Mr. Fielding's favourite sweet, she replies that he will know how badly hers are made, so she cannot see him on their account. For 15 years, my dear boy, have I argued with my begum for 15 years, and never gained a point, yet the missionaries inform us our women are downtrodden. If you want a subject for a poem, take this: the Indian lady as she is, and not as she is supposed to be. Chapter 31. Aziz had no sense of evidence. The sequence of his emotions decided his beliefs, and led to the tragic coolness between himself and his English friend. They had conquered, but were not to be crowned. Fielding was away at a conference, and after the rumour about Miss Quested had been with him undisturbed for a few days, he assumed it was true. He had no objection on moral grounds to his friends amusing themselves, and Cyril, being middle-aged, could no longer expect the pick of the female market, and must take his amusement where he could find it. But he resented him making up to this particular woman, whom he still regarded as his enemy also. Why had he not been told? What is friendship without confidences? He himself had told things sometimes regarded as shocking, and the Englishman had listened, tolerant, but surrendering nothing in return. He met Fielding at the railway station on his return, agreed to dine with him, and then started taxing him by the oblique method, outwardly merry. An avowed European scandal. There was Mr. McBride and Miss Derrick. Miss Derrick's faithful attachment to Chandrapur was now explained. Mr. McBride had been caught in her room, and his wife was divorcing him. That pure-minded fellow. However, he will blame the Indian climate. Everything is our fault, really. Now, have I not discovered an important piece of news for you, Cyril? Not very, said Fielding, who took little interest in distant sins. Listen to mine. Aziz's face lit up. At the conference it was settled. This evening will do for schoolmastery. I should go straight to the Mintu now. The cholera looks bad. We begin to have local cases as well as imported. In fact, the whole of life is somewhat sad. The new civil surgeon is the same as the last, but does not yet dare to be. That is all any administrative change amounts to. All my suffering has won nothing for us. But look here, Cyril. While I remember it, there's gossip about you as well as McBride. They say that you and Miss Quested became also rather too intimate friends. To speak perfectly frankly, they say you and she have been guilty of impropriety. They would say that. It's all over the town, and may injure your reputation. You know, everyone is by no means your supporter. I have tried all I could to silence such a story. Don't bother. Miss Quested has cleared out at last. It is those who stop in the country, not those who leave it, whom such a story injures. Imagine my dismay and anxiety. I could scarcely get a wink of sleep. First my name was coupled with her, and now it is yours. Don't use such exaggerated phrases. As what? As dismay and anxiety. Have I not lived all my life in India? Do I not know what produces a bad impression here? His voice shot up rather crossly. Yes, but the scale. You always get the scale wrong, my dear fellow. A pity there is this rumour, but such a very small pity, so small that we may as well talk of something else. You mind for Miss Quested's sake, though, I can see from your face. As far as I do mind, I travel light. Cyril, that boastfulness about travelling light will be your ruin. It is raising up enemies against you on all sides, and makes me feel excessively uneasy. What enemies? Since Aziz had only himself in mind, he could not reply. Feeling a fool, he became angrier. I have given you list after list of the people who cannot be trusted in this city. In your position I should have the sense to know I was surrounded by enemies. You observe I speak in a low voice. It is because I see your Saiz is new. How do I know he isn't a spy? He lowered his voice. Every third servant is a spy. Now, what is the matter? He asked, smiling. Do you contradict my last remark? It simply doesn't affect me. Spies are as thick as mosquitoes, but it's years before I shall meet the one that kills me. You've something else in your mind. I've not. Don't be ridiculous. You have. You're cross with me about something or other. Any direct attack threw him out of action. Presently he said, so you and Madame Saladela used to amuse one another in the evening, naughty boy. Those drab and high-minded talks had scarcely made for dalliance. Fielding was so startled at the story being taken seriously, and so disliked being called a naughty boy, that he lost his head and cried, you little rotter. Well, I'm damned. Amusement indeed. Is it likely at such a time? Oh, I beg your pardon, I'm sure. The licentious oriental imagination was at work, he replied, speaking gaily, but cut to the heart. For hours after his mistake he bled inwardly. You see, Aziz, the circumstances. Also the girl was still engaged to Heaslop. Also I never felt. Oh, yes, but you didn't contradict what I said, so I thought it was true. Oh dear, east and west. Most misleading. Will you please put your little rotter down at his hospital? You're not offended. Most certainly I am not. If you are, this must be cleared up later on. It has been, he answered, dignified. I believe absolutely what you say, and of that there need be no further question. But the way I said it must be cleared up. I was unintentionally rude. Unreserved regrets. The fault is entirely mine. Tangles like this still interrupted their intercourse. A pause in the wrong place, an intonation misunderstood, and a whole conversation went awry. Fielding had been startled, not shocked, but how convey the difference? There is always trouble when two people do not think of sex at the same moment, always mutual resentment and surprise, even when the two people are of the same race. He began to recapitulate his feelings about Miss Quested. Aziz cut him short with, "But I believe you, I believe. Mohammed Latif shall be severely punished for inventing this." "Oh, leave it alone. Like all gossip, it's merely one of those half-alive things that try to crowd out real life. Take no notice, it'll vanish, like poor old Mrs. Moore's tombs. Mohammed Latif has taken to intriguing. We are already much displeased with him. Will it satisfy you if we send him back to his family without a present? We'll discuss ML. At dinner." His eyes went clotted and hard. "Dinner. This is most unlucky, I forgot. I have promised to dine with Das." "Bring Das to me." "He will have invited other friends." "You are coming to dinner with me as arranged," said Fielding, looking away. "I don't stand this. You are coming to dinner with me. You come." They had reached the hospital now. Fielding continued round the maiden alone. He was annoyed with himself, but counted on dinner to pull things straight. At the post office he saw the collector. Their vehicles were parked side by side while their servants competed in the interior of the building. "Good morning, so you are back," said Turton icily. "I should be glad if you will put in your appearance at the club this evening." "I have accepted re-election, sir. Do you regard it as necessary I should come?" "I should be glad to be excused indeed. I have a dinner engagement this evening." "It is not a question of your feelings but of the wish of the Lieutenant Governor. Perhaps you will ask me whether I speak officially. I do. I shall expect you this evening at 6. We shall not interfere with your subsequent plans." He attended the grim little function in due course. The skeletons of hospitality rattled "have a peg, have a drink." He talked for 5 minutes to Mrs. Blackiston, who was the only surviving female. He talked to McBride, who was defiant about his divorce, conscious that he had sinned as a sahib. He talked to Major Roberts, the new civil surgeon, and to young Milner, the new city magistrate, but the more the club changed, the more it promised to be the same thing. "It is no good," he thought, as he returned past the mosque. "We all build upon sand, and the more modern the country gets, the worse'll be the crash. In the old 18th century, when cruelty and injustice raged, an invisible power repaired their ravages. Everything echoes now, there's no stopping the echo. The original sound may be harmless, but the echo is always evil." This reflection about an echo lay at the verge of Fielding's mind. He could never develop it. It belonged to the universe that he had missed or rejected, and the mosque missed it too, like himself. Those shallow arcades provided but a limited asylum. There is no God, but God doesn't carry us far through the complexities of matter and spirit. It is only a game with words, really, a religious pun, not a religious truth. He found Aziz overtired and dispirited, and he determined not to allude to their misunderstanding until the end of the evening. It would be more acceptable then. He made a clean breast about the club, said he had only gone under compulsion, and should never attend again unless the order was renewed. In other words, probably never, for I am going quite soon to England. "I thought you might end in England," he said very quietly, then changed the conversation. Rather awkwardly they ate their dinner, then went out to sit in the Mogul Garden house. "I am only going for a little time. On official business. My service is anxious to get me away from Chandrapur for a bit. It is obliged to value me highly, but does not care for me. The situation is somewhat humorous." "What is the nature of the business? Will it leave you much spare time?" "Enough to see my friends." "I expected you to make such a reply. You are a faithful friend. Shall we now talk about something else?" "Willingly. What subject?" "Poetry," he said, with tears in his eyes. "Let us discuss why poetry has lost the power of making men brave. My mother's father was also a poet, and fought against you in the mutiny. I might equal him if there was another mutiny. As it is, I am a doctor, who has won a case, and has 3 children to support, and whose chief subject of conversation is official plans. Let us talk about poetry." He turned his mind to the innocuous subject. "You people are sadly circumstanced. Whatever are you to write about? You cannot say. The rose is faded for evermore. We know it's faded, yet you can't have patriotic poetry of the India, my India type, when it's nobody's India." "I like this conversation. It may lead to something interesting." "You are quite right in thinking that poetry must touch life. When I knew you first, you used it as an incantation." "I was a child when you knew me first. Everyone was my friend then, the friend a Persian expression for God. But I do not want to be a religious poet either. I hoped you would be. Why, when you yourself are an atheist? There is something in religion that may not be true, but has not yet been sung. Explain in detail. Something that the Hindus have perhaps found. Let them sing it. Hindus are unable to sing. Cyril, you sometimes make a sensible remark. That will do for poetry for the present. Let us now return to your English visit. We haven't discussed poetry for 2 seconds, said the other, smiling. But Aziz was addicted to cameos. He held the tiny conversation in his hand and felt it epitomized his problem. For an instant he recalled his wife, and as happens when a memory is intense, the past became the future, and he saw her with him in a quiet Hindu jungle native state, far away from foreigners. He said, I suppose you will visit Miss Quested. If I have time. It will be strange seeing her in Hampstead. What is Hampstead? An artistic and thoughtful little suburb of London. And there she lives in comfort. You will enjoy seeing her. Dear me, I've got a headache this evening. Perhaps I am going to have cholera. With your permission, I'll leave early. When would you like the carriage? Don't trouble, I'll bike. But you haven't got your bicycle. My carriage fetched you, let it take you away. Sound reasoning, he said, trying to be gay. I have not got my bicycle, but I am seen too often in your carriage. I am thought to take advantage of your generosity by Mr. Ramchand. He was out of sorts and uneasy. The conversation jumped from topic to topic in a broken-backed fashion. They were affectionate and intimate, but nothing clicked tight. Aziz, you have forgiven me the stupid remark I made this morning, when you called me a little rotter. Yes, to my eternal confusion. You know how fond I am of you. That is nothing, of course, we all of us make mistakes. In a friendship such as ours, a few slips are of no consequence. But as he drove off, something depressed him, a dull pain of body or mind, waiting to rise to the surface. When he reached the bungalow, he wanted to return and say something very affectionate. Instead, he gave the Sayers a heavy tip, and sat down gloomily on the bed, and Hassan massaged him incompetently. The eye flies had colonized the top of an almirah. The red stains on the durry were thicker, for Mohammed Latif had slept here during his imprisonment, and spat a good deal. The table drawer was scarred where the police had forced it open. Everything in Chandrapur was used up, including the air. The trouble rose to the surface. Now he was suspicious. He suspected his friend of intending to marry Miss Quested for the sake of her money, and of going to England for that purpose. Huzur, for he had muttered. Look at those flies on the ceiling. Why have you not drowned them? Huzur, they return. Like all evil things. To divert the conversation, Hassan related how the kitchen boy had killed a snake. Good, but killed it by cutting it in two. Bad, because it becomes two snakes. When he breaks a plate, does it become two plates? Glasses and a new teapot will similarly be required, also for myself a coat. Aziz sighed. Each for himself. One man needs a coat, another a rich wife. Each approaches his goal by a clever detour. Fielding had saved the girl a fine of 20,000 rupees and now followed her to England. If he desired to marry her, all was explained. She would bring him a larger dowry. Aziz did not believe his own suspicions. Better if he had, for then he would have denounced and cleared the situation up. Suspicion and belief could in his mind exist side by side. They sprang from different sources, and need never intermingle. Suspicion in the Oriental is a sort of malignant tumor, a mental malady, that makes him self-conscious and unfriendly. Suddenly he trusts and mistrusts at the same time in a way the Westerner cannot comprehend. It is his demon, as the Westerner's is hypocrisy. Aziz was seized by it, and his fancy built a satanic castle, of which the foundation had been laid when he talked at Dilkusha under the stars. The girl had surely been Cyril's mistress when she stopped in the college. Mohammed Latif was right. But was that all? Perhaps it was Cyril who followed her into the cave. No, impossible. Cyril hadn't been on the Kawa doll at all. Impossible. Ridiculous. Yet the fancy left him trembling with misery. Such treachery, if true, would have been the worst in Indian history. Nothing so vile, not even the murder of Afzal Khan by Sivaji. He was shaken, as though by a truth, and told Hassan to leave him. Next day he decided to take his children back to Missouri. They had come down for the trial, that he might bid them farewell, and had stayed on at Hamidilla's for the rejoicings. Major Roberts would give him leave, and during his absence Fielding would go off to England. The idea suited both his beliefs and his suspicions. Events would prove which was right and preserve, in either case, his dignity. Fielding was conscious of something hostile, and because he was really fond of Aziz his optimism failed him. Travelling light is less easy as soon as affection is involved. Unable to jog forward in the serene hope that all would come right, he wrote an elaborate letter in the rather modern style. It is on my mind that you think me a prude about women. I had rather you thought anything else of me, if I live impeccably now. It is only because I am well on the 40s, a period of revision. In the 80s I shall revise again. And before the 90s come I shall be revised, but alive or dead, I am absolutely devoid of morals. Do kindly grasp this about me. Aziz did not care for the letter at all. It hurt his delicacy. He liked confidences, however gross, but generalizations and comparisons always repelled him. Life is not a scientific manual, he replied coldly. Regretting his inability to return from Missouri before his friends sailed, but I must take my poor little holiday while I can. All must be economy henceforward. All hopes of Kashmir have vanished for ever and ever. When you return I shall be slaving far away in some new post. And Fielding went, and in the last gutterings of Chandrapur heaven and earth, both looking like toffee, the Indians' bad fancies were confirmed. His friends encouraged them, for though they had liked the principal, they felt uneasy at his getting to know so much about their private affairs. Muhammad Ali soon declared that treachery was afoot. Hamidullah murmured, certainly of late he no longer addressed us with his former frankness, and warned Aziz not to expect too much. He and she are, after all, both members of another race. Where are my 20,000 rupees, he thought. He was absolutely indifferent to money, not merely generous with it, but promptly paying his debts when he could remember to do so. Yet these rupees haunted his mind, because he had been tricked about them, and allowed them to escape overseas, like so much of the wealth of India. Cyril would marry Miss Quested, he grew certain of it, all the unexplained residue of the Marabar contributing. It was the natural conclusion of the horrible senseless picnic, and before long he persuaded himself that the wedding had actually taken place. Chapter 32. Egypt was charming, a green strip of carpet and walking up and down it 4 sorts of animals and 1 sort of man. Fielding's business took him there for a few days. He re-embarked at Alexandria, bright blue sky, constant wind, clean low coastline, as against the intricacies of Bombay. Crete welcomed him next with the long snowy ridge of its mountains, and then came Venice. As he landed on the Piazzetta, a cup of beauty was lifted to his lips, and he drank with a sense of disloyalty. The buildings of Venice, like the mountains of Crete and the fields of Egypt, stood in the right place, whereas in poor India everything was placed wrong. He had forgotten the beauty of form among idol temples and lumpy hills. Indeed, without form, how can there be beauty? Form stammered here and there in a mosque, became rigid through nervousness even, but oh, these Italian churches! San Giorgio standing on the island, which could scarcely have risen from the waves without it, the salute holding the entrance of a canal which, but for it, would not be the Grand Canal. In the old undergraduate days he had wrapped himself up in the many-coloured blanket of St. Mark's, but something more precious than mosaics and marbles was offered to him now: the harmony between the works of man and the earth that upholds them, the civilization that has escaped muddle, the spirit in a reasonable form, with flesh and blood subsisting. Writing picture postcards to his Indian friends, he felt that all of them would miss the joys he experienced now, the joys of form, and that this constituted a serious barrier. They would see the sumptuousness of Venice, not its shape, and though Venice was not Europe, it was part of the Mediterranean harmony. The Mediterranean is the human norm. When men leave that exquisite lake, whether through the Bosphorus or the Pillars of Hercules, they approach the monstrous and extraordinary, and the southern exit leads to the strangest experience of all. Turning his back on it yet again, he took the train northward, and tender romantic fancies that he thought were dead forever flowered when he saw the buttercups and daisies of June.